करके खाएंगे आराम से। थैंक यू सो मच जी।
So these were the celebrations. We're in discussion with the top names in the sport industry, and we also spoke to the family members. We'll get you all those reactions as well. Celebrations, dance and tears of joy in the village of Neeraj Chopra. All that after a very short break. Do stay with us. welcome back. Some breaking news coming in. The first case of monkeypox has been reported from Delhi. This is the first case of monkeypox that has been reported in the national capital. Earlier case was reported, but that was in Kerala. But this is the first case that has been reported in the national capital. Sherin Elizabeth is joining us live with more details on this. Sherin, a man from Delhi is said to be without any foreign travel history who has tested positive for monkeypox. That's quite worrying. What are the details that we have?
First of all, we have to get an official confirmation from the Health Ministry on this. As of now, this person is in fact admitted in one of the central hospitals, and the test, what our sources have been suggesting is that it looks more like the test results have also come, and that is why the hospital administration believes that he is in fact positive of monkeypox. But at the same time, to avoid any sort of panic, we have to of course wait for an official confirmation from the Health Ministry. Just a day after the WHO has in fact declared monkeypox as the global health emergency, we are seeing that the fourth case is being reported in India. We have seen that there has been in fact 3 cases solely independently being reported from Kerala itself, and today one more case likely from Delhi. So in all likelihood, there is going to be a meeting with the Health Ministry and all the stakeholders of the state government to ensure that this virus can also be contained. There is also a guideline and to-do list that has been advisory that has been sent to all states and how to manage if there is an outbreak of monkeypox.
Okay.
So of course, we have to wait for an official statement, an official confirmation from the Health Ministry at this point.
Right.
But in all
this also comes a day after the WHO had also declared the global monkeypox outbreak a public health emergency internationally. Sherin, thank you for joining us with those details. We'll keep our viewers updated on the latest on that. On that note, we're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back. To stay with us.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
days after the US president visited Israel and Saudi Arabia, Russian President Vladimir Putin made a rare visit abroad to Tehran, even as his Ukraine campaign drags on. Today, Russia is left with a few friends, and it's keen to win more. Therefore, Mr. Putin's visit to Tehran was aimed at strengthening ties with Iran that has been at the receiving end of US-led sanctions, like Russia, by drawing Tehran into an anti-US grouping along with China. On this visit abroad, Mr. Putin also engaged with Turkish President Mr. Erdogan, who could facilitate a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Erdogan could also keep the opening of Black Sea route for export of Ukraine's large stocks of grains to Asia and Africa. And as the Europeans want to wean away from Russian oil and gas and in its place draw on oil and gas from the Gulf region, the major supplier to India and China, India could revert back to importing Iranian oil. To that extent, Tehran and New Delhi have recently reinitiated high-level diplomatic engagements.
We have two experts who are going to help us understand the various issues connected with the relationship with Iran. We have with us Ambassador Srivastav, who has been our envoy in Iran from 2011 to 2015, has seen many important twists and turns in the relationship and how Iran finally was put under a tough sanctions regime called the JCPOA. And we have Professor Harsh Pant, eminent strategic affairs expert, vice president now of the ORF, and also professor at King's College London, who is a regular commentator in the media on a variety of geostrategic issues. So I'll start with you, Ambassador Srivastav, sir. My first question is linked to the disappointment in Iran with the fact that India has not lived up to many of the promises that have been made in the recent past, and these were perhaps cancelled because pressure was brought on New Delhi from Washington after the various initiatives that America has put into place to tighten the sanctions regime around Iran. India has a lot of catching up to do, I'm told, and these would require India to revisit the relationship where bilateral trade had dropped to over just $2 billion and could go back, if some of the right methodologies are used, to its earlier figure a decade ago of to about $17 billion. So your views on the need to catch up, sir.
India, as you mentioned, has historical ties which have been reinforced by geostrategic realities and the commercial relations. We have at the government level, I don't represent the government, but I must say at the government level, India has continued to engage with Iran on a variety of issues. This is reflected in repeat visits at high level from both sides. Our EM has and NSA have visited Iran, and we have had the visit of Admiral Shamkhani, the Iranian NSA last year, and very recently the Iranian Foreign Minister. The issue which you pointed out relates to decisions by the private sector. These are commercial decisions about purchase of oil, and the government does not directly interfere, but sanctions do have an effect on some of these decisions taken by these companies. And as a result, the two-way trade has come down. During my time, the trade was more than $14 billion. But since then, it has come down. We hope it will pick up again once a more conducive atmosphere is created, and this includes revival of JCPOA, which India supports.
Okay, so, and you have actually seen some of the JCPOA paperwork being done in your time just before you departed from Iran, as you mentioned to me before the show, and Professor Harsh Pant. Now, the JCPOA is really the big stone around everybody's neck. the Americans have been talking about somehow allowing Iran to extricate itself from the knots that have been tied around Iran. At the same time, Iran has been proactive with its diplomacy also, stating that you allow us to get out of it, and our massive reserves of oil can help address some of the requirements in Europe after the Ukrainian war. And this will be beneficial to us because the Europeans are otherwise going to eat into India's requirements that are filled from the Gulf countries. Your view?
Maruf, I think, the JCPOA story, as you know, and Ambassador Srivastava would know, has been going back and forth for a very long time. Now, the reality is that the Biden administration came to office promising big things, and including JCPOA. We have not seen any results so far, and I think there is genuine frustration now in Tehran also about it. But also what you see is a recalibration happening in Washington. Washington is reaching out to Saudi Arabia. Biden's big visit to the Middle East this month itself. So I think there is the larger forces that are now shaping the geostrategic environment in the Middle East, perhaps are moving in the opposite direction to what Biden had promised. We are not looking at Iran's integration much as we are looking at more and more isolation of Iran, if you combine the Israelis and the Arab Gulf states in terms of the dynamic that are evolving. And if Biden is really able to now mend fence with the Saudis, I think that's going to be a dramatic recalibration after the whole Khashoggi incident and the isolation of MBS in the Western world. We are looking at his gradually he's being pushed back or pulled into the Western orbit once again. And we have also seen the larger context of where the Middle Eastern geostrategic evolution has happened, including the post-Abraham Accords, a lot of convergence between Israelis and the Arab Gulf states, and of course the famous Quad that is also, I think, will have its second meeting this month, which involves UAE, India, Israel, and the Americans. So I think there is therefore genuine concern, perhaps in Iran, that things have not moved so far. And what it tells us is that the post, at the end of this month, at the end of this year, when you will have American midterms, which Democrats are expected to lose, and Biden is expected to lose significant political capital. His ability to shape the diplomatic agenda, especially JCPOA, gets even more scared. So the question about JCPOA is that it has not given anything substantive to Iranians so far, and therefore the Iranian gravitation also towards China and Russia is increasing.
Very well put. In fact, you led me on to the next question I had in mind for you, but I'll come back to you on one of the other connected issues. And Ambassador Srivastava, sir, the one area that Iran is witnessing more and more Indian enthusiasm in, and a further commitment after this 2 years of a hiccup, is rebuilding of the various platforms of the Chabar port, the Shahid Bahishti terminal and others, which were left undone earlier. And the Chabar port, as you know only too well, was really the stepping stone for the countries north of Iran, Central Asia and Russia to put products out into the Arabian Sea, and for India to reach out to Iran and from there into Afghanistan and Central Asia. Your view, sir.
You are right. There is a conscious attempt from both sides to pick up the thread and quickly move on with building of Chabahar port. Chabahar was originally conceived as a gateway to Afghanistan, and that rationale still stands. It is also part of INSTC. But INSTC had a larger purpose, which was to cut short the freight time for trade with Central Asian republics and Russia. Now, INSTC has many legs. It starts from Bandar Abbas port in the Hormuz Strait, and it connects to 5 points on Iran's northern border, ranging from Caspian Sea ports like Bandar Anzali and Astrakhan to land points of crossing, which is Inche Baroon and Sarikh. Now, where does Chabahar fit in? Chabahar's importance to Iran lies in the fact that this is the only port outside the Hormuz Strait. Its importance for us is that it cuts short our sailing time to Bandar Abbas by half. There is no waiting time there. So this can be an ideal link both for Afghanistan as well as for reaching out to Central Asian republics.
Okay, so that's very, very precise. And I am sure these are the points that people following this issue will pick on the map to understand exactly the significance of Chabahar. But after a break, we will look at what are Iran's ambitions to re-emerge into the geostrategic equation with or without the JCPOA. Welcome back. We are continuing to look at India's relations with Iran, a very important geostrategic neighbor of India, pushed into the corner by earlier American regimes who are insisting that Iran must be weakened to a point that it abandons its nuclear program. But that's the subject of another debate. But briefly put, Professor Harsh Pant, one is, what really would be the motivator for the international community to let go of the sanctions on Iran, allowing Iran to get back into the play, failing which, as you mentioned in your earlier response, Iran is quite clearly looking at enhancing its strategic network with China and Russia, having signed a 25-year arrangement with China for supplying oil for other benefits. I think trading with Russia and becoming part of the IRC could next be the Iranian strategic agenda, with or without the blessings of the West. Your view?
Yes, Maruf, it seems that, the West has always, underappreciated the role and the importance of Iran in the strategic calculus, or not only in the region, but also beyond. Like for India, Iran is such an important partner in multiple ways. So for India, it's a no-brainer that we have to engage Iran with or without American blessings, or with or without American Western support. Now, what I think the idea has always been is to push Iran, to isolate Iran, to marginalize Iran in the Middle East because of America's traditional partnerships in the region. There was a brief hope that under Obama, when JCPOA happened, that perhaps a rapprochement has started with Iran. But there are such strong constituencies within the US and in certain parts of the Western world that do not see Iran, that continue to see Iran as a challenger. And the moment Biden administration talked about reviving JCPOA, almost all the partners of America in the Middle East started campaigning against it, and Israelis were front and center. You also had the Saudis and the UAE that took on a position. Now, I think for America and for the West today, and perhaps for Iran, something is there in the Russian question, that Iran can reasonably argue that, look, Iran can be a source of oil and gas for a large part of the world, can ease the burden on the global oil market, energy markets, if Iran is treated properly. But unfortunately, that is not happening. And unfortunately, we are not seeing that motivation still front and center. Europeans have made a case, but Americans are not listening at this point. So it looks as if we are continuing to move in that direction. And therefore, China has upped the ante. China is again, as you were saying, not only a big deal with Iran, where China is present in a big way, but also now talking of bringing Iran into BRICS and expanding BRICS and other such platforms. And therefore, I think, and for India, I think that is going to be a very, very interesting question to tackle. Essentially, what Iran brings to the table, and how that the BRICS can be engaged with. But I think the larger question that the Western world will have to answer is, are they really looking at a situation where Iran becomes the primary benefactor or primary player with the Russians and the Chinese in the Middle East? Or are they looking at Middle East through the Cold War prism of blocks? So you have these divisions, Middle East getting divided into these blocks, where you have the Arab Gulf states, Israel on the one side and Iran on the other. And that's not good news for India, because India has traditionally relied on all three constituents being an important part of its West Asia or Middle Eastern policy.
Yeah, very well put. I mean, it's a lesson in geostrategy that you've just given to all of us. But really, the games that are being played need to be understood at the level that they're being played. And one of the things is the Chinese have been defiant, and they have engaged with Iran, bought their oil, sanctions or no sanctions. And this has allowed Iran to continue to remain afloat, just like the Chinese are buying a lot of Russian oil now, despite the sanctions and the Ukraine war. But Ambassador Srivastava, back to you to a specific question where we need you to educate us. And that is the International North-South Transport Corridor, INSTC, as you mentioned in your earlier response, was meant to cut down travel and transportation time. And we have at least one instance now of a consignment that has come from St. Petersburg to India, and what would have taken close to 40 days plus has come in 15 days shorter than that. So therefore, it is really a time saver. And it is also something that would allow south to north movement, just like north to south movement of goods, because Central Asia, where we have a lot of goodwill, is also keen to get Indian goods and engage with India. Your view on the INSTC?
INSTC, I would call it International North-South Transit Corridor. Now, it has two legs. Let's take up Central Asia first. Central Asia has a global import basket of more than $67 billion. India's share in this is tiny, which is about $2 to $3 billion of Indian exports. The reason is absence of connectivity. And this is the gap which INSTC can bridge. Now, the second aspect is trade with Russia. And as you pointed out, it cuts short the transit time. Now, that has the other aspect. An exporter or importer does not have to block his money for a longer period. So there is a saving in terms of interest incurred. Now, I would, in a sense, INSTC is India's is BRI's counterpart, which India can support and exploit to mutual benefit with all countries of the region.
Okay, thank you. Very clear that it is something that we cannot let go of, regardless of the kind of pressures that Washington puts on us. And Professor Harshvan, the last question to you, and that is that, you see, the Iranians are very keen to get back into the geostrategic discourse, regardless of the restrictions put on them. And an example of that is that they had recently joined the SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and now they've made a bid for BRICS. And BRICS is clearly read by countries that are not in America's good books, Russia and China. India is also there, but India, as you wrote recently in one of your pieces, is one country that has shown enormous capacity to be engaging with all groups, regardless of which side they are, at least on the Ukrainian issue. But Iran going in there into BRICS will clearly align Iran against the American-led Western bloc. So do we see a rising of tensions, or do we see this second coming out party for Iran?
See, I think the Western world is not giving Iran much of a space. If the Western world was smarter, and if the Americans in particular, they would be moving forward with much greater alacrity on JCPOA, so that in order to bring Iran on board. But the sense that Iran is left in the lurch is a sense that Iranians are actually very uncomfortable with, and there is a genuine desire. And as you say, Iran views itself as a civilizational power in the region, and not in the region in terms of in a large part of the world. They view themselves very ambitiously. They may not have the capabilities, but that doesn't mean that you can you have no right to have a broader strategic ambition. So I think moving into the ambit of the Chinese and the Russians gives them, they can ride on the coattails of the Chinese and create a room for them to maneuver, if only to tell the Americans that, look, maybe you need to hurry up on JCPOA, maybe this will give a signal. But my point is that domestically, the capacity of Biden is weakening so dramatically that he would not have that space, even if tomorrow, BRICS admit Iranians. You can imagine in 2023, a weakened Biden not being able to push through JCPOA or any rapprochement with Iran. And I think that's the dilemma that America faces at this point, which is much of its own creation. But I think for Iran, certainly this is an opportunity, and I would and I would think that they would use that very carefully. And for India, therefore, there is going to be essentially a question: if BRICS becomes a platform of countries that are only anti-Western in their orientation, then what does India do? And how does India balance it out with its other interlocutors. But I think that's for another time. But I think Iran's entry into BRICS certainly will change the equations dramatically.
Yes, thank you very much. And I've always argued that, after Ukraine, what people haven't really deliberated much about is this great opportunity for India to emerge as a swing state. So we can play the game as it suits us without upsetting anybody. And one of the examples is that we've been talking to Iran again of doing trade in rupee and Iranian currency, which keeps us out of the sanction regime. But all that for another day. Thank you very much for your wisdom and your insights. And I'm sure those who watch it will realize that there are opportunities even when the clouds are dark, and that must be exploited. Thanks for watching. Until our next episode, goodbye.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now Live with me, Priya Bhel. First up, the top stories. Neeraj Chopra claims historic silver in javelin throw at World Athletics Championship. Family elated, wishes pour in. As Mamata Banerjee's minister is in ED custody in connection with the teachers' job scam, Central Agency to quiz Partha and his aide Arpita face-to-face. Calling it a straightforward case of corruption, BJP demands a TMC minister's sacking. Also tweets video where Mamata can be seen appreciating good work done by Arpita. Political war escalates in Rajasthan after Sadhu, who immolated himself in protest against illegal mining, dies. BJP seeks high-level probe team in Rajasthan today. After recommending CBI probe, it is Delhi LG versus Aam Aadmi Party government over excise policy. Government officials files under lens. LG seeks report from Chief Secretary. Amidst differences in non-BJP camp over vice presidential candidate Margaret Alva, pins hope on Mamata to change her mind. Delhi reports its first case of monkeypox. Sources say patient has no history of recent foreign travel. Nation remembers its brave hearts, army to honor Kargil heroes on the 26th of July. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to visit Kargil to attend commemoration. Now, today is the last day of President Ramnath Kovind, but the controversy is now raging over a farewell dinner that was hosted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the outgoing president on Friday. In a video posted by Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh, President Kovind is seen crossing the Prime Minister as he seemingly looks away towards the camera. The clip has been posted by Sanjay Singh, calling it an abject insult to the outgoing first citizen of India. But BJP was quick to retort with a video of its own. Amit Malviya posted a longer video of the same event, fact-checking Aam Aadmi Party MP. Now, this video, which is currently playing on the right of your screens, clearly shows the Prime Minister with folded hands greeting the President and then turning towards the camera later as President moves on. Calling out fake charges, Malviya took a dig at Delhi's ruling party, saying that a party whose leaders are often caught peddling lies cannot be expected to know how to accord respect to a leader of stature as that of President Kovind. My colleague Akansha joins us for more details. Akansha, latest flashpoint in Aam Aadmi Party versus a BJP war of words.
Well, absolutely, as you rightly pointed out, war of words has erupted over the whole issue. In a video tweeted by Aam Aadmi Party's Sanjay Singh, it can be seen that outgoing President Ramnath Kovind is passing through the Prime Minister and is warmly greeting him, but Prime Minister is looking the other way. Now, the opposition, Aam Aadmi Party as well as Congress, has said that Prime Minister has insulted the President. However, BJP then sprung into action and has called it edited video, and also that these opposition parties are peddling fake news. Now, in a tweet, Sanjay Singh said that he actually apologized to the President, saying that your tenure is getting over, and after that these people won't even look at you. Other Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson and in fact various Congress leaders also tweeted the same video and leveled the same allegation, after which BJP sprung into action. Amit Malviya, who is the BJP IT cell chief, tweeted the unedited video and said that these people are peddling lies. Preeti Gandhi, who is also a BJP worker, said that the video tweeted by Sanjay Singh is edited, and in the actual video the Prime Minister could be seen warmly greeting the President, and that Sanjay Singh not only insulted the Prime Minister but also made fun of the President. So definitely war of words has erupted over the whole issue. Opposition on one hand is saying that Prime Minister insulted the President. On the other hand, BJP is rightly saying that this is an edited video and the opposition parties are in fact peddling lies.
Have we confronted the Aam Aadmi Party after the video that has been posted by Amit Malviya as to why really would they clip a video to insinuate that the president has been disrespected? Right, Akanksha, do stay on the line with us because we are now joined by Manjinder Singh Sirsa. Sir, what is your first reaction to this edited video?
देखिए, संजय सिंह जी ने जो किया है ये बहुत गलत है फॉर 2 रीजंस। ये एक संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए एक राष्ट्रपति की भी बहुत बड़ी तौहीन है, एक दलित राष्ट्रपति की भी बहुत बड़ी तौहीन है और संविधान के प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी बहुत बड़ी तौहीन है। आप इस तरह से एक वीडियो का एक एडिटेड पार्ट दिखाएं और कंप्लीट वीडियो ना दिखाएं और बाद में ये कहें कि देखो जिन्होंने आपको इस्तेमाल किया, ये तो कुर्सी के बाद किसी को याद ही नहीं करते। मुझे लगता है कि कम से कम अगर हम लोग एक इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं, दुनिया आपकी तरफ देखती है और आपका एक एक अल्फाज जो मायने रखता है और एक आप देश की सांसद के एक मेंबर हैं सबसे बड़ी पंचायत के, और उसके बाद युद्ध आपका जो ट्वीट है या आपका जो एक रिएक्शन है जो वो एक प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी गरिमा को, राष्ट्रपति जी की भी और एक दलित राष्ट्रपति जी की गरिमा को बहुत बड़ी चोट पहुंचाता है। मुझे लगता है उनको इसके लिए स्वयं माफी मांगनी चाहिए। उनसे जो गलती हुई है, अगर उन्होंने जानबूझ के की है तो उनकी पार्टी को उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए और अगर अनजाने में हुई है तो उनको स्वयं ये माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
राइट, बट आपको क्या लगता है कि उनकी मंशा क्या रही होगी इस वीडियो को पोस्ट करने की? कौन सा पॉलिटिकल गेन है जो वो चाहते हैं ऐसे वीडियो को पोस्ट करके हासिल करना?
पॉलिटिकल गेन क्या है? बहुत लंबे समय से इन लोगों की कोशिश है कि किसी तरीके प्रधानमंत्री जी की छवि को खराब किया जाए, क्योंकि कभी वक्त होता था छवि खराब करने के लिए करना ही नहीं पड़ता था, कभी 2G 3G कभी पोफर्स। तो प्रधानमंत्री की कुर्सी पर बैठे हुए लोगों ने कभी भी अपनी छवि को इतना साफ सुथरा रखा कि अब आप लोगों को इस तरह की बातें, अच्छी बातों को उतरना पड़े। तो आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है कि वो चाहकर भी कुछ भी प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ नहीं कर पा रहे, जबकि प्रधानमंत्री जी की छवि को धूमिल करने के लिए ऐसे काम वो निरंतर करते आए हैं। ये को पहली बार उन्होंने नहीं किया। आपको रिजाइन हो तो ऐसी वीडियो पहले भी शेयर की गई और एक बार नहीं अनेकों बार की गई। इससे पहले गवर्नर जो थे गुजरात के, उनकी वीडियो इसी तरह शेयर की गई। तो निरंतर कर रहे हैं और उनकी छवि को खराब करने की कोशिश करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी, उतना ही और निखर कर बाहर आते हैं। लेकिन आज देश देख रहा है कि आज खाली प्रधानमंत्री जी की नहीं, देश के अंदर पहली बार ऐसा चेहरे को मौका मिला जो एक साधारण परिवार से, एक दलित परिवार से, पिछले परिवार से, और आप उनकी गरिमा को भी चोट पहुंचा रहे हैं। आप देश के दलित भाईचारे की गरिमा को भी चोट पहुंचा रहे हैं।
जी धन्यवाद मजिंदर सिंह सिरसा जी। हम लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी से भी रिएक्शन लेने की, ताकि हम ये समझ सकें कि क्या संजय सिंह हिमसेल्फ posted this video or was he misled and he just retweeted something that had been put out by somebody else earlier and got misled in that process himself. Meanwhile, we move on to other breaking developments coming in, and this time it is from a political controversy as well as a criminal controversy that is raging in West Bengal. Now, Arpita Mukherjee, who has been arrested after 21 crore rupees approx, including jewelry, etc., have been recovered from the house of Partha Chatterjee's aide. She is now being taken to hospital for her medical exam. After this, she will be produced in court. Remember, massive political war has broken out over the arrest of top TMC minister Partha Chatterjee by the Enforcement Directorate. The close Mamata confidant was the state education minister during the alleged teachers recruitment scam. Remember, both the central agencies, CBI and the ED, are probing irregularities in this case. Chatterjee was arrested after over 20 crore rupees in cash were recovered from the residence of his aide, Arpita Mukherjee. The TMC made it clear that the cash recovered had nothing to do with the party, with one of the leaders also coming out to say that the people who are under the lens must answer for themselves, here referring to Arpita Chatterjee. However, the BJP claims that Partha wasn't scamming on his own. Tamal now joins us for the latest. Tamal, first of all, tell us what is the latest in terms of prosecution.
Well, Arpita Mukherjee was shown arrested by Enforcement Directorate yesterday evening. So now she would be produced before the court. We have seen yesterday as how vociferously Enforcement Directorate had asked for Partha Chatterjee's custody, and it is quite obvious after seeing yesterday's procedure inside the courtroom that Arpita Mukherjee's custody would also be sought by Enforcement Directorate. Arpita Mukherjee has been taken for medical, like in the case of Partha Chatterjee at ESI Joka Medical Hospital. Minded, yesterday there was some amount of murmur that Partha Chatterjee was taken to ESI Joka Medical College and Hospital and not to the usual SSKM state-run government hospital for the medical checkup. And similarly, we also see that Arpita Mukherjee has been taken there for medical. Thereafter, her production would happen, and we have to now wait and see what would be the argument on side of Arpita Mukherjee. Arpita Mukherjee yesterday, while being taken from her residence, the same place from where 22 crores of rupees liquid cash have been recovered by Enforcement Directorate, seized by Enforcement Directorate, along with other valuables like 56 lakh of forex and jewelry worth 70 lakhs and more, and that apart 22 cell phones and SIM cards were also recovered. So Enforcement Directorate is of the opinion that Arpita Mukherjee had been working at the behest of Partha Chatterjee, and they believe that the money which has been recovered from the house of Arpita Mukherjee are nothing but proceeds of several scams which they think has got a direct link with Partha Chatterjee, which is now further subject to further investigation. So we know, as a matter of fact, Partha Chatterjee has been admitted to SSKM hospital because he had prayed for treatment at a super specialty hospital citing ill health. What would be the argument on side of Arpita Mukherjee would be very interesting to see, because Arpita Mukherjee yesterday claimed that this was nothing but a conspiracy on part of BJP.
And even as these investigations and questionings continue, the politics over this is certainly blowing up, because the BJP is now insistent on its demand that Mamata Banerjee must force this minister to quit. In fact, they have demanded that the chief minister herself is morally obligated to resign.
ये जितने भी परिवारवादी पार्टियां हैं आकंठ भ्रष्टाचार में डूबी हुई हैं, इनके ये सबकी जांच करा दी जाए तो सबके नीचे गंदगी के सिवा कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। शिक्षा मंत्री क्या नाम है, जो हमारी पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री हैं, उन्हें नैतिकता का तगादा है कि उनके मंत्री के इतना बड़ा घोटाला पकड़ गया है तो उनको अपने पद से त्यागपत्र दे देना चाहिए।
पूर्व शिक्षा मंत्री, उनके जो घनिष्ठों है, जो मॉडल गर्ल एक्ट्रेस, उनका घर में करोड़ों रुपया, 21 करोड़, उनका जो गोल्ड, फॉरेन करेंसी, इसके साथ साथ क्या है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट का एनवेलप भी मिला है। सब एकदम तालमेल, ये सब सामने आ गया। तो इसके कारण मेरा निवेदन है, मेरा आग्रह है, जो सारे गिरफ्तार हुआ वो जितना जल्दी वो पैसा कहाँ जाता है, कहाँ है उनका रूट, ये बता देंगे तो पिरामिड का जो फाउंडेशन वो पता आ जाएगा।
Right, Tamal, now the BJP not only saying that the minister should be sacked, but also asking for Mamata Banerjee to quit. What has been the TMC stand on this?
Well, Trinamool Congress, not for the first time is facing such attacks on part of BJP. In the past too, after Narada or after Sharda, BJP had mounted pressure on Trinamool Congress, but Trinamool Congress always had countered that the political party, the organization, has got nothing to do with any of this corruption, and they maintain the same position.
Right, Tamal, I'll have to ask you to stay on with us because we're now joined by Tathagat Roy. Sir, your first reaction to this controversy?
There is no controversy actually. Some people who are accused of serious wrongdoing, they have been nabbed by a law and order enforcing agency who have been actuated by court orders. So there is no controversy. Let's see how things unroll.
Right, but sir, TMC has been saying that they will not take any action against Partha Chatterjee when it comes to his ministerial position until and unless the enforcement agencies, the law enforcement agencies reach a conclusion. What do you think of that?
It's very nice, and in fact it is characteristic of Trinamool Congress. Well, you or your group is composed of people prepared that in future, then you are naturally about taking action all of them when that person
Right.
that feature.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Roy, for speaking with us. We also had a reaction coming in earlier from the TMC. Listen into Farhad Hakim.
As far as the All India Trinamool Congress is concerned, we are closely watching the situation and we have all faith in the judiciary. After the judiciary finds out the fact finding and gives their verdict, we will be able to take decision, and I assure that the All India Trinamool Congress will not tolerate any discrepancy or any malpractice in the party, in the government. So after the judiciary comes out with their verdict, then only the Trinamool Congress will act. This is the one. And the second is that we believe that the BJP is behind all the play, because whoever has switched to BJP, they have been untouched by the agencies, and those who are staying back in Trinamool, they are being harassed by the agencies. So it is a conspiracy of the BJP.
TMC alleging it is a conspiracy of the BJP. BJP saying, what can we do if there are law enforcement agencies and court's orders that are being followed in this case? We take a very quick break. All the latest updates on the other side.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds. Free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
Welcome back. As NIA is probing PFI link in Patna terror module and evidence of arrested people with radical organization link, Bihar RJD chief has backed PFI, saying that it was formed as the minority community was scared and the organization is working on the same lines which RSS follows. But PFI has been branded anti-national. Let's first listen in to what he said.
जब जब भारत की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरनाक लोग पकड़े गए पाकिस्तान के एजेंट में, वो सभी आरएसएस और हिंदू लोग थे। इसलिए ये जो कर रहे हैं, हम सब इसको स्वीकार नहीं कर रहे हैं।
Now, reacting to this, the comment from the RJD leader has sparked a massive political storm. Even Congress has waded into the controversy and slammed RJD for threatening Muslims in the name of RSS.
ये मुझे जगदानंद सिंह जी के बयान पर कुछ नहीं कहना है, लेकिन ये हम सारे लोग जानते हैं कि जहां कहीं भी भाजपा की सरकार है या भाजपा के समर्थन से सरकार चल रही है, आरएसएस ने वहां पीएफआई या इस तरह के अलग अलग संगठनों के मॉड्यूल खड़े किए हैं ताकि समाज में हिंदू मुस्लिम के बीच तनाव बना रहे और भाजपा को फायदा पहुंचता रहे। दुर्भाग्य से बिहार में राजद इसी तरह की राजनीति कर रहा है। जिस तरह से आरएसएस 80% हिंदुओं को 16% मुसलमानों का डर दिखाता है, उसी तरह बिहार में राजद मुसलमानों को आरएसएस और भाजपा का डर दिखा रहा है। ये दोनों अपने अपने राजनीतिक फायदे के लिए कर रहे हैं और ये देश के लिए, समाज के लिए, राज्य के लिए गलत है।
कौन क्या बोलता है, नहीं बोलता है, इन सारे तथ्यों पर हम लोग कोई ध्यान नहीं देते हैं। बिहार में कानून का राज स्थापित है और जो कोई गड़बड़ करता है वह कानून के हिसाब से उन पर कार्रवाई होती है और हमारा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है। राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के सवाल पर हम कभी किसी से समझौता नहीं करते हैं।
Right, there are now those who are drawing false equivalences and thereby creating controversy. We take a very quick break on that note. On the other side, weekend programming.
This is Arjun.
This week on the Autocar Show, we bring you a first look of the all-new Grand Vitara that marks Maruti Suzuki's much-awaited entry in the mid-sized SUV segment. We also ride the Simple One electric scooter to see if it delivers on its initial promise. And we also sample the updated Ather 450X. This has been a long time coming, but it's finally here. Maruti has a rival to the likes of the Hyundai Creta, the Kia Seltos, Volkswagen Tiguan, Skoda Kushaq, Nissan Kicks and MG Aster. This is the all-new Maruti Suzuki Grand Vitara. It's sister model to the Toyota Urban Cruiser Hyryder that we just saw a couple of weeks ago. And over this video, I'm going to tell you all there is to know about this model so far. Now, in terms of size, the Grand Vitara measures 4.3 meters long, which is par for the course for this mid-size SUV segment. Now, in terms of looks, it is quite similar to what we've seen from Suzuki's international range. If you've seen the latest generation of S-Cross, you will find a few similarities here. Now, there is a healthy use of chrome on the upper portion of the grille and surrounding the grille itself. You also get 3-point LED DRLs, again that split headline setup that we've seen across more and more SUVs, and of course the main headlights are positioned lower down. It also gets a mock scuff plate, and Suzuki will be offering a lot of accessories to jazz up the look of your Grand Vitara. Now, if you come to the side, you'll note that the Grand Vitara runs on 17-inch rims. These get a diamond cut finish and look quite classy, though there is quite a bit of a gap between the rims and these squared out wheel arches. There isn't all too many flourishes on the side in terms of the metalwork, but you do get cladding lower down, and again quite a bit will be offered on the accessories menu. You also get roof rails on the top. I don't think they're functional and would only be for design. Now, let's move to the back. Now, coming to the rear end, what you will note is this connected lighting theme that runs across the width of the boot. It's a design element that we've seen on the latest of SUVs and something that you'll find on the Grand Vitara as well. Again, there is nice use of gloss black materials here, and you can embellish the lower portion of the bumper to your liking. It is quite a neatly styled SUV. Now, talking of luggage space, the tailgate lifts up to reveal quite a large luggage area. The seats split 60-40 if you need more space, but do note this is the mild hybrid version. Strong hybrid versions that have their battery pack placed in the boot section won't offer as much space for your luggage. Now, as for the name itself, this one is called the Grand Vitara, and it's not to be confused with the latest Brezza that was formerly called the Vitara Brezza. Now, where the new Brezza remains a sub-compact SUV which measures under 4 meters in length, this is a larger model. It measures 4.3 meters. So, to put some perspective from Hyundai's range, where the Grand Vitara competes with the Hyundai Creta, the Brezza competes with the Venue. So, please do keep that distinction in mind. Now, this is the back seat of the Maruti Suzuki Grand Vitara, and it's a fairly roomy environment if you're of an average build. I'm just under 6 feet tall, and as you can tell, headroom is a bit tight for someone of my size. It's also not what you'd call the widest of the mid-size SUVs. A third person might be a bit of a squeeze, but I must say that seat comfort itself is very good. The seats are very well cushioned, and all 3 seats get adjustable headrests. You get a drop-down armrest, and the backrest angle is also adjustable. Inside, the Grand Vitara feels familiar, and that's because it is identical in its dashboard layout to its cousin from Toyota, the Hyryder. You get that same layered look, and I must say that it does look quite nice, and quality is also the best we've seen on a Maruti product so far, helped in part by soft surfaces on the dashboard itself and on the doors as well. You also get this metal finish, metal look finish around the dashboard, though many of the plastics are still quite hard. Now, another talking point, according to me, are the seats. Now, they get leatherette Upholstery, they're quite nicely cushioned, feel large and supportive, and also get front seat ventilation on high-spec variants. Now, talking of features, there's a lot to talk about. The new Brezza was the first Maruti to get a sunroof, and now the Grand Vitara is the first Maruti to get a panoramic sunroof. There are other talking points as well. The 9-inch touchscreen, it gets a 360-degree camera as we've seen on the latest Marutis. Top spec hybrid versions also get a digital instrument cluster. Sadly, this one uses the analog cluster that we've seen already. You get auto climate control and other features, so we'll just run the whole list for you right away. Like the urban cruiser Hyryder, the Grand Vitara also gets 2 petrol options with some level of hybridization. The 1.5-litre naturally aspirated 4-cylinder engine makes 103 horsepower, and it's available with a 5-speed manual gearbox, a 6-speed automatic gearbox, and also gets all-wheel drive. This is Suzuki's all-grip all-wheel drive system. Fuel economy numbers are positive. It ranges between 19 to 21 kilometers per litre for this version, which runs a 1.5-litre naturally aspirated engine with mild hybrid technology. But if your buying decision is driven entirely by fuel economy numbers, it's the strong hybrid version that you should be interested in. That gets you a 1.5-litre 3-cylinder petrol engine mated to a stronger 80.3 horsepower electric motor. Now, in all, the hybrid system makes about 115 horsepower, but the number of greatest interest is near 28 kilometers per litre on the ARAI test cycle. Now, Maruti hasn't announced prices as yet. Those should come out in the coming month. But this is a model that has been a long time coming, as I've said, and could just be a disruptor. After the break, we ride the interesting Simple One electric scooter to see if it delivers on its initial promise. And we also sample the updated Ather 450X.
There comes a time in every EV startup's journey where all the hype and promises must stop and the product has to begin to talk. We seem to have finally reached that time with Bengaluru-based Simple Energy, who launched the Simple One scooter about a year ago, but we're finally getting to ride this highly anticipated electric scooter. As it turns out, the company only let us ride its scooter on a very short loop within a gated housing society outside Bengaluru. That means that we'll only be able to share a first impression of this scooter today, and a detailed road test will only be possible when Simple lets us ride its scooter on public roads. So it seems like today is going to be more of a preview than a review, but in one way that is a good thing because the scooters we have here today do not seem to be fully finished. Unfortunately, this has become the way of most EVs we ride these days. But the good news here is that the fundamentals underneath in terms of the motor and the chassis, they do seem to be in a good place. Simple Energy claims that this will be the fastest electric scooter when it goes on sale, and the specifications certainly back that up. Their in-house developed motor produces similar power figures to the Ola S1 Pro, but it's the torque figure that is unrivaled in the e-scooter space. The company claims a segment-leading 0 to 40 acceleration time and a top speed of 105 km/h. Those figures are impressive, but what stood out to me is that the accelerator response in all 4 of the riding modes is smooth, predictable and easy to use. That being said, the top 2 modes did display a slight overrun where the scooter continues to accelerate for a fraction of a second after you close the accelerator. To Simple's credit, a smooth and predictable accelerator response is something that most EVs struggle with, and this scooter is already much better than most EVs that we have tried. The company says that this mild overrun issue will be fixed by the time the scooters go into production. Now, even in the very limited space we had to ride today, this scooter was able to comfortably cross 80 kph in its top sonic mode. And from what I could tell, I think it's about as quick as an Ola S1 Pro in its hyper mode, maybe even quicker. That means that the Simple One will probably be one of the fastest scooters in the country when it goes on sale. But this scooter's real trump card is its range. With a total battery size of 4.8 kWh, the Simple offers vastly more capacity than any other two-wheeler EV on sale today. But that's not the only tempting detail. Simple has also come up with a clever system where the battery capacity is split into a 3.3 kWh fixed battery under the floorboard and a 1.5 kWh removable battery that slots in under the seat. This will help address charging anxiety issues to some extent, and it also means that the company can easily offer a cheaper version in the future without the removable battery pack. This is a really clever thing that Simple Energy has done, and for many reasons. But there is one thing to consider. Because of the internal design of this 7 kilo battery pack, it doesn't have the same thermal management abilities as the main pack underneath. And that means that this pack can only power the scooter in eco mode. So that means that a significant amount of the overall range will have to be in eco mode, which limits the top speed to 45 kph. As for charge times, Simple says that this scooter will take about 4.5 hours to charge from 0 to full. In an industry first, the company says that it will also sell an accessory fast charger that doubles the home charging speed and brings the charging time down to 2.5 hours. It is worth noting that the removable battery will only start charging once the main battery has charged up to about 80%. Here's what the overall charging times look like. So the performance is strong and Simple promises market-leading levels of range. But another thing that comes across as quite impressive in most areas is the chassis. This steel tubular chassis is also an in-house design by Simple, and the company has done a good job with the brakes and suspension setup. The brakes are powerful but easy to modulate, although we did notice quite a bit of chassis flex at the steering headstock under hard braking. The company says that this will be fixed by the time the scooters go into production. That issue aside, the scooter handles well, and it manages to do so while coming across as quite comfortable in the suspension department. This scooter currently wears 90 section tires at both ends, and the company says that the variant with fatter tires will only be offered at a later stage. As for the suspension, there were no bad roads for us to properly test it, but it's clear that Simple has gone for a nice, plush and softly sprung setup. That softly sprung suspension reminds me of the TVS Ntorq, and that's in a good way. Now the Ntorq manages to be a soft and comfortable scooter, but also a fun and enjoyable one when you want it. And the Simple one seems to pull off that same trick. As for the seating position, the handlebar is just high enough for tall riders to manage, and it's definitely not as cramped as the Ather 450, but it's also not as spacious as the Ola S1 Pro. The 775mm seat height is good for short riders, but the shape of the seat could improve because it makes the rider slide forward and it doesn't leave much room for bigger folks. Simple says they are working on this. As for what's under that seat, the storage space isn't segment leading, but it is quite good nonetheless. The company's portable charger design isn't complete yet, so we can't show you how much space it will occupy in there. Those of you following the Simple One's journey for a while now will have noticed that this scooter looks a little different to the one that was launched in August last year. And that's because quite a few things have changed. And some of those changes are rather drastic. The changes made to the scooter in the last 1 year include new LED lights at the front and rear and some design changes to the bodywork. That alone is quite significant, but the company didn't stop there, and they also made a 2-degree adjustment to the steering rake angle as well as modify the swing arm pivot angle. Those are serious changes to the chassis, but that's not all either. Last year, this scooter was running a chain drive system, but the company has now wisely moved to a belt drive, and that will prove to be quieter and lower on maintenance. In all of this, the scooter has gained 5 kilos, taking the total claimed weight to 115 kilos, which is still about 10 kgs lighter than the Ola. But it turns out that Simple still has more work planned for this scooter. For example, the belt drive that is currently exposed will be fully enclosed on the production scooters, and the company is also working on the motor regen functionality, which is almost completely turned off on our test scooters. Simple's smartphone app is not ready yet either, and the 7-inch TFT may have a slightly different layout with bigger icons for the ride modes when the scooter goes on sale. The display software itself is still in beta test mode, and a number of features like Bluetooth, cruise control, and even some basic touch functionality were not operational on our scooter. The battery charge indicator was also quite buggy, and it would sometimes jump back up to 100%. Another thing that needs to change, and quickly, is the level of quality and finish for the plastics all around. Now I think that this is a really nice looking scooter. It has sharp lines, it looks fresh, and it has a great sense of proportion. But when you start to take in the finer details, that's when things start to look rather rough. The Simple one certainly looks reminiscent of the Ather 450, which is no bad thing. Just like the Ather, this also has a premium looking side stand, a nice front number plate mount, and a beautiful aluminium swing arm. However, there is a lot of improvement that needs to happen in other areas. The body panels had rough and unfinished edges, there were large panel gaps in places, and some of the plastics were coming loose altogether. Simple's charging flap design looked unfinished and felt flimsy to use as well. It was also quite strange that the company did not want us to ride the scooter in the rain or even let it get wet. Now some of these issues should stabilize once production begins, but clearly there is a lot of work to be done here and seemingly not a lot of time. The company says that it wants to open test rides soon, and it estimates that the first customer deliveries should begin by September or October. On the bright side, Simple says that despite massive supply challenges, it is holding on to its initial quoted price of 1.1 lakh rupees ex-showroom after the FAME 2 subsidy, and that the first customers will get the scooter at that same price. That is a fantastic price for this level of promised performance and range. When it is ready, the Simple one will undercut its rivals for as long as the company can afford to sell it at that price. There is a lot going for the Simple one, and it's clear that this company is genuinely trying to address the issues of usability, range, and price. I also believe that the basic fundamentals mostly seem to be in place, but from what we've experienced today, it is clear that Simple still has a huge amount of work to do if it wants to address all of these issues before customers start getting their scooters. Then there's also the fact that this completely new company still has to prove its ability to manufacture at scale. As for me, I'm waiting until we can properly test the final version of this scooter that will go out to customers.
Up next, it's all eyes on the updated Ather 450X. The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
There are now over 40,000 Ather electric scooters on the road, and every single one of them is a smart and connected machine that's sending data back to the company about how customers are using these scooters. Ather says it now has over 218 million kilometers of ride data, and it's used all of that information along with feedback from existing customers to have made this, the new Ather 450X Generation 3.
Been a long time coming, but I'm here. I was drifting, now I'm shifting gears. Now I gotta wait the lights on. Right now this is my time, this is gonna be my year. I was gone a minute, now I'm back. Busy changing, breaking from the pack. Now waiting on a chance, I'm making my own plans. The world's gonna have to deal with that.
Wait a minute, you're probably wondering what Gen 3, because this scooter looks almost exactly the same. And you'd be right, because the new Ather 450X is pretty much identical to the current one, apart from a new set of mirrors and different tires. Everything else, from the bodywork and even the paint schemes, is the same. There isn't even a badge telling you that this is the new Gen 3 model. But hold on, before you decide to go watch something else, there are a couple of interesting changes happening underneath the skin, and one of those things is exactly what Ather customers have been asking for ages. That change would be a big increase in the range. The previous Ather 450X had a 2.9 kilowatt-hour battery, but the new one is up to 3.7 kilowatt-hours. That means that the Ather 450X can now offer a claimed real-world range of 105 kilometers against the previous 85 kilometers. Now we'll have to carry out a full review to confirm that number, but previous experience with the 450X shows that Ather's claims are realistic and that this scooter's range indicator is incredibly accurate. The Ather's fan-cooled motor gets a slight bump in peak power from 6 kilowatts to 6.2 kilowatts, but the continuous power output remains the same, and Ather claims the same level of performance as well. That means that the 450X will be able to hit an indicated top speed of about 90 kilometers per hour in its top two modes. Moving to a larger battery pack hasn't only significantly increased the range, but Ather says that this new pack also has a 25% longer life. Why? Well, the answer is actually beautifully simple. Because the scooter's overall performance hasn't changed, the load on each individual cell is now less. Above that, a larger battery pack means that customers will probably end up charging the scooter less often, and that also has a positive impact on the overall lifespan of the battery pack. Ather also claims that this larger new battery pack brings a 20% improvement in thermal management. The company says that this means the scooter can now offer even more consistency in performance, whether you're riding in a hilly area or with a pillion. Beyond that, most things remain the same. The only change to the chassis is in new mounting points for the larger battery and the slightly revised suspension that has been tuned to match the new tires. Speaking of, these new MRF tires offer a significant improvement in grip, and the company has also moved to a wider 100-section rear tire. The bigger battery has resulted in a weight gain of about 4 kilos, but that's not really something you're going to notice on the move. We got to ride the scooter on the winding mountain road at Nandi Hills outside Bengaluru, and the handling now feels more sure-footed, primarily thanks to the new tires that encourage you to push a little harder. This is definitely a fun handling machine. The brakes are unchanged, which means that they are strong, but the rear still locks a little too easily. While the suspension has been retuned, the overall comfort levels are about the same, and this scooter does feel a little firm over bad roads. On the more practical side, the 22-litre boot space remains unchanged, and the same goes for the large portable charger. Tall or short, all riders will appreciate the fact that the Ather's 7-inch TFT display now has smoother and faster responses, thanks to the system's RAM being doubled from 1 to 2 GB. As for those new mirrors, Ather admits that the old ones were a case of form over function, and that these new ones are designed to be much more functional while still being quite stylish. The company also admits that many customers have asked for a side-step footrest for the pillion rider, so they've come up with a neatly designed accessory that gels well with the scooter's design. There are also a couple of new optional bags, and the scooter continues to offer a tire pressure monitoring system as an accessory. Now, the bigger battery pack is going to drive the price up quite significantly, but a good amount of that has been offset by the FAME 2 subsidy and individual state subsidies. Depending on the city you live in, the price has gone up by about an average of 5,000 rupees, which is very reasonable. So that's the Ather 450X Generation 3, and as far as generation changes go, it's a bit of a disappointment when it comes to the visual department. But there are some very meaningful changes happening underneath. Now that this scooter can offer you a real-world range of over 100 kilometers, is that enough for you to consider buying one?
afternoon. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. First up, let's get you the top headlines this hour. Neeraj Chopra claims historic silver in javelin throw at World Athletics Championships 2022. Family elated as wishes pour in from across the country. As Mamata Banerjee's minister is in Enforcement Directorate custody in connection with a scam, Central Agency will quiz Partha and his aide Arpita face-to-face. Meanwhile, terming it a straightforward case of corruption, BJP demands TMC minister sacking, also tweets video where Mamata can be seen appreciating the good work done by Arpita Mukherjee after the TMC claimed it does not know who it is. Political war escalates in Rajasthan after Sadhu, self-immolated in protest against illegal mining, dies. BJP seeks a high-level probe. After recommending CBI probe its Delhi LG versus Aam Aadmi Party government over excise policy, government officials files under lens. LG seeks a report from the Chief Secretary. Amid differences in non-BJP camp over the vice presidential candidate Margaret Alva, hopes continue to be pinned on Mamata Banerjee to perhaps change her mind. Delhi reports first case of monkeypox. Sources say patient has no history of recent foreign travel. Nation remembers brave hearts. Army to honor Kargil heroes on July 26th. We're starting with some breaking news now coming in after the Aam Aadmi Party MP tweets a video. The TRS also joining the chorus accusing Prime Minister Modi of insulting the president, the outgoing president Ramnath Kovind. This is a video that was posted by the Aam Aadmi Party MP, after which the TRS has also now claimed that the Prime Minister has insulted the outgoing president, saying that it is more important, it seems like, for a photograph to be taken than the president himself. A reaction coming in from the TRS on that. Let's give you details of what the controversy is all about. This controversy has erupted over Prime Minister Narendra Modi's farewell dinner for the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind. In this video that has been posted by the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh, President Kovind is seen crossing the Prime Minister as he looks away towards the camera. The clip has been posted by Singh, calling it an absolute insult to the outgoing first citizen of the country. But the BJP was also very quick to respond. Amit Malviya posting a longer clip of the same event, fact-checking the Aam Aadmi Party MP. Now, this video that has been posted by the BJP very clearly shows that the Prime Minister, with folded hands, was greeting the President and then he turned towards the camera. Later, calling out the fake charges, Malviya also took a dig at the Delhi's ruling party, saying that a party whose leaders are often caught peddling lies cannot be expected to know how to accord any respect at all. Samia is joining us live with more details on this. Samia, standoff between Aam Aadmi Party and the centre has been brewing for a while, but this is a video that has been tweeted by Sanjay Singh. But the BJP has responded with a longer clip that very clearly shows that Prime Minister Modi greets President Kovind and only then looks away.
Well, absolutely. And the idea of putting across the longer video by Amit Malviya was essentially to show how when the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind was walking towards the Prime Minister, his greetings were acknowledged by the Prime Minister, and they both exchanged those greetings at that given point in time, because it's a somber environment. It's a somber event where Ramnath Kovind served as the President of the country, which is the highest constitutional post, and that day was a dinner hosted by the Prime Minister, a farewell dinner for Ramnath Kovind. So the Prime Minister did acknowledge him, as opposed to the video, the excerpt that was tweeted by the Rajya Sabha MP of the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh, where the BJP feels that putting across a shorter video, an excerpt only, is going to be misleading and would only convey a wrong message that the Aam Aadmi Party wants to peddle as far as maligning the image of the Prime Minister is concerned. Remember, Sanjay Singh had tweeted saying that this is a very sorry image of the President seen with a folded hand while the Prime Minister is looking away. But the fact remains that a shot preceding to that, a video, a couple of seconds preceding to that, the video where the Prime Minister is acknowledging the gesture of the President looking at each other was conveniently left out by Sanjay Singh. This is exactly what Amit Malia took offense to, and he has put out the entire longer video. And it is
Okay, so I'm requesting you to stay on with us. BJP spokesperson Mr. RP Singh is with us. And Sir RP Singh, you've seen the video that has been posted by the Aam Aadmi Party. It was a very small clipping. He seemed to be indicating that instead of looking at the President, Prime Minister Modi is busy looking at the cameras. How do you respond to that?
Well, Mr. Sanjay Singh's video is not worthy of comment. And they have nothing more to do than just picking up, pin-picking things. But they need to give a bigger answer. The answer they need to give is about Sisodia's money trail, the scam which has happened in Sisodia's ministry. They need to answer on that. They need to answer on 144.36 crore. They need to answer on 30 crore rupees. That's a bigger issue. Then talking about all these issues which they pinprick on. These are non-issues. The Kejriwal government and his team need to come and answer on the issues raised by Meenakshi Lekhi, therefore yesterday.
Okay, so would you say this was a very needless controversy that the Aam Aadmi Party has now been embroiled in?
I said this is not a controversy at all. I mean, and then tweaking the video and then putting the wrong video. This shows that how low they can go. But they're not talking about the real subject. The real subject is the scam in the liquor policy, scam in the excise policy of Delhi. That's the subject they need to answer on.
Okay, all right. So, you know, this comes at a time when there is a standoff going on between the centre and the Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Singh, thank you for joining us. With those details, some more breaking inputs also coming in after the Aam Aadmi had posted this video. Of course, the response came in from the BJP on that. This is a video that has been posted by Amit Malviya, a longer clip of the same event where Prime Minister Modi can be seen greeting President Kovind, and after that, as he moves forward, that's when Prime Minister Modi looks away. But a small part of this clipping is what was tweeted by the Aam Aadmi Party, and it claimed that Prime Minister Modi disrespected the President. Let's get you some more breaking news now coming in. The BJP MP has slammed the Aam Aadmi Party's fake tweet, resorting to lies to defame the Prime Minister. That's a response coming in from the BJP. First, a fact check, after which a response coming in from the BJP calling out the fake tweet and resorting to lies to defame the Prime Minister. That's a statement coming in from the BJP. BJP MP taking to Twitter to respond to the Aam Aadmi Party MP. Samya continues to be with us. Samya, the controversy clearly goes on after the Aam Aadmi Party posted this video. Clarifications are coming in from the BJP. On one hand, a longer clip being tweeted by Amit Malviya, and now also accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of using fake news and lies to target the Prime Minister.
Well, of course, the BJP wasn't going to be taking this entire barb coming from the Aam Aadmi Party lying down. They have countered it with a longer video to put facts in place to say
Amit Malviya, let's listen in.
लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन थे, उसके बाद एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर रहे और तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे, अब इंडस्ट्रीज और कॉमर्स के मंत्री हैं.
All right, Samya, coming back to you, as you were saying, this is a politics that's going to continue to rage on, even if it's a needless controversy, as the BJP has called it. Clarifications do come in.
Well, one thing is very clear, that the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP is leaving no stone unturned when it comes to locking horns on any given matter, from Arvind Kejriwal's Singapore tour to the excise duty issue, and now, of course, the Prime Minister's video. So it doesn't come as a surprise where the opposition parties, but it's not just the Aam Aadmi parties, what I'm trying to tell you. The Congress and the KTR, everybody has come forward to tweet these videos, and they are trying to say that the Prime Minister never really acknowledged the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind's gesture of saying a goodbye. It's a farewell dinner, and it was a somber occasion. But Amit Malviya and the BJP wasn't set to take this lying down. They have countered it with a longer video to put facts in place that the Prime Minister did acknowledge him seconds before the excerpt that has been put out by Sanjay Singh, which is entirely misleading and is suggestive of an event that did not take place. To say that the Prime Minister was not looking towards Ramnath Kovind, was only looking towards the camera, is wrong and baseless, as a few seconds before that you do see the Prime Minister and the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind exchanging greetings on the day that the Prime Minister hosted him for his farewell dinner. So this exchange of barbs from both sides between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP and the other opposition parties are only going to go on and escalate, because the monsoon session Parliament is still underway and the opposition and the government are trying to battle it out in the Parliament itself. So these issues here and there, which may be claimed as a non-issue by the BJP, but the opposition is not letting go of it.
Okay, all right. Samia, thank you for joining us with those details. We'll get in reactions from the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP on that story. For now, we're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back. Amidst the face-off over the excise policy, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal skipped another combined program of tree plantation at Asola Bhatti mines in the capital. The said program was to be undertaken by the LG and the Chief Minister jointly. So the saplings were to be planted as part of the program, and the LG and the Chief Minister to launch the same together. But the Delhi Chief Minister did not attend the event. Remember, previously as well, when the Delhi Chief Minister had a pre-scheduled meeting with the LG, he skipped the event. He cited ill health. The BJP also raised these questions at Arvind Kejriwal, saying just a few hours before that scheduled meeting, he held a press conference. Then how is it that he skipped the meeting? Now, some breaking news coming in. Aam Aadmi Party is saying that the event has been hijacked. By the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party has come out to give reasons why they skipped the government event.
ये इतना बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। आज मीडिया के माध्यम से आप सबको ये सूचित करते हुए दुख हो रहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा इस सरकारी आयोजन में कल रात प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय के निर्देश पर रात में पुलिस भेजी गई और जो कार्यक्रम स्थल पर मंच लगा था, जो पंडाल था, उसे पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में लिया। मोदी जी के फोटो के साथ वहां बैनर जो है लगाया गया और लोगों को धमकाया भी गया कि अगर इसको कोई छूता है तो उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Samya Kapoor is joining us with more details. Samya, this is the second event that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has skipped with the LG, and the BJP is raising some serious questions. But the Aam Aadmi Party has also given its own set of reasons on why it decided to skip.
But the standoff between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party is eventually going to affect the governance in Delhi, because the meeting that Arvind Kejriwal skipped today was a pre-scheduled meeting where both LG and the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, were set to start the Van Mahotsav event by planting around 1,000 trees. And he decides to skip this after he even skipped the meeting last week with the LG. That is supposed to be a scheduled meeting between the Chief Minister and the LG. So the question that really rises is that should the Aam Aadmi Party then not ride on the political ego and come around as far as the working with the government and the BJP is concerned, because it affects the governance in Delhi per se. The function of the government gets marred as far as the standoff and the political rivalry between both the political parties are going on. Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party maintains that they feel humiliated when the police come in and change the banners behind, and they had to put up the banners of the Prime Minister, and they were warned that if this banner is being removed, they're going to be taking action against them. So these are the issues the Aam Aadmi Party has cited. But clearly, as far as the government of the day is concerned, they believe that this is the prerequisite for the Chief Minister to at least be committed to the promises that he has made as far as showing up for these government events. It is not a political event, it's a government event. Whether it's a meeting with the LG or for that matter carrying out another such event of Van Mahotsav with LG per se. So we have to see whether at all there's going to be any climb down from both sides for that matter, especially from Arvind Kejriwal's end, because while he's citing it's a case of ill health, it looks like it's a political reason for which he is absent from these events.
Right, Samir, some of the reasons that the Aam Aadmi Party has given, of course, the moot point of it being that the BJP has politicized the entire event. The Aam Aadmi Party saying that this was actually a government function, but it has been made completely political with posters being put up. And the Aam Aadmi Party has also been claiming that it has been hijacked on the directions of the Prime Minister.
Well, absolutely, where Aam Aadmi Party feels that the BJP cannot stomach the popularity of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and that's the reason why the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's posters are being plastered at an event that Arvind Kejriwal is scheduled to make an appearance at. But the fact remains that they both are of a different stature. One is the Prime Minister and the other one is the Chief Minister. And what Arvind Kejriwal should over here definitely remember is to keep aside his political ego and at least go about the government events, even though they are citing it to be a case of ill health, because of which he hasn't been present. But Gopal Rai held that press conference and made it amply clear that it's because they felt humiliated and chided by the government by trying to make an event a political one by putting with Prime Minister Modi's posters. That's the reason why it drew the ire of the Delhi Chief Minister and they decided to skip the event. So the question that really arises is that how often would we be witnessing the Delhi Chief Minister not participating at events where the Prime Minister's posters are going to be put up, or there's going to be any such banners or placards with the Prime Minister's mention in it? Does it become a set ground for the Chief Minister then to skip these government events? So that is the larger question.
Okay, all right. Let's play out a reaction that is coming in on why the Aam Aadmi Party decided to skip the event.
ये इतना बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। आज मीडिया के माध्यम से आप सबको ये सूचित करते हुए दुख हो रहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा इस सरकारी आयोजन में कल रात प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय के निर्देश पर रात में पुलिस भेजी गई और जो कार्यक्रम स्थल पर मंच लगा था, जो पंडाल था, उसे पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में लिया। मोदी जी के फोटो के साथ वहां बैनर जो है लगाया गया और लोगों को धमकाया भी गया कि अगर इसको कोई छूता है तो उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
So it was a plantation drive that was meant for the national capital, but it has been hijacked by the politics that's being played out as the Aam Aadmi Party accuses the BJP of politicizing it. And my colleague Pulkit was at the spot and gets us a ground report.
दिल्ली में वन महोत्सव को लेकर टकराव की स्थिति है। उसकी वजह आप देख लीजिए, सामने आप तस्वीर देख लीजिए कि ये जो पोस्टर मंच पर लगा हुआ है, इसी पोस्टर को लेकर अब टकराव दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली सरकार यानी कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के बीच में हो गया है। सामने आप उपराज्यपाल को बैठा हुआ देखेंगे और ठीक उनके पीछे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तस्वीर लगी हुई है। हालांकि मंच पे जो पोस्टर लगाया गया है उसमें प्रधानमंत्री नजर आ रहे हैं आपको, साथ ही उपराज्यपाल जो दिल्ली के हैं वो नजर आ रहे हैं और साथ ही दिल्ली के सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल नजर आ रहे हैं। पहले ये पोस्टर ऐसा नहीं था, पहले इस पोस्टर पर सिर्फ दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली के सीएम की तस्वीर लगी हुई थी, लेकिन ये पोस्टर बदल दिया गया। उसके बाद में यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की भी फोटो आ गई और अब दिल्ली के जो मंत्री हैं गोपाल राय, उनका आरोप ये है कि ये पोस्टर जबरदस्ती बदला गया, पुलिस बल का इस्तेमाल करके बदला गया और यही वजह है कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल नहीं हुए। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में कहते हुए नहीं आए कि ये पोस्टर जबरदस्ती लगाया गया और इस पोस्टर में प्रधानमंत्री को जगह दी गई है। यानी कि अभी तक जितने भी दिल्ली के कार्यक्रम होते थे उसमें उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली के सीएम की तस्वीर लगती थी, लेकिन ये पहला कार्यक्रम है जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर को लेकर अब विवाद हो गया है उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली सरकार के बीच। यानी कि एक नया टकराव पैदा हो गया है सिर्फ पोस्टर को लेकर, और साफ कर दिया गया दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से कि उनकी तरफ से कोई मंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में अब शामिल नहीं होगा। हालांकि इस कार्यक्रम में मुख्यमंत्री को भी आना था, लेकिन उन्होंने आने से इनकार कर दिया। वो इसी वजह से कि पीछे का ये पोस्टर बदला गया। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सुजीत के साथ पुलकित नागर, टाइम्स नाउ।
And well, that's all we have time for in this edition of the Bulletin. Thank you for watching. News and updates continue on the other side.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
decline in value of the Indian rupee as against the US dollar, sliding to a record low of 80 to a dollar this month, has raised alarm over its implications for the Indian economy in some sections, but there's also a nonchalance in the other. At one extreme are misplaced comparisons to the economic crisis in Sri Lanka. On the other, there's an attempt to brush it aside as a matter of only a little concern due to the robustness of India's economic fundamentals. But what really is the situation? This decline in the rupee's value against the dollar has been largely attributed to the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, due to which there's been a significant rise in the price of crude oil. The dollar has been a beneficiary of this because it's a standard currency for oil imports for many countries, though the Russian ruble has also gained in value because Russia has insisted that payments be made for its energy exports in its currency.
I don't think that we should be alarmed. I feel the war will come to an end. Already the prices of commodities are weakening. And what I don't think Reserve Bank should be doing much more. In fact, I would rather that they conserved the foreign exchange of the Reserve Bank and not do these market operations. They have done a few positive things and that's fine. But let me come back to making my point that a smart country undervalues the currency slightly. And the reason is that it helps exports. You know, India, recent years, exports have increased and that's a wonderful thing. But by and large, India has been a failure as the kind of exporter it should be. For our size of the country. I mean, India's exports are 2%, around 2% of world exports. And that, for a country with 15-17% of the world's population, that's a failure. And also, if we don't succeed in exports, we won't create the kind of jobs that we need to create as a country. And so our priority should be jobs, our priority should be exports, and hence I would say, and remember also that no country became a rich or a middle-class country without exports. So in that scenario, I wouldn't worry very much. Yes, high currency does hurt imports, it does hurt and the cause of our cause, I mean, hurts people as well. Prices go up, etc. But I think this is a short-lived phenomena. Oil prices will come down to reasonable levels, and therefore, I would suggest that let's focus on our priority, which is exports. And frankly, the cause of the rise of the rupee is not just the Ukraine war. It is the interest rates in the US have resulted in a massive outflow of foreign portfolio investment money.
At a fundamental level, since most of our external trade is dealt in the dollar, our imports are likely to grow more expensive, while our exports would become more competitive as they'd be cheaper. But India, which is heavily reliant on oil and natural gas imports for its energy security, is a net importer. For instance, in June 2021, the overall value of our imports was $52.93 billion for the month, and the corresponding number for our exports was $52.79 billion. This June, the imports are valued at $82.42 billion and exports at $64.91 billion, a net cost, therefore, of more than $17 billion. June and July this year have been particularly hard on the value of the rupee against the dollar. If one takes the numbers from April to June this year, the figures are more pronounced, with a negative trade balance of $45.18 billion compared to a negative trade balance of $5.61 billion in the same period last year. Export and services and information technology is one of our prime revenue drivers and are likely to benefit in the short run due to the strengthening of the dollar against the rupee, as most of these transactions are also undertaken using the American currency. The pharmaceutical sector, another prized asset, will also gain, though the cost of their imported raw materials will rise. Textile exports are also likely to receive a fillip, but there's also much to worry about. We import almost 85% of our oil and natural gas requirement, and that will hugely impact our balance of payments due to the increase in the value of the dollar against the rupee. Moreover, the reliance on imports for solar cells may impact tariffs and costs of solar panels, even as we try to make a shift to renewable energy. The input costs for many FMCG products are high because of imports of crude and palm oil. So that will hit consumers hard, as will the increase in the price of electronic items, including phones, as yet again, there's a strong import component involved here. Travel overseas will become more expensive, as will flight tickets, which have already escalated in recent months due to the rise in oil prices. So while we aren't facing an economic crisis, there's a lot by way of costs that will surely hurt consumers. But here's why an alarmist reaction is not called for, according to several experts. India's currency is not isolated when it comes to losing value against the dollar. India has weakened against the dollar less than the Japanese yen or the British pound or the euro or the Korean won over the last 7 months. So this is an issue that is clearly global in scope and significantly influenced by what's happening in Ukraine. The Japanese yen has fallen 19% in value over 7 months against the dollar, the British pound more than 13%, the rupee's decline stands around 6.6%, and the Chinese yuan at a relatively less 5.7%.
The thing is, it's not the fact that the rupee has weakened. The dollar has strengthened. That's the first mistake people make. And against the basket of currencies with which we trade, Indian rupee has in fact remained stable or even mild, appreciated against some. So it's not a cause for alarm, and we should not regard a strong rupee as a sign of national pride, as a sign of that a strong currency is not necessarily a good thing. A currency should be competitive, and sometimes it's even better to have a weak rupee in order to help our exports. If we continue as a successful nation, we may have the highest economic growth rate in the next year and in the years to come, and hence I would suggest that we should relax and focus on what we are doing, and the long term with exports, rupee will become stronger, and above all, Reserve Bank must stand up to political pressures to keep the rupee strong.
But if one goes a bit further back in time, over a period of 2.5 years since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the fall of the rupee against the dollar has been more pronounced. This, according to reports, is an outcome also of a growing trade deficit and foreign institutional investors taking money out of India. So the rupee has been subject to a period of prolonged depreciation and weakness, a fall in value from 71.26 against the dollar in January 2020 to 79.38 in July, about 11.4%. Though still better than the Brazilian real at 29.6% and the Japanese yen at 25.9%. And if one takes a 5-year benchmark, the rupee has actually depreciated 23.2% from 64.45 to $1 to 79.38. Only the Brazilian real has experienced a greater fall of more than 67%.
If you are visiting, let's say, US, one of my colleagues went there And he was telling me cost of gasoline in the US market, it is around $5, which never happened, and so which again translate to 500 rupees per liter. Now, why I say that India in that way is much better, because as you can see, the price of petrol is much less compared to what we see in the context of the European Union or in the US market. And we are also seeing what is happening with our neighbor, in particular Sri Lanka and Pakistan. So going by all this idea, I think Indian government has done quite well in terms of taming the instability, or let's say when we are talking about fiscal deficit, let's say when we are talking about the price of petrol and diesel, or when we are talking about the price of food items, I think we are in a much better shape.
The reason why many are not willing to react with alarm is because India's external debt, while still high, is very much in control in terms of its proportion to the country's overall GDP. If one goes back to 1991, when we were compelled to undertake economic reforms because our foreign exchange reserves were only adequate to sustain 2 weeks of imports, our external debt had peaked to 28.3% of our GDP. Our foreign exchange reserves at the time were just enough to service 7% of this external debt. That number now is 97.8% in 2022, though it must be said that there's been a depreciation in the value of our foreign exchange reserves over time as well. But there's also a cause for concern. As Nilanjan Banik writes in the Times of India, the competitiveness of our exports is also dependent on the incomes of those countries purchasing them. After all, as he writes, the real GDP growth in the euro area is expected to slide from 5.4% in 2021 to 2.3% in 2022. He also says that China's own GDP growth rate is projected to fall from 8.1% in 2021 to 5% in 2022, while the United States is experiencing inflation to the tune of 9%. The US Federal Reserve has reacted strongly by raising interest rates, resulting in many global investor funds switching to the US financial markets, eyeing greater growth.
If you are selling something to the outside world, two things matter. One is the foreign demand, which is also functional upon foreign income, because if your income is less, of course, you are going to demand less amount of import. And the other factor is how competitive is your export items are. So in both this count, India is actually suffering. Why? Because we see kind of the economic growth has slowed down, be it European Union. The economic growth has fallen from 5.3% to now less than 2.3%. For China, India is another largest trading partner. The economic growth has fallen from 8.1 to now they are saying less than 5%. For the US, for the first 2 quarters of this calendar year, you will find they are suggesting an economic growth of only 1.3%. What I mean by economic growth is the growth in GDP. So most of our exports are actually income elastic, meaning that they depend more upon the income of the foreign trading partners compared to the price elastic, So because if you see which are our major exports, these are like refined petroleum product, these are like some pharmaceutical product, these are like engineering goods, these are like precious metals like and stones, like diamonds, and so these are the items which depend upon foreign income. Now, because the foreign incomes are actually coming down, we see our export is not growing. The other part is what I said, that our export are also not competitive when it comes to the price sensitive item. For instance, leather food. I'll give you a very specific example. When it comes to trade in pharmaceutical product, we call it intra-industry trade. What does it mean? It means that you are trading in similar commodity. You are exporting and importing the same commodity. But when India is exporting active pharmaceutical ingredients to, let's say, China, the value of our export is much less compared to when we are importing the same item from China. Now, why is that? Because in terms of quality, we are not able to compete with Vietnam, Bangladesh, China, and other countries. And this is also particularly true with respect to textile and apparel product. So because of this, we are actually losing on two counts. Foreign income is falling. That has reduced the demand for our income elastic export. Also, in terms of quality, we are not able to compete with some of our major competitors like Bangladesh, Vietnam, and China.
And Banik also estimates that the rupee could fall further. Now, how much is too much? That really could decide the extent to which we can withstand this depreciation.
Now, the value of rupee is determined in what we call in terms of floating exchange rate. Now, because the relative supply of dollar has fallen vis-a-vis rupee, it is not surprising to see why the value of rupee is depreciating. In fact, what I wrote in the TOI article, I think the rupee is going to settle around 83 mark per dollar within the next 6 months. And the reason why I say so, you will find that recently the government has also increased the GST, on packaged food item. Now that has some implication on the inflation rate. So although the June numbers, it has come down a little bit, but it is going forward in the next quarter. I expect the inflation rate to go up a little bit on account of GST being implemented. And also, there is also a feedback effect in the sense that as the value of your rupee start depreciating, the value of your import, in this case, we are talking about crude and coal, that value of import is going to become much more costlier.
There will be sustained pressure on India's current account deficit because of the rising import bill. So what really can be done to address the situation? Should India dip into its forex reserves, which we've done to some extent, but won't that then impair the financial wherewithal of commercial banks as well as money supply?
The Indian rupee is holding up well relative to both advanced and EME peers. The recovery is gradually strengthening. The current account deficit is modest. Inflation is stabilizing. The financial sector is well capitalized and sound. The external debt to GDP ratio is declining. The foreign exchange reserves are adequate. In recognition of the fact that there is a genuine shortfall of supply of forex in the market relative to the demand, the Reserve Bank has been supplying US dollars to the market to ensure that there is adequate forex liquidity.
For the time being, the RBI's priority has been to address inflation, and it has raised the repo rate on 2 occasions. Inflation has been over 7% since May and well over the threshold of 6%, which is the RBI's own tolerance limit. But again, as per reports, India's inflation rate is 108th in terms of rank among 172 countries. Others are in a far worse situation than we are.
See, in terms of the exchange rate, trying to control the value of exchange rate, more than the government, it's what RBI is doing the firefighting. Because they are the one who can intervene in the foreign exchange market. Intervene means you can buy and sell dollar, depending upon whether you want to arrest the falling value of rupee. The problem is the RBI is also doing what we call contractionary monetary policy. They are increasing the rate, trying to stave off the inflation numbers. Now, the problem is this inflation is happening not because of increase in demand. This is happening because of lack of supply. From the government perspective, I thought maybe one good idea can be is to bring the petrol and diesel under GST.
Having said that, the consumer here continues to feel the pinch, and there's been a massive political face-off during the ongoing parliament session over price rise, the depreciating rupee, and the rationalization of GST rates. The debate on the state of our economy is only likely to intensify.
Well, I think to talk about a threshold, I mean, the so-called 80 was the magic figure, and I don't think we should worry. It's not going to go crazy as in Sri Lanka and Pakistan and so on. It's not. We are a strong economy. Our fundamentals are strong. In the current year, we are going to be the fastest growing major economy in the world. And so we should not worry. Relax. Relax about the currency and focus on our priorities as a country, which is to create jobs.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now live with me, Priya Bahel. First of the top stories.
गोल्ड मेडल ही होता है.
Ending a 19-year-long wait, Neeraj Chopra becomes the second Indian to secure a medal for India in javelin throw at World Athletics Championships. Grabs a silver but says he is still eyeing for gold. Fresh face-off brews between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Sanjay Singh tweets video of Prime Minister's farewell dinner for outgoing President Kovind to allege insult. BJP fact checks, puts out full video to bust PM did not greet Kovind claim. Amidst face-off over excise policy, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal skips yet another program with LG to plant 1 lakh trees in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party alleges event was politicized at PM's behest. Day after WHO declared monkeypox as a global emergency, India reports first case of monkeypox. The monkeypox scare has now reached Delhi. The capital has reported its first case of monkeypox virus after a 34-year-old man with no history of foreign travel has tested positive. This is India's 4th case, with the remaining 3 coming from Kerala. As per the information so far, the individual had attended a stag party in Manali. However, showing symptoms, he was admitted to Maulana Azad Hospital 3 days back. Now he has been isolated in Lok Nayak Hospital. His samples were sent to NIV Pune on the 25th of June, which came out positive. Now, as per the sources, the contact tracing of patient is underway. This, remember, comes a day after the WHO had declared monkeypox a global health emergency. Now, Delhi Chief Minister has reacted to this and he has tweeted to say that there is no need to panic. Remember, this is the first case of monkeypox being reported from the national capital, with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal reacting. Akanksha, tell us the details of what really has been the reaction.
Well, absolutely, as you rightly pointed out, a 34-year-old man has tested positive for the monkeypox infection. Now, Health Ministry has also issued a statement stating that that person is currently at a isolation ward at LNJP hospital. He is currently recovering, and his close contacts have also been identified. The identification of the source of infection, enhanced contact tracing, testing of practitioners is also being carried out. Now, with this, the total number of cases all across the country has climbed to 4. Before this, 3 cases had come out from Kerala. After this news of this infection being a man turning positive in Delhi came forth, Delhi Chief Minister has reacted saying that there is no need to panic. The situation is under control, and in fact a separate isolation ward has also been created at LNJP hospital. Contact tracing has also been initiated. If you talk about this man who has tested positive, he had attended a party in Himachal Pradesh, after which he was admitted to a Delhi hospital 3 days ago. His samples were sent to National Institute of Virology, which came positive with the monkeypox virus. Now, with this, the total number of cases has climbed to 4. This comes a day after WHO.
With us, because in fact even the centre has now come out with a statement on this latest case that has been reported from the national capital, and in the statement they have said that the person in question, who is a resident of Delhi, has been isolated, as you were pointing out, at Lok Nayak Hospital as a suspected case of monkeypox. Further public health interventions like identification of the source of infection, enhanced contact tracing, testing, sensitization of private practitioners, etc. are being carried out. Akanksha, what really should now the Delhiites be mindful of?
Well, as you know that this virus spreads from animals to human via direct or indirect contact, and human to human via direct contact through respiratory droplets or through infection when one comes in direct contact with this skin infection. But now everyone should take care of this because this is the first
Akansha, do stay on the line with us because we now have Mr. Naresh Trehan joining us, Chairman of Medanta. Dr. Trehan, it is very significant that this person has no history of foreign travel whatsoever. How is that important?
It's worrisome. It's worrisome in the sense that till now we were thinking that it's basically only coming from outside. Now we have to track or trace all his contacts because he could be in contact with somebody who's come from overseas. And that's how it spreads basically. So one thing is that we just need to raise our guard much higher. That means one, of course, when people who are traveling from outside, they should be inspected, at every entry point so that we know that it's not coming from outside. The other thing is that if ever this case like this one that has been detected, we need to just jump on it and trace everybody who he was in contact with to see if there is any one, whether he got it, who did he get it from, and whether other people are getting from him, because this is how it spreads. But right now, because the reported cases are so small, it is very possible to do very intense tracing and complete the whole process.
Right.
So, very worrisome.
Right. Dr. Trehan, what are the precautions that people can take in general now? Because even in this case, his sample was sent for testing a month ago on the 25th of June. 30 days is a very long period for him to be determined as a patient. He could have come in contact and we could have several other people like him amidst us. What are the citizens in general supposed to do to avoid catching this virus?
See, basically it comes from physical contact. It's not a airborne virus. At least that's what we know so far, because you can always be surprised later on that it has different modes of transmission. But right now, what we know is that it is by physical contact. Now, physical contact, much like chickenpox, or in the old days where smallpox used to be, it comes from the discharge of the blisters that develop on the skin, there is concentration of virus there. And once that discharge comes in contact with somebody else, then it becomes a problem.
Okay. The signs are pretty visible even in the early stages in case there is a breakout like this?
Yes, but that means that everybody, first thing, the whole public needs to be educated that it's a real and present danger. We need to be cautious of, coming in close contact with people. And also only when you know that they're not exposed to, in the sense that you don't see any visual marks on them.
Okay. And right, and in case one does contract this, we've heard reports that smallpox vaccine has been said to be pretty effective in this case as well. What is the course of treatment?
No, but that is, you see, vaccine is always preventive.
Yes.
Vaccine is not curative. So basically, isolation, complete isolation, the virus usually will run its course, and immediately the contacts should be vaccinated. But that's all being worked out right now because this is all new to everybody. So the point is that there is that person should be isolated even more intensely than in COVID. The second is the point that everything that comes in contact with their skin has to be sanitized right away. So these are the kind of precautions one needs to take if somebody gets it. And then, of course, the government, I'm sure, is working on accelerating the testing process,
right,
which will have to be done.
Right. Given the kind of scare that this has elicited, Dr. Trehan, would it be out of proportion for if people went on to get their children or even adults preemptively vaccinated with smallpox vaccine?
Well, I'm not sure of that because this will have to be studied a little bit by our scientific community to look at the pros and cons and then decide whether it should be done.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Tehan, for joining us with your extremely significant insights on this matter. Remember, the 4th case has been reported just a day after the WHO has declared monkeypox as a global emergency. Let's listen into what the WHO officials had to say.
The outbreak has continued to grow, and there are now more than 16,000 reported cases from 75 countries and territories. The information provided by countries, which in this case shows that this virus has spread rapidly to many countries that have not seen it before. WHO's assessment is that the risk of monkeypox is moderate globally and in all regions, except in the European region, where we assess the risk is high. There is also a clear risk of further international spread. The global monkeypox outbreak represents a public health emergency of international concern.
Stay safe, stay cautious. So with that, we take a very quick break.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
Welcome back. Breaking developments coming in even as the probe in teachers recruitment scam gathers pace. Now TMC has reacted, saying that we demand a time-bound probe into such cases, because if it drags forever, then the opposition, which in this case happens to be the BJP in West Bengal, uses the opportunity to forever malign the image of the TMC. This reaction came in from TMC leader Kunal Ghosh, even as Enforcement Directorate continues to question Arpita, who is said to be the aide of West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee. Now TMC saying that the probe should be time bound, because otherwise the opposition uses it as an opportunity to malign the TMC. Tanushree joins us for more details on this story. Tanushree, now this BJP versus TMC over this is only gathering more feverish pitch.
Well, yes, suddenly if you see right now, Arpita Mukherjee, she has been released from the hospital after her medical. She is now headed towards Bengal, and there is heavy deployment of police force over here, along with barricading done, because we have seen that Arpita has stated today, she has made a statement while she was in the Ather hospital, saying that she has full faith in the judiciary and law will take its own course. But today another major hearing that is going to take place is in Calcutta High Court, where the ED has moved, challenging the lower court order of admitting Partha Chatterjee in SSKM hospital for treatment. We know that Partha Chatterjee was feeling unwell yesterday and he was admitted in the cardiology department, but right now he is in cabin number 1 of the cardiology department, but the ED has moved, saying that there might be tampering of evidence, there might be tampering with the witnesses, which is why he should be shifted to command hospital where the treatment should be given. And therefore, they have put in, they have challenged the lower court order and moved in Calcutta High Court, where the hearing will be at 4 p.m.
Right, we'll try and fix that audio issue in your phone line. But before that, let's listen in to Kunal Ghosh to what exactly did he say on this matter.
We want to make it clear again that that particular lady, we have no connection. All India Trinamool Congress has no connection with him. She is not a Trinamool Congress person. The amount has been recovered by ED. We have no connection with that amount of rupees, and we want a time-bound investigation, because we have seen CBI and ED investigations in different cases, time taking too long, and the advantage goes to the opposition. They are making a distorted campaign against us. So we demand a time-bound, maybe in 1 month or 2 months, a time-bound inquiry on this particular subject. And regarding Partha Chattopadhyay, if we have made it very clear that Trinamool Congress will not support anything wrong if the investigating agency submits any kind of proof to the court and the court acknowledges that facts, then Trinamool Congress will not take a further second to announce next step against that heavyweight leader. We want to make it clear again.
Now the BJP has again reacted to it. SSC scam heat building on TMC minister. Now BJP is questioning Mamata Banerjee's silence on the matter. Amit Malviya has alleged that West Bengal Chief Minister was aware of the scam.
Well, whether he should be sacked by the TMC or not is the decision of the party. But for now, it raises several questions on the silence of Mamata Banerjee. Partha Chatterjee is a close confidant of Mamata Banerjee. Why is she silent on Partha Chatterjee? Is it because the corruption has happened with her consent? Is it an admission that the crime has happened? Is it an admission that the proceeds that have been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's close aide's home is part of the recruitment scam monies that were collected? Mamata Banerjee wants to disassociate herself from Partha Chatterjee, but everybody knows of the association that she has with him.
Tanushri joins us on the phone line. Tanushri, now have we heard anything from the TMC? Because the BJP now is not only demanding the resignation of the minister, but also Mamata Banerjee herself, saying that she was very well aware of what was happening in the party ranks and is not reacting to it because she somehow is in collusion.
Well, suddenly we see that Congress, Kunal Ghosh statement. We know that a press conference had yesterday. Today, only Kunal Ghosh has beyond that, the Chief Minister has certainly maintained her silence today. Back to studio.
Right, there seems to be a lot of disturbance in her background. Thank you, Tanushri, for joining us with your inputs. Therefore, clearly, this is not only going to be a case where prosecution is going to build heat on the TMC, but even the BJP building up temperatures. The TMC, however, has been saying the moment there is any iota of proof of the minister's guilt, Partha Chatterjee being the man in question over here, they are going to take action against him. That's all we could pack for you in this segment. Time for a very quick break.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
The third edition of the Times Business Awards was held recently in Odisha to honour and recognise the grit and determination of the industry stalwarts. The gala event was attended by the dons of the industry from the Odisha region.
A warm, rocking and a cool welcome to all of you to Nexon EV Max presents Times Business Awards Odisha 2022. Now, Times Business Awards is a flagship property of Times Group, and we've been doing this across India for the last 12 years, and this is the third edition in Odisha. And the basic objective of the event is to be amongst all of you. You're the stalwarts, the makers of Odisha, and is to honor the achievers from various industry categories. The results this evening are research-based. Research has been conducted by an independent research agency of national repute known as Advanced Field and Brand Solutions. Now, the research is based on perceptual data and factual data submitted by the participants. And also, no evening is possible without all the support of the partners and our sponsors. A big, big shout out, a big thank you to all the sponsors without whom this evening wouldn't be possible. Presented by Nexon EV Max, evolved to electric with Tata Motors, powered by Honda Big Wing and Acre Rise by MySpace Homes, co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, supported by Nalco, celebration partner Seagram's, 100 Pipers, True Legend, health partner High Tech Medical College and Hospital, research partner Avance, media partners News 7 and Pramaya, radio partner 91.9 Siddharth FM, outdoor partner Ajanta Advertisers, event curated by Expose Advertising. Thank you to each and every sponsor for making this event happen. Thank you so much.
The event started with a thought-provoking panel discussion on the topic, The Odisha Growth Story from the Turn of the Millennium. The discussion was attended by Shri Vishal Dev, IAS Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Finance, Government of Odisha, Shri Manoj Kumar Mishra, IRTS Secretary, Department of Electronics and IT, Government of Odisha, and Shri T.S. Shanbhog, Executive Director, Strategic Projects Odisha, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India.
You see, the whole thought process about how to make the state grow, develop, become more sustainable, that started. 99, I must tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we were in a situation where we were not even able to pay salaries. 75% of our expenditure, budget expenditure, was on committed expenditure like interest payments, salaries and pensions. And just 25% was on program expenditure, which is actually developmental works. Cut to today, our budget way back in 2000 was about 11,000 crores. Today we have a budget of 2 lakh crores for the current financial year. The last 22 decades have been a period of great transformation for the state under the visionary and dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister.
But in the software journey, in the eastern side of the country, we are best placed. Currently, we have about, in terms of export, we are doing about 5,000 crores, which places us in the entire nation at the 7th rank. There are miles to go in the sector, but then we do know that we are not a consuming state, neither a consuming region. So therefore, the western and the southern states will have a 5, 7, 10 years of advantage to them vis-a-vis Odisha. The top 6 of the 7 software companies are based out of Bhubaneswar. So we are there. But what has changed over the last, I think, year and a half is the IT sector will be more towards manufacturing rather than only the service sector, which anyway we were known for in India. And in terms of manufacturing, what we propose and what we offer to the upcoming IT manufacturing industry is something very difficult for them to ignore. I talked about Bangalore. We don't have the congestion of Bangalore. We don't have the pollution of Delhi. We are a state very rich in natural resources. We have the climate with us. We have surplus of water, surplus of power, and a manpower pool. We produce about 70,000 IT engineers every year. So almost about 200 engineering colleges. So with this setup, there is nothing that we don't take. When you have a leadership which is stable and which is only upward looking, I think the next revolution which Odisha is targeting, and we are quite confident of getting it there, is in terms of manufacturing in information technology products, electronics manufacturing.
You know, Odisha is a mineral resource state. So almost 30 to 40% contribution is from the Odisha as far as mineral is concerned. And also manufacturing, it is developing. And if you see, steel companies are coming and setting up facilities in Odisha. For example, maybe JSPL Jindal, they are with around 19 million ton steel, and Tata's maybe around 15, and ArcelorMittal, we acquired SR Steel, so now we are around 8 million, and we have got a huge plan of setting up almost 30 million ton steel plant in Odisha. That is in Paradeep around 6 million and 24 million in Greenfield in Kendrapada. So there is no doubt we can say for the 3,000 million ton steel plant what India was planning, I think Odisha will become the capital of the steel, we can say. Actually, as a corporate, we think, we are ahead in implementing and targeting, but from the government side also it is equal. They are chasing and monthly review and all. There is a great opportunity in Odisha. That's what I can say.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, time now for us to begin the awards for Nexon EV Max presents Times Business Awards Odisha 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, the special guest we all have been waiting for. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the star and, more importantly, a humanitarian. Please put your hands together and welcome Sonu Sood.
Hi, good evening everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me today. I always believe that there's some connection that I have with Odisha. I remember when the whole, my journey during pandemic started, the first flight that flew from Cochin to Bhubaneswar with almost 170 girls from Kendrapada was, that was my first journey with Odisha, and now I'm sitting here with such lovely people. I don't know how I did it, but there was an awakening that happened in my life, and I always believed all my life that being a part of a big budgeted film, successful film, was what I always wanted to do. But when I connected with the common man, that's the time I could actually reinvent myself. And I always thought that being a part of a film was okay, not something really great, but when you change your life and you bring a smile on a needy face, that's what matters in life. And today, when a lot of people call me for narrations, directors, producers, sometimes I skip those meetings, but I meet all these needy people, and the kind of happiness that it gives me, I can't put in words. From this stage, I'm going to connect with a lot of people where we will change lives together, and I think this is my journey for life, and thank you so much for making me a part of your family today. And I'm sure this evening we are going to make special for all of us. Thank you so much.
It's time now for the awards ceremony. The first set of awards began with the category of Best Performing CEO and Central Public Sector Enterprise in Odisha. And the winner was Mr. Sridhar Patra, CMD NALCO. The next category was Times Educationist in the field of school education, and the winner was Dr. Keshava Chandra Satapathy, Regional Director, DAV Institutions, Odisha. In the category of Times Visionary and Innovative Entrepreneur of the Year, and Prashant Aluwalia, CMD, Sri Jagannath Steels and Power Limited was the proud winner. Mr. Pranab Mohanty was there to receive the honour on his behalf. The next category at the Times Business Awards was Most Influential Social Leader, and the honour was given to Dr. Tirupati Panigrahi, Chairman, High Tech Group of Institutions. In the category of Times Educationist in the field of higher education and professional studies, the title was bagged by none other than Professor Dr. Manoj Ranjan Nayak, Founder-President, SOA University. Professor Pradipta Kumar Nanda had come to receive the award on his behalf. Times Dynamic Entrepreneur of the Year was the next category, and the winner was Charchit Mishra, Director OSL Group. Dinesh Parida received the award on his behalf. The next category was Best Brand in Gold and Silver Jewellery, and the honour was given to Kimji Jewellers. Times Trusted Brand in MDPE Pipes and Fittings in Eastern India was the next category, and the winner was Hari Plast. In the category of Trusted Developer of the Year, the award was bagged by Utkal Builders. For the category called Leading Corporate with CSR Practices and Pandemic Response, the honour was given to Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Times Excellence in Contribution to the Field of Finance was the next category, and Rajiv Shekhar Sahu, an eminent chartered accountant, was the winner of the title. The next category was Times Realty Personality of the Year, and the award was given to Kalinga Keshari Rath, Managing Director, EVOS Buildcon. In the category of Best School of Odisha, the title was bagged by the prestigious ODM Public School. Sustainable Manufacturing Excellence was the next category, and the winner was Vedanta Limited, Jharsuguda. The next category was Best Outdoor Living Solution Provider, and the honor was given to Gayatri Devi Group. The Best Residential School of Western Odisha was the next category, and the winner of this category was Sanskar International School, Bargarh. The next in line was the category Best Real Estate Developer of the Year, and Metro Group was the clear winner. Best Four-Wheeler Outlet with Excellence in Customer Satisfaction was the next category, and the winner was Gugnani Autocars. The next category was Most Accepted and Credible Publishing House, and the title was bagged by Saurabh Educational Publishers and Distributors. In the category of Best IT Infrastructure and Cybersecurity Company in Eastern India, the honor was given to E-Square System and Technologies. Next in line was the category of Changemaker in Two-Wheeler Scenario, and the winner under this category was Shivam Automobiles. Times Changemaker in Integrated Teaching and Coaching was the next category, and the winner was Jupiter Public School. For the category of Most Promising Media Group, the clear winner was the Sakala and the Nandi Ghosha TV. The next category was Best Designer House, and the proud winner of the title was the Most Dynamic Zenith by Zahida Ahmed. Best Brand in Costume and Bridal Jewelry was the next category, and the winner was Khimji Jewelers. In the category of Best IAS Coaching Academy, Apti Plus was chosen as the winner. the category of path-breaking contribution to entertainment and music industry, the winner was Sitaram Agarwal, CMD Siddharth TV Network. Vibhuti Bhushan Mishra was there to receive the honour on his behalf. The next category was Best Indian Grilled Food Restaurant, and the winner was Indie Grill. In the category of Best Computer and Accessories Hub, the proud winner was Tanisha's eWorld. Next in line was the category Distinguished Contribution to Fertilizer Industry, and the winner was Paradeep Phosphates Limited. Trusted Real Estate Consultant was the next category, and the title was bagged by MySpace Realty. The next category was Times Healthcare Startup of the Year, and the winner was none other than Santan Fertility Clinic and Research Institute. Moving on to the next category, which was Most Promising Startup to ensure high-quality healthcare accessible to every Indian through innovation, and the winner was CureBay. In the category of Best Internet Service Provider, the title was bagged by Wi-Fi Technology. Most Promising International Brand was the next category, and the winner was OD3 India. Up next was the category Best Cafe and Food Joint of Twin City, and the proud winner was Big Cup Cafe. The next in line was the category Best Premium Bike Outlet with all-round customer-centric approach, and the winner was Big Wing Bhubaneswar North. In the category of Fastest Growing Salon Chain, the honour was given to Eco Beliza. The next category was Best Brand in Diamond Jewellery, and the award was given to the perfectionist Khimji Jewelers. Up next was the Most Promising Brand in Ready-to-Eat Food category in Eastern India, and the winner was Frozen. In the category of Best Digital Marketing Service Provider, the winner was Crusaders Tech Solutions. The next category was Most Innovative and Leading Outdoor Advertiser, and the winner of the title was Ajanta Advertisers. Last but certainly not the least, in the category of Best Tyre Emporium with Service Excellence, the award was given to none other than Gugnani Tyres. The third edition of Times Business Awards culminated on high-voltage performances, cheers, pride and a sense of achievement. Though the curtain on the show had come down, but the search for excellence by the Times Group will continue.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now and I'm Poonam Burde and the story we're tracking at this hour. Before that, let's get you a quick check of the headlines.
गोल्ड मेडल ही होता है.
World champion Neeraj Chopra ends his 19-year-long wait, becomes the second Indian to secure a medal for India in javelin throw at the World Athletics, grabs a silver. Fresh face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Sanjay Singh tweets a video of Prime Minister's farewell dinner for outgoing President Ramnath Kovind, alleges insult. BJP fact-checks, puts out the full video to bust PM did not greet Kovind's claim. Amid face-off over excise policy, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal skips another program with Delhi LG to plant 1 lakh trees in the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party alleges event politicized at the PM's behest. Day after WHO declares monkeypox as a global emergency, Delhi reports first case of monkeypox. Sources say the patient had no history of recent foreign travel. The political controversy we're tracking at this hour has erupted over Prime Minister Narendra Modi's farewell dinner for the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind that was held on Friday. Now, in a video that was posted by the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh, President Kovind is seen crossing the Prime Minister as he looks away. He looks, in fact, towards the camera, is what the Aam Aadmi Party is alleging. The clip has been posted by Sanjay Singh, calling it an abject insult to the outgoing first citizen of India. Now, the BJP was quick to respond. Amit Malviya, the chief of the IT cell of the Saffron Party, posted a longer clip of the same event, fact-checking the Aam Aadmi Party. In this video, you can clearly see the Prime Minister greeting President Kovind with folded hands as he then moves along to then greet other members of Parliament and governors that were present at that particular event. Then turning towards the camera much later in that entire video. Now, charges and counter-charges are flying thick and fast. BJP has taken a dig at the Delhi's ruling party, saying that a party whose leaders are often caught peddling lies cannot be expected to know how to accord respect. Niyamika is live with me and Samya is with us on the phone line. Samya, coming to you first. The war of words has erupted between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. After the BJP fact-checked the Aam Aadmi Party putting out a longer clip, has there been any explanation that has come to the fore from the AAP?
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party is sticking to its stand as far as that clip is concerned, because they are saying that they are only and only specifically using that particular video excerpt that was visible in Sanjay Singh's tweet, where the Prime Minister was seen looking towards the camera. But the BJP, for that matter, Amit Malviya, had tweeted a longer clip stating that this is entirely misleading as far as the portrayal of the Prime Minister's acknowledgement of the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind is concerned. Clearly, as far as the BJP is concerned, they are not going to take it lying down, and that's the reason why they countered it with the longer video clip, saying that this is Aam Aadmi Party's attempt to malign the Prime Minister's image, and they're trying to create a controversy where there is none. So the Aam Aadmi Party hasn't really responded to it so far, but remember, the Parliament is in session right now, and if this matter gets raked up in the Parliament, even in the offing of making comments, it is going to snowball into a bigger issue, because the BJP sees that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to use this clip to mislead and misinform the people on social media through a shorter clip, which is only an excerpt, not showing the entire picture.
Right, so peddling of fake news is what the BJP is accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of. The war of words has erupted over that, Samya, but has the Congress or anyone else come out to lend support to either sides? We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Samya Ather, who's getting us the details of this big political fight that is now brewing in the national capital. This is over the farewell dinner to President Kovind that was held on Friday. The Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh posted a clip where you can see Ramnath Kovind walk past all of the MPs that had gathered to bid him farewell. But the Prime Minister was looking away, instead looking at the cameras, is what the Aam Aadmi Party alleged. That has now been fact-checked by the BJP. Niyamika is with me as well. And Niyamika, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP is concerned, the war of words have been flying through this morning. But what about any other opposition parties? Have they come out and lent their support to the Aam Aadmi Party?
Well, no, absolutely not. There is no any other opposition party which has come in support of the Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh. This is basically a video war which has erupted.
तो नाटक है, असलियत में तो ये कुछ और काम पे लगे हुए हैं.
Modi as with a narrative that he has basically insulted the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind when he was trying to greet the Prime Minister with folded hands. It was the Prime Minister Narendra Modi who basically shifted his focus on the cameras rather than greeting with the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind. And Sanjay Singh has also tweeted over the matter by saying that this is what the BJP does as he will no longer be the President of India, and that is the reason why they won't stick their focus upon him, and that is the reason why Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done such kind of thing with the outgoing president. And on the other hand, we have also witnessed that it was the BJP's leader Amit Malviya who has tweeted the entire video of that farewell dinner that was being hosted by the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind, in which he had
Right, sorry to interrupt you there. Stay on with me. BJP's RP Singh is with us on the phone line. Thank you so much for speaking with us, sir. Amit Malviya, of course, has come out and put out a longer video accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of peddling fakery. But how do you look at this? Because we've seen the kind of charges and counter charges, not just with this, but the face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP go on for the last couple of days over multiple things.
Well, it's an easy diversion from the real issue. The real issue is the scam in the excise policy, in the liquor policy of the Delhi. They need to answer on that. Instead of answering on that, they are picking up issues which are not issues, and then trying to float around the fake videos, which is not going to help them. People are asking them who allowed them to waive off, who allowed Sisodia to waive off 170.36 crore rupees. Sorry, 174.36 crore rupees. Who gave him permission? With whose permission he did that? Was there any cabinet approval on that? No. So there's a loss to the exchequer of Delhi finance. So he needs to answer on that. Instead of sending these false videos, and then they'll do a lot of these things in coming days, because they don't want people to focus on, or they don't want people to ask them question on the fraud they have done to Delhiites.
Right, so a diversionary tactic is what the BJP says. Mr. RP Singh, do you think now that the BJP has fact-checked them, the Aam Aadmi Party, the least they can do, in fact, is come out and clarify?
They won't. They won't. They should rather apologize for this, but they won't, as I told you, because they have stooped to a new law in Indian politics. That is doing corruption and then using diversionary tactics to divert the people's attention on the key issues, the core issue of corruption.
Right, RP Singh, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. The controversy there over the farewell to President Ramnath Kovind is only escalating, but that is not the only face-off, like I said, between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. And as RP Singh was also pointing out, the excise policy in the national capital is another flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, because it's really an issue between the Delhi government and that of the central government. Now, Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, today skipped another combined program of the tree plantation at Asola Bhatti mines in the national capital. The program was undertaken by the Delhi LG and the CM jointly. Now, 1 lakh trees were to be planted as part of this initiative, and the Delhi LG and the Chief Minister were to launch the same together. The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, has come out to list their justifications as to why the Chief Minister was not present at this event.
ये इतना बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। आज मीडिया के माध्यम से आप सबको ये सूचित करते हुए दुख हो रहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा इस सरकारी आयोजन में कल रात प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय के निर्देश पर रात में पुलिस भेजी गई और जो कार्यक्रम स्थल पर मंच लगा था, जो पंडाल था, उसे पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में लिया। मोदी जी के फोटो के साथ वहां बैनर जो है लगाया गया और लोगों को धमकाया भी गया कि अगर इसको कोई छूता है तो उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
दिल्ली में वन महोत्सव को लेकर टकराव की स्थिति है। उसकी वजह आप देख लीजिए, सामने आप तस्वीर देख लीजिए कि ये जो पोस्टर मंच पर लगा हुआ है, इसी पोस्टर को लेकर अब टकराव दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली सरकार यानी कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के बीच में हो गया है। सामने आप उपराज्यपाल को बैठा हुआ देखेंगे और ठीक उनके पीछे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तस्वीर लगी हुई है। हालांकि मंच पे जो पोस्टर लगाया गया है उसमें प्रधानमंत्री नजर आ रहे हैं आपको, साथ ही उपराज्यपाल जो दिल्ली के हैं वो नजर आ रहे हैं और साथ ही दिल्ली के सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल नजर आ रहे हैं। पहले ये पोस्टर ऐसा नहीं था, पहले इस पोस्टर पर सिर्फ दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली के सीएम की तस्वीर लगी हुई थी, लेकिन ये पोस्टर बदल दिया गया। उसके बाद में यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की भी फोटो आ गई और अब दिल्ली के जो मंत्री हैं गोपाल राय, उनका आरोप ये है कि ये पोस्टर जबरदस्ती बदला गया, पुलिस बल का इस्तेमाल करके बदला गया और यही वजह है कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल नहीं हुए। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में कहते हुए नहीं आए कि ये पोस्टर जबरदस्ती लगाया गया और इस पोस्टर में प्रधानमंत्री को जगह दी गई है। यानी कि अभी तक जितने भी दिल्ली के कार्यक्रम होते थे उसमें उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली के सीएम की तस्वीर लगती थी, लेकिन ये पहला कार्यक्रम है जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर को लेकर अब विवाद हो गया है उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली सरकार के बीच। यानी कि एक नया टकराव पैदा हो गया है सिर्फ पोस्टर को लेकर और साफ कर दिया गया दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से कि उनकी तरफ से कोई मंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में अब शामिल नहीं होगा। हालांकि इस कार्यक्रम में मुख्यमंत्री को भी आना था लेकिन उन्होंने आने से इनकार कर दिया, वो इसी वजह से कि पीछे का ये पोस्टर बदला गया। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सुजीत के साथ नागर, टाइम्स नाउ।
Now, the Aam Aadmi Party is intensifying its attack on the BJP. They are accusing the central government and the PM himself of hijacking this particular event.
पुलिस के अफसर असोला भाटी माइंस, जहां पे वन महोत्सव था, वहां पहुंचे। उन्होंने सारा स्टेज अपने कब्जे में लिया और वहां पर लगी हुई एलईडी स्क्रीन जिस पर दिल्ली के छोटे छोटे बच्चों ने दिल्ली के अंदर पेड़ लगाने के लिए क्या क्या किया उसकी एक फिल्म चलानी थी। उस एलईडी स्क्रीन के ऊपर उन्होंने एक मोदी जी का प्लास्टिक से बना हुआ होर्डिंग लगा दिया। आज आपके पास एक कार्यालय आया है तो आप गुंडागर्दी पे उतर आए, दादागिरी पे उतर आए, तानाशाही पे उतर आए। ये तो तानाशाहों क्या होता था।
Nyamika is live with me, and Nyamika, the Aam Aadmi Party, they're accusing the BJP of hijacking this entire event and doing so at the Prime Minister's behest. But this is not the first time that the Chief Minister has skipped an event that was supposed to happen along with the Delhi LG. On Friday, he was supposed to meet the Delhi LG. It was a routine meeting, a weekly meeting that the Chief Minister and the Delhi LG have. He skipped that as well.
Well, absolutely. This is for the second time when the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has kept such meeting with the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. Earlier also on Friday, every week there is a meeting that took place between the LG and the Chief Minister. But in the last meeting, the Chief Minister had cited reasons of ill health because of which he was being unable to attend that meeting. But today also he chose to skip this event that was being supposed to took place in Delhi regarding the One Mahotsav, that is the initiative which was being taken by the Delhi government for the plantation of trees all across the Delhi, and that is the reason why it was being alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party that this was the initiative that was being taken by the Delhi government, and this time when there is a celebration that is being took place in Delhi regarding this initiative, it is the central government which is trying to take over this whole matter, and it is being alleged by Gopal Rai, who is the Delhi Environment Minister, during a press conference that yesterday night the Delhi police personnel reached the site where this event was going to take place, and they took over the entire spot, and the workers who were trying to do all the arrangements at the stage, they removed all those workers, and it was being strictly informed to them that there will be only the posters of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and
that is the charge, of course, that has come to the fore from the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi government. How the BJP responds to that, do keep an eye out. But for the moment, Nyamika, thank you so much. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we're tracking, that comes from West Bengal now. Times Now confronted Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide as she was being taken to court. Listen in to what Arpita had to tell Times Now.
আইনের উপর উপর আস্থা রাখি, এটাই বলবো। আইনের পথে চলবে।
অর্পিতা, টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা, টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা, টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা, টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা, কিসের চক্রান্ত, কি বলছো?
আইনের উপর আস্থা রাখি, এটাই বলবো। আইনের পথে চলবে।
অর্পিতা, টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা, টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা, টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা, টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা, কিসের চক্রান্ত, কি বলছো?
Now, the opposition is mounting pressure on the TMC over the SSC scam investigation. TMC spokesperson this morning, Kunal Ghosh, came out and demanded that the investigation has to be time-bound. Agencies cannot work to create a perception about the party and help the BJP to malign the TMC, is what the party has now come out and said.
That particular lady, we have no connection. All India Trinamool Congress has no connection with him. She is not a Trinamool Congress person. The amount has been recovered by ED. We have no connection with that amount of rupees, and we want a time-bound investigation, because we have seen CBI and ED investigations in different cases, taking too long, and the advantage goes to the oppositions. They are making a distorted campaign against us. So, regarding Partha Chattopadhyay, if we have made it very clear that Trinamool Congress will not support anything wrong if the investigating agency submits any kind of proof to the court and the court acknowledges that facts, then Trinamool Congress will not take a further second to announce next step against that heavyweight leader.
Well, whether he should be sacked by the TMC or not is the decision of the party. But for now, it raises several questions on the silence of Mamata Banerjee. Partha Chatterjee is a close confidant of Mamata Banerjee. Why is she silent on Partha Chatterjee? Is it because the corruption has happened with her consent? Is it an admission that the crime has happened? Is it an admission that the proceeds that have been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's close aide's home is part of the recruitment scam monies that were collected? Mamata Banerjee wants to disassociate herself from Partha Chatterjee, but everybody knows of the association that she has with him.
With that, we're slipping into a quick break here on this edition, but news and updates continue on Times Now. Don't go anywhere.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
Breaking news coming in from Bihar now. We're alarmed after back-to-back mysterious blasts in different districts of the state. The IB had issued a standing alert back in March. And after that, now we've seen crackers and explosives that have been exploited by anti-national elements. We're given to understand that the alert of the IB mentions that the sabotage activities may use IEDs fabricated in tiffin boxes to perpetrate this violent activity. Now we're given to understand that 4 months after that IB alert came to the fore, an explosion was reported in an illegal firecracker factory in the Saran district of Bihar. Aditya is live with me for more on this. Aditya, do we have any details of casualties?
Am I audible?
Yes, Aditya, go ahead.
Well, as far as the casualty toll is concerned, district administration has so far confirmed as many as 3 deaths, but then local sources reveal that the toll can get as high as 6. And that being said, interesting to note here is that after several such instances of fire being reported in illegal firecracker manufacturing units were concerned, IB in March had actually issued a clear instruction or order to ensure proper vigil is being maintained over similar units, and their papers also be checked on a time and again basis, because the same input clearly mentioned that anti-national activities can be conducted by the help of resources gathered from them. Interesting to also note here is that the alert that we have clearly accessed and exclusively accessed clearly mentions that the sabotage activities may use IED fabricated in tiffin boxes to perpetrate violent crimes in hinterland that may resemble in magnitude to both Bodh Gaya and Hunkar rally blasts that were reported in the state capital.
Right, Aditya, do keep a track of the investigations in that case, but the fact that this explosion comes just a few months after the IB had actually warned about such explosions in the state, the investigating agencies both at the state level and at the central level will have to take note. For the moment, Aditya, thank you so much. Some stories in brief now. India reported more than 20,000 new COVID-19 cases with 36 fatalities in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate stands at 5.2%. One person was killed while 3 others were injured after a 3-story building collapsed in northeast Delhi's Mustafabad. 4 people were rescued and sent to the hospital for treatment. President Ramnath Kovind paid homage to Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat Memorial before relinquishing charge as the president of the country. A fast interceptor craft of Northern Navy Command saved a man from drowning last night near Kochi. According to the police report, the man had allegedly fallen off the bridge. He was later rescued and handed over to the police. Time for another quick break here on this edition, but on the other side, we'll be back with the top headlines and other breaking news. Don't go anywhere. welcome. You're tuned into Times Now and I'm Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on this edition with the headlines. Fresh face-off loose between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Sanjay Singh tweets a video of Prime Minister's farewell dinner for outgoing President Kovind, alleges insult. BJP fact-checks, puts out the whole video. Amidst face-off over excise policy, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal skips yet another event with the Delhi LG to plant 1 lakh trees in the national capital. AAP alleges event politicized at Prime Minister's behest. Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee produced in court. Confronted by Times Now, she says, "I have full faith in judiciary." ED files petition in the Calcutta High Court against Partha Chatterjee's plea to be treated in SSKM. Politics over teachers' recruitment scam fallout heats up. BJP questions Mamta's silence to alleged collusion, demands Chief Minister's resignation on moral grounds. TMC says wait for evidence of guilt. Days after WHO declares monkeypox as global emergency, Delhi reports its first case. Sources say patient has no history of recent foreign travel.
मुझे अच्छा फील हो रहा था कि शायद से और अच्छा थ्रो है, पर हाँ सिल्वर मेडल का थ्रो था, फिर भी हमने कमबैक किया और सिल्वर मेडल जीता, तो अच्छा रहा, थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग था पर अच्छा रहा.
Ending a 19-year-old wait, Neeraj Chopra becomes the second Indian to secure a medal for India in javelin throw at World Athletics, grabs the silver. Speaking exclusively to Times Now, says he's now eyeing gold at the Commonwealth Games. Now, a high-level review meeting is underway as the monkeypox scare is now sent alarm bells, at least as far as certain states and the national capital is concerned, because a 4th case of monkeypox has now been reported in the country, the first one here in the national capital. The Directorate General of Health Services is in a huddle as we speak. This after a 34-year-old male resident of Delhi was isolated at the Lok Nayak Hospital of a suspected case of monkeypox. The patient is presently recovering at the designated isolation center. Close contacts are also being identified and traced and are going to be put under quarantine as per the new guidelines that have come to the fore. Akanksha is live with me for more on this. Akanksha, that meeting is currently underway, but what is alarming about this particular case that has come to the fore from the national capital is that this patient had no history of foreign travel. He also got himself tested about a month ago. Since then, we do not know how many people he has come in contact with and how many people he could have passed it on to.
Well, absolutely, and contact tracing is in fact underway. This 34-year-old man has in fact tested positive for the monkeypox in the national capital. With this, the number of cases in Delhi across the country has climbed to 4. Few days ago, there were 3 cases reported from Kerala. But today, after this case came up in Delhi, Health Ministry has now sprung into action. A high-level meeting, review meeting, in fact, is currently underway at Directorate General of Health Services. If we talk a little about this man who has now tested positive, he is 30-year-old, belongs to West Delhi, has no history of foreign travel and had developed these symptoms a month ago. From all we know, he had gone to Himachal Pradesh to attend a party, after which he came here and was admitted in a Delhi hospital 3 days ago.
Right.
His samples were also sent to National Institute of Virology, after which they came positive. So, in fact, this is the first case in the national capital
and the 4th one in the country, and which is why the centre is now taking stock. Stay on with me. Chairman of Nephron, Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, is with us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Dr. Bagai. The 4th case coming to the fore in the country, the first one in the national capital. But what's perhaps alarming is the fact that for 1 whole month it went undetected. He also has no history of foreign travel.
Yeah, so good afternoon. Couple of important points. So there are initially, before this outbreak, there were very few cases worldwide. So I think entirely the world has much to learn still. There are more than 16,000 cases in more than 74 countries now. The mode of transmission is multiple. So foreign travel is not necessary to predispose a person to make him susceptible. This is airborne both through droplets and through microaerosol and through contaminated surfaces, what we call as fomites. There is a large study which has been done in UK which has proven more than 75% of cases are airborne or through contaminated surfaces. So like bed linen or tabletops and things. Plus the incubation period can be up to 21 days. So he may have come in contact with someone more than 3 weeks back and manifested now. But I think we need a high index of suspicion. There is no need to panic. A high index of suspicion. The real carry-home message is any fever which is high-grade, you have headache, extreme fatigue, and rash with or without pustules, please inform the local health authorities and isolate yourself immediately. This is contagious. It can also travel through a sexually transmitted route, and it can also go from person to person as direct contact. So isolate yourself and seek medical attention.
Dr. Bagay, the fact that you're saying that this is not just spreading via touch, but also the susceptibility of monkeypox virus can happen via aerosol suspensions as well. Is it something that can spiral into as big a crisis as COVID did?
It's difficult to say right now, but we know that the way the mutations took place in SARS-CoV-2 have been unforeseen, and it is still mutating as we speak. So I don't anticipate that because this is a DNA virus. There are two pockets. One is in Central Africa near the Congo Bay, and the second in Western Africa, which actually were the hub in early 1980s. But at the present moment, I don't think there is any need to panic. The message really is isolate yourself if you have symptoms, but please do not self-treat and wear a mask in close, crowded places, especially to protect yourself and your near and dear ones.
Right, Dr. Bagay, I just have one last question before I let you go. Now, the WHO yesterday declared this as a global emergency. What really does that mean? Does that mean there just should be, greater monitoring and we should be wary of this particular virus from spreading, or is there more to that?
I think there are three carry-home messages with this WHO announcement. One is that we need a very strong public messaging to make public sensitized and to tell them what the do's and don'ts are. Second is high level of surveillance. I think the medical doctor fraternity themselves have to be sensitized to what is to be done and what is to be done in terms of diagnosis and treatment. And three is we need to re-emphasize masking, at least in public spaces, isolation, testing. There are two vaccines which are available, especially in US and certain other Western countries. But I don't think we need to go down the vaccine path just yet. We just need to contain it at the present moment.
Right, Dr. Bagay, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. My colleague Akanksha continues to be with us as she's getting us details of the measures that are being put in place both at the central level and at the state level. Now, Akanksha, the first case had come to the fore from Kerala, and immediately the Central Health Ministry had dispatched a high-level team there to monitor, to study the case, and then guidelines were issued. Now that 4 cases have come to the fore and a meeting is underway as we speak, are we expecting revised protocols, at least as far as foreign travelers are concerned?
Well, as you rightly pointed out, when the first case was reported in Kerala, a central team was rushed there, and now that 4 cases have been reported all across the country, a high-level meeting is currently underway, and in fact, the guidelines have also been issued by the Health Ministry regarding
this. Sorry to interrupt you there. We're just cutting across to a media briefing that the BJP is holding over the war of words that has erupted over a tree plantation event between the Aam Aadmi Party and the centre.
A, B, C, D. A for advertising, विज्ञापन देते रहना. B for बहानेबाजी, हर मुद्दे पर बहाने बनाकर किसी और पर दोषारोपण करना, ब्लेम गेम करना. C for cover up of corruption, हर तरीके से, हर हथकंडे से करप्शन को संरक्षण देना. और D for diversion, deviation, deflection. जो मुद्दे हैं उससे भागने के लिए अलग अलग प्रकार के विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलकर, अलग अलग बहाने बनाकर डाइवर्ट करना, डिविएट करना, डिफ्लेक्ट करना. ये ABCD मॉडल है अरविंद केजरीवाल का. और इसी श्रृंखला में जब से नई लिकर पॉलिसी, जिसको मैं कहता हूं, उसको अन्यथा ना लीजिएगा, हैप्पीनेस क्लासेस की तो बड़ी एडवर्टाइजमेंट चल रही है, परंतु ये हैप्पीनेस ग्लासेस मॉडल है. ये नई लिकर पॉलिसी जो है दिल्ली में, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार ने लाया है, इसे हैप्पीनेस ग्लासेस मॉडल जरूर कहा जा सकता है. जो लोग नशा मुक्त करने की बात करते थे दिल्ली और पंजाब को, किस प्रकार से नशा युक्त करने की ये पॉलिसी थी और किस हेतु से ये पॉलिसी की गई, अभी हाल ही में उसका खुलासा हुआ है. जब LG साहब ने सीबीआई में की जांच की सिफारिश दी है इस न्यू एक्साइज पॉलिसी में, और वो भी चीफ सेक्रेटरी की रिपोर्ट के आधार पर। हर घर हम तो नल से जल पहुंचाते हैं, ये तो आपको पता है कि ये एक कार्यक्रम है हमारी सरकार का, परंतु किस प्रकार से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ने हर घर या हर मोहल्ले तक, हर वार्ड तक नशा पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया, और वो क्यों किया वो सामने खुलकर आ चुका है। और उसी से जुड़ी हुई कई सारी बातें निकलकर आई थी जो इस मंच से हमारे कुछ वरिष्ठ नेताओं ने सवाल के रूप में अरविंद केजरीवाल से पूछे थे। मैं चंद सवालों को रिपीट कर देता हूं, क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो माहिर है ABCD में, बहाने बनाकर कवर अप करना करप्शन का और डी फॉर डाइवर्जन करना, इसलिए जरूरी हो जाता है कि कुछ सवालों को फिर से पेश किया जाए इस मंच से। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पूछा गया था कि क्या उनकी सरकार के द्वारा, एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा लिकर कार्टेल को 144 करोड़ का वेवर दिया गया था अवैध तरीके से, हां या ना। उनसे पूछा गया था कि जो उन्होंने निर्णय लिए थे एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लेकर, क्या वो GNCTD एक्ट 1991, टोब्रो 1993, दिल्ली एक्साइज एक्ट 2009, दिल्ली एक्साइज रूल्स 2010, इसके उल्लंघन में इंटेंशनली इसको वायलेट करके किसी क्विड प्रो को के लिए ये फैसले लिए गए थे, हां या ना। क्या 15 अप्रैल 2021 और 21 मई 2021 में ठेके कंपनियों को फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए जो निर्णय लिए गए थे, जबकि कोविड का पीक वेव चल रहा था, सेकेंड वेव चल रहा था, और सीधे ठेकों की संख्या जिस प्रकार से 850 से ज्यादा हुई और हर घर तक या हर मोहल्ले तक शराब पहुंचाने का एक आयोजन किया गया, जिससे कि बड़ा फायदा इन लिकर कार्टेल्स को हो सके, ये किया गया था, हां या ना। क्या यह सच है कि नहीं है कि जो L1 लाइसेंसी था एयरपोर्ट जोन का, उसको EMD जो 30 करोड़ की थी उसको रिफंड की गई थी, और वो भी वायलेशन था दिल्ली एक्साइज रूल्स का, हां या ना। हमने ये भी सवाल पूछा था कि किस प्रकार से बिना कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी की अप्रूवल लिए फॉरेन लिकर, विदेशी दारू पर 50 रुपए प्रति केट का डिस्काउंट देकर उनको बड़ा मुनाफा देने का काम, और जो लॉस रेवेन्यू का हुआ एक्सचेकर को, वो किया गया था, हां या ना। क्या ऐसे कई सारे प्रावधान रिलैक्सेशन किए गए कि नहीं किए गए एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा, जिससे कि अवैध तरीके से फायदा पहुंचाया गया इस लिकर कार्टेल को, हां या ना। क्या 14 जुलाई 2022 को निर्णय और भी लिए गए बिना कैबिनेट नोट और एजेंडे को LG की अप्रूवल के बिना, क्या ये हुआ था, हां या ना। क्या यह सही है कि नहीं सही है कि जो 2 वेंड प्रति वार्ड की एक बात थी, उसको भी बिना परमिशन लिए एडिशनल वेंड्स खोलने की अनुमति दी गई थी, वो भी कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी के द्वारा नहीं, हां या ना। क्या ये सारे जो सवाल उठाए गए थे, ब्लैकलिस्टेड कंपनी को भी परमिशन देना जैसे खाओ गली, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी को भी रिटेल की परमिशन देना, ये सारे उल्लंघन हमने इसी मंच से उठाकर सवाल के रूप में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सामने रखे थे। परंतु अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार के पास विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलने के अलावा, ब्लेम गेम करने के अलावा, कवर अप ऑफ करप्शन करने के अलावा और डिविएशन करने के अलावा और कोई भी जवाब इन सवालों का नहीं मिला। और इसीलिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी पार्टी फिर से नए झूठ और नए बहाने बनाने में लग चुकी है। मैं आपको एक बात याद दिला दूं, मैंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखी थी, और जब भी मैं उनकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखता हूं, वो कहते हैं कट्टर ईमानदार है, कट्टर देशभक्त है। ऐसी कट्टर ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट तो सत्येंद्र जैन को भी दिया था, सत्येंद्र जैन पिछले 2 महीने से उनको बेल नहीं मिली है। सत्येंद्र जैन को किसी भी कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ से अभी तक कोई राहत नहीं मिली है। तो ये किस प्रकार की कट्टर ईमानदारी है? क्या कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ से भी ऊपर है अरविंद केजरीवाल? या अरविंद केजरीवाल जी एक भ्रष्ट व्यक्ति को बचाने के लिए उन्हें क्लीन चिट दे रहे हैं ताकि उनके भ्रष्टाचार और दाग की आंच उन तक ना पहुंचे? कौन सी ऐसी मजबूरी है? ये वही अरविंद केजरीवाल है जिन्होंने जितेंद्र तोमर मामले में भी, आपको याद होगा, कट्टर ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट जितेंद्र तोमर को भी दिया था, उस पर भी यू टर्न करना पड़ा। अब उनकी पूरी की पूरी पार्टी, जैसे कि उनकी संस्कृति रही है उनकी पार्टी की, नए नए झूठ और नए नए बहाने बनाने में लग चुकी है। पुराने जो उन्होंने झूठ बोले हैं उसके लिए तो उनको माफी मांगनी पड़ी है, यू टर्न करना पड़ा है स्वर्गीय अरुण जेटली जी से भी और श्री गडकरी जी से भी लिखित में माफी मांगने के बाद अब एक नया झूठ परोसा जा रहा है। और अफसोस की बात यह है कि दिल्ली को नशा युक्त बनाने वाली अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार अब वन महोत्सव और वृक्षारोपण जैसे, जिसे एक अपॉलिटिकल कार्यक्रम माना जाता है, जो गैर राजनीतिक माना जाता है, जो एनवायरनमेंट और पर्यावरण की भलाई के लिए होता है, जिसके लिए पूरा विश्व और पूरा देश एक संकल्प लेता है, और लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से हम लोग पर्यावरण के सुधार के लिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ने लगातार कई सारे कदम उठाए हैं। उनमें से एक है वृक्षारोपण करना, वन महोत्सव और ऐसे कार्यक्रमों को बढ़ावा देना, ऐसे कार्यक्रमों को भी ओछी राजनीति का हिस्सा बनाना, इस पर सियासत करना, इस पर अनर्गल और झूठे आरोप लगाना और इस पर भी ओछी राजनीति करना, यह अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार की फितरत बन चुकी है, उनके नेताओं की फितरत बन चुकी है। यह कार्यक्रम एक प्री डिसाइडेड कार्यक्रम था, एलजी के बीच का और मुख्यमंत्री के बीच का। उसमें जो भी होना था वो तय कर दिया गया था। परंतु जब से ये नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी पर सीबीआई की रिकमेंडेशन हुई है कि सीबीआई जांच की रिकमेंडेशन हो जाए और सीबीआई जांच इसमें हो जाए, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाए, इसमें क्या क्विड प्रो को हुआ है नहीं हुआ है, क्या इलीगलिटीज हुई है नहीं हुई है, ये सारा कुछ सामने आ जाए, तब से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो साप्ताहिक बैठक होती है एलजी के साथ, वहां पर भी जाने से कतरा रहे हैं। और अब जो एक प्री डिसाइडेड, प्री शेड्यूल्ड प्रोग्राम था, एक इवेंट था, वन महोत्सव जैसा एक प्रोग्राम था, उसमें भी जाने से कतराते हैं। और फिर
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
Reported more than 20,000 new COVID-19 cases. With 36 fatalities in the last 24 hours, daily positivity rate stands at 5.29%. One person was dead while 3 others were injured after a 3-story building collapsed in northeast Delhi's Mustafabad. 4 people were rescued and sent to the hospital for treatment. President Ramnath Kovind paid homage to Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat Memorial this morning before he relinquished charge as the president of the country. A fast interceptor craft of Southern Navy Command saved a man from drowning last night near Kochi, according to the police. The man had allegedly fallen off the bridge. He was later rescued and handed over to the police. Clashes erupted between Congress workers during a youth Congress meeting in Chikmagalur. Clashes broke out after party's Chikmagalur youth president Santosh sacked the party's secretary. An 8-year-old girl was allegedly raped inside the toilet of a government school in Bhopal by the watchman of the school. The police have arrested the accused after the child gave the description of the accused. A member of a banned organization was arrested in Jharkhand's Latehar district in an anti-Maoist operation. The SP said that the huge cache of arms and ammunition, including ultra-modern grenades, was seized. Meghalaya police busted a huge sex racket last night. Police officials rescued 6 minors and arrested 73 people from a brothel, which was allegedly a resort that was run by BJP Meghalaya Vice President. Time for another quick break here on this edition, but on the other side, we'll be back with more breaking news and, of course, the top headlines, so don't go anywhere.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now Live with me, Priya Bahel. First up, the top stories this Sunday evening. Fresh face-off between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP brews. Sanjay Singh tweets a video of Prime Minister's farewell dinner for outgoing President Kovind, alleges he insulted President. BJP fact-checks put out a full video clip to bust PM did not greet Kovind claims. Amidst face-off over excise policy, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal skips yet another program with LG, this one to plant 1 lakh trees in the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party alleges event politicized at PM's behest and therefore was boycotted by them.
আইনের উপর আস্থা রাখি এটাই বলবো আইন আইনের পথে চলবে
Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee produced in court confronted by Times Now. She says, I have faith in judiciary. ED files petition in High Court against Partha Chatterjee's plea to be treated in SSKM. They've moved to HC challenging the order. Politics over teachers' recruitment scam fallout heats up. BJP questions Mamata's silence to allege collusion, demands her resignation on moral grounds. TMC says wait for evidence of guilt, action will follow. A day after the World Health Organization declares monkeypox as a global emergency, Delhi reports its first case of the virus. Sources say patient has no history of foreign travel. Center also takes stock.
मुझे अच्छा फील हो रहा था कि शायद से और अच्छा थ्रो है, पर हाँ सिल्वर मेडल का थ्रो था, फिर भी हमने कमबैक किया और सिल्वर मेडल जीता, तो अच्छा रहा, थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग था पर अच्छा रहा.
Ending a 19-year-long wait, Neeraj Chopra becomes the second Indian to secure a medal for India in javelin throw at the World Athletics. Grabs silver, speaking exclusively to Times Now, says he's now eyeing gold at the Commonwealth Games. Latest coming in on the prosecution front when it comes to Arpita Mukherjee's case. The order by the court has been reserved in her bail plea. Remember, earlier in the day, she had been taken for medicals, after which she was produced in court. And now we are given to understand that order has been reserved on her bail plea. While Times Now spoke to her while she was on her way to the court, and she said that she has complete faith in the judiciary. While we'll try and get our colleague on the phone line for the details of the arguments that transpired in the court before the order was reserved, let's try and play out that sequence where Arpita Mukherjee spoke to Times Now and asserted that she has faith in judiciary, but when she was asked about the money that has been recovered by the ED from her house, listen in to what she said.
আইনের উপর আস্থা রাখি এটাই বলবো আইন আইনের পথে চলবে
অর্পিতা টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা কিসের চক্রান্ত, কি বলছো?
Tanushree now joins us on the broadcast. Tanushree, what's the latest coming in from the court?
Right now, the hearing has ended in the lower court where the ED has asked for custody, but Arpita's lawyers have moved court saying that she be granted bail under any condition because anyway she's supposed to be produced tomorrow in the ED special court, which is why they be granted bail under any condition, and that she will not run away, she will not tamper with evidence. And one thing that the court has categorically stated is that what about Arpita, because how can she be put into this matter as the cash was not registered from her residence. As you know, it is being claimed that the cash has been found from the TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's residence and not from Arpita's residence, so which is why that is one ground that Arpita's counsel has put forward. Now certainly the court is looking into the entire matter. The order is reserved. Now we are waiting as to what the court gives, whether the court gives one-day ED custody and then to be produced tomorrow along with Partha Chatterjee in the ED special court, or the court grants an interim bail, because as we know that Arpita's lawyers have also put forth one thing, and that is that she has and they've also stated that they would like a presence of one of their lawyers, one of Arpita's counsels during the interrogation, because they fear that she might be forced to say certain things. But the ED has gone ahead and stated that they videographed the entire thing, so the court would certainly be looking into these matters. Back to studio.
Right, Tanushree, so you are saying that Arpita's line of defense is that the money has not been recovered from her house.
Yes, that is what her counsel is saying, that the money was not recovered from her residence. If you know, those flats are not in Arpita's name, so therefore those flats are in somebody else's name. That is what they are putting in.
So how did Arpita come into the whole picture then?
Well, certainly Arpita has been living in that house for quite some time now. She has been living there for quite a few years. People have seen her over there. Also, many of the locals over there do claim that Partha Chatterjee was also a regular visitor of that residence. That is what. But Arpita's lawyer's line of defense is that she is not the owner of the house, so therefore she cannot be linked to the money.
Okay. So very interesting developments there, because remember earlier the TMC had said that they have got nothing to do with this lady. She is not a member of the TMC. She is allegedly said to be a close aide of Partha Chatterjee. The money, so far we have known, the reports have come in, was recovered from a place where she was residing in. Now she says she's got nothing to do with the money. Where does this money trail lead is a very significant question. Thank you, Tanushree, for joining us. Let's tell our viewers what really transpired when it comes to this story. TMC has alleged the misuse of agencies by the BJP to malign TMC politically, while the Saffron Party is now gunning for Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee, alleging that Partha Chatterjee was a close aide of Mamta and the scam was not possible without her knowledge, thereby insinuating some sort of collusion and demanding her resignation on moral grounds.
Well, whether he should be sacked by the TMC or not is the decision of the party. But for now, it raises several questions on the silence of Mamta Banerjee. Partha Chatterjee is a close confidant of Mamta Banerjee. Why is she silent on Partha Chatterjee? Is it because the corruption has happened with her consent? Is it an admission that the crime has happened? Is it an admission that the proceeds that have been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's close aide's home is part of the recruitment scam monies that were collected? Mamta Banerjee wants to disassociate herself from Partha Chatterjee, but everybody knows of the association that she has with him.
That particular lady, we have no connection. All India Trinamool Congress has no connection with him. She is not a Trinamool Congress person. The amount has been recovered by ED. We have no connection with that amount of rupees, and we want a time-bound investigation, because we have seen CBI and ED investigations in different cases. taking too long, and the advantage goes to the oppositions. They are making a distorted campaign against us. So, regarding Partha Chattopadhyay, if we have made it very clear that Trinamool Congress will not support anything wrong if the investigating agency submits any kind of proof to the court and the court acknowledges that facts, then Trinamool Congress will not take a further second to announce next step against that heavyweight leader.
Now, TMC workers have been protesting. Yesterday, they did so in Asansol against ED action on Partha Chatterjee. Remember, Partha was State Education Minister during the span in which the alleged teachers' recruitment scam took place. Both central agencies, the CBI as well as the ED, are probing these irregularities. ED personnel had on 22nd of this month carried out raids at various places in West Bengal as part of their probe into the money trail involving a teacher recruitment scam at government-sponsored and aided schools. Now, Times Now has got access to the remand note. We earlier told you that the court has reserved its order on the bail, and now Times Now has accessed the remand note that has been given to the Enforcement Directorate. It's over to you, Tamal, for what really are the contents of this note.
Well, the Enforcement Directorate has clearly mentioned that there could be more people involved in the entire scam. There could be more people connected with the money, and that's the reason further custody is required to figure out who are these people. Now, they are also trying to suggest that the money which has been recovered is huge in number, and possession of so much of money itself is a crime. And Enforcement Directorate has now said 14 days of their custody. Yes, the court has reserved the order. The argument on part of Arpita Mukherjee has been that
Right, Tamal, there seems to be some issue with your audio connection there. We'll get back to you on the details on that story later. Thank you for joining us with your inputs. We move on and are shifting focus to Bihar right now, where investigations into the Fulwari Sharif case have revealed the indoctrination of school children. Now the police are on high alert. Remember, earlier a teacher had also been arrested from a madrasa who was found to have links to a banned terror organization in Bangladesh. Now officials have been alerted in the Simanchal regions of Katihar, Kishanganj, Araria districts. Police have also roped in the Railway Protection Force and Child Helpline authorities. Probe into the terror module has shown that children were also being trained in the madrasas, being radicalized. Times Now has also unearthed explosive details of the nexus. The SIT investigations have revealed the modus operandi. Investigations show that preparations were being made to brainwash Muslim children in schools as well as colleges, with attempts being made to instill hatred towards India. On the pretext of a talent show, kids were being lured into training. The movement was also allegedly hatched by Ras Lafel organization based in Doha that planned a pan-India movement. Earlier, last week, NIA had arrested a Maulvi named Asghar Ali from Motihari in connection with the Fulwari Sharif case against the Popular Front of India. Accused Asghar Ali is a teacher in the Jamia Maria Misawa Madrasa. Investigations have revealed that Parvez was in contact with the members of foreign organizations and was seeking foreign funding to carry out anti-India activities.
प्रश्न ये उठता है कि बच्चे कुछ तो बालिग रहते हैं, कुछ नाबालिग रेंज के रहते हैं। अब कोई भी चीज़ अगर बच्चे का इसमें कोई कंसेंट, कोई मटेरियल नहीं रहता, ये मटेरियल है, उसका कंसेंट दे या नहीं दे, उसको हम लोग मांग नहीं सकते हैं। लेकिन गार्जियन का ऑथोरिटी स्लिप होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। फिर उस गार्जियन से भी हम लोग वेरीफाई करेंगे कि आप किस परिस्थिति में किस चीज़, किस उद्देश्य से बच्चे को भेजा है। तो ये तो जांच का विषय है। इस पर हम लोग ने जो भी है कार्य योजना रूपरेखा तैयार की है और उसी के तहत हम लोग अमल करेंगे। और सब भी बिंदु हैं जिसको कि बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं विस्तृत रूप से बताया जा सकता है, लेकिन ये कोऑर्डिनेटेड हम लोग का एफर्ट रहेगा कि इस पर भी अंकुश लगाया जाए।
आरपीएफ, जीआरपी और स्टेशन मैनेजर सभी के संयुक्त रूप में हम लोग वैसे बच्चे को डिटेन कर रहे हैं जो बाहर जा रहे हैं। लोगों का ये नियमित पहले भी होता आ रहा है और अभी हम लोग इसको विस्तृत रूप से कर रहे हैं ताकि कोई भी बच्चे चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग का शिकार न हो, उस पर लगाम लगाया जा सके। और अगर वैसा कोई मामला आता है तो हम लोग उस पर ट्रैफिकर पर भी एफआईआर कर आगे की कार्रवाई करने के लिए ये प्लानिंग किया जा रहा है। रेल पुलिस, आरपीएफ का सहयोग और स्टेशन मैनेजर सभी का इसमें सराहनीय योगदान है और सभी का संयुक्त रूप से ही ये अभियान चलाया जा रहा है।
मुरादाबाद मदरसे में पढ़ने के लिए।
कहाँ पढ़ने के लिए? जी। कौन सी का पढ़ाई करोगे?
ये मदरसे के लाइन से।
इधर भी तो बहुत मदरसा है, यहाँ क्यों नहीं पढ़ते हो?
है, लेकिन हम लोग वहीं पे जा रहे हैं। वहीं पे 2 साल से पढ़े हैं, 3 साल से पढ़े हैं, तो वो बर्बाद हो जाएगा नहीं, इसलिए शुरू से पढ़ाएगा दूसरे मदरसे।
क्या अलग पढ़ाई पढ़ाता है?
अलग नहीं, हिंदी इंग्लिश भी पढ़ाता है और क्या कहते हैं कुरान की तालीम भी होती है। यहाँ से बच्चे भाग जाते हैं, इसलिए 2 साल से हम वहीं पर पढ़े हैं।
साकेत हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। साकेत, पहले तो ये बताइए कि किस तरह से इन बच्चों को रेडिकलाइज किया जा रहा था अकॉर्डिंग टू द इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज?
देखिए, जो फुलवारी शरीफ मामले में जो इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है पुलिस, उसे ये जानकारी मिली है पूछताछ में कि बिहार के कई जिलों से इस तरह के जो छात्र हैं जो स्कूलों में पढ़ रहे हैं उनको ट्रेंड किया जा रहा है, उनको मदरसों में इस तरह की शिक्षा दी जा रही है ताकि वो रेडिकलाइज होकर वहां से निकले। तो ये कोशिश लगातार इन लोगों के साथ किया जा रहा है और इसी सिलसिले में जो खास करके सीमांचल के जिले हैं बिहार के, उसमें कटिहार, अररिया, किशनगंज, इन इलाकों में सबसे ज्यादा जो मुस्लिम समाज के लोग हैं वो रहते हैं और वहां से बड़ी संख्या में छात्र बाहर पढ़ने के लिए मदरसों में जाते भी हैं। ऐसे में उस पूरे इलाके में जो जिले की पुलिस है और साथ ही साथ रेल पुलिस ये एक अभियान चला रही है कि इस तरह के जो भी छात्र हैं, क्योंकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग भी बहुत उस इलाके में होता है, तो ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई किया जा सके। जो छात्र वहां पर मिल रहे हैं वो जा कहाँ रहे हैं, उनसे पूछताछ होती है, जो ले जा रहे हैं उनसे पूछताछ होती है, सारे कागजात देखे जाते हैं और फिर उन्हें जाने दिया जाता है। तो ये अभियान अभी चलाया जा रहा है और खास तौर से जिस तरह के मामले लगातार बिहार के अलग अलग जिलों से निकल कर आ रहे हैं, ऐसे में अब पुलिस भी इसको लेकर गंभीर है और ऐसे मसलों को इसी तरह से देख रही है।
जी, धन्यवाद इस जानकारी के लिए। दिस इज डेफिनेटली अ वेरी सीरियस डेवलपमेंट। दैट्स ऑल वी कुड पैक फॉर यू इन दिस सेगमेंट। वी टेक अ वेरी क्विक ब्रेक।
He's desperate to throw over 90 metres.
He is India's spearman.
आज का कंपटीशन काफी टफ था और काफी स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा, पर फाइनली खुशी है इस बात की कि भाई मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल जीता।
Defined by determination.
Great fighting effort.
94.
Scripting history again.
आज तक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में अपने पास एक ही मेडल था और अब दूसरा मेडल जीत पाए हैं।
Silver glory at world stage.
बहुत गर्व का दिन है जी और सारे देश में है।
Ending a 19-year-long wait, Neeraj Chopra has become the second Indian to secure a medal for the country in javelin throw at the World Athletics Championships. He grabbed silver. However, he said gold is gold and next time he's going to try for the same. Remember, he spoke only and exclusively to Times Now after that spectacular feat.
National record of 84. He said he's desperate to throw over 90 metres.
He is India's spearman.
आज का कंपटीशन काफी टफ था और काफी स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा, पर फाइनली खुशी है इस बात की कि भाई मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल जीता।
Defined by determination. Scripting history again. Silver glory at world stage.
National record of 89.94. He said he's desperate to throw over 90 metres.
He has done it again, clinching silver in javelin throw, scripting history and becoming the second Indian to win a medal at the stage of World Athletics Championship after a hiatus of 19 years.
That's right, could you have done that?
The Grenadian athlete Anderson Peters awed the world with 3 javelin throws of over 90 metres to secure a place for gold.
That is ridiculous.
Meanwhile, entire nation's heart skipped a beat when Neeraj's first attempt turned out to be a foul. But the determination of a champ didn't shake. He made a roaring comeback in the 4th attempt with a throw of 88.13 metres. And there he was, securing a silver medal for India in a historic throw.
काफी अपने फाइनल में पहुंचे, उस चीज की काफी खुशी है, पर हाँ मतलब आज का कंपटीशन काफी टफ था और काफी स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा, पर फाइनली खुशी है इस बात की कि भाई मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल जीता। ये हमेशा कोशिश करते हैं कि भाई अपना और इम्प्रूव करें और वही कोशिश थी बस लास्ट तक कि भाई और इम्प्रूव करना है, बस वही माइंड में था। जो है मेडल जो अपने अगर ग्लोबल लेवल पे और ज्यादा आएंगे तो बिल्कुल जो एक कॉन्फिडेंस है अपने एथलीट्स का और ज्यादा बढ़ेगा कि हम भी यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं। तो वो चीज मुझे लगता है कि सबसे पहले तो वो निकलना जरूरी है कि भाई कि माइंड में ये चीज नहीं होनी चाहिए कि हाँ बाहर के एथलीट इतने अच्छे होते हैं या इतने फिट होते हैं, वो हमसे तगड़े हैं। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं हमको अपने माइंड से निकाल के हमको कंपटीशन करना चाहिए और हमको ये सोचना चाहिए कि हम भी उस लेवल तक जा सकते हैं और हम भी बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं।
Back here in Panipat, there were tears of joy at Neeraj's home. Victory celebrations broke out and family members danced their heart out, distributed sweets. Neeraj's family says that he is the son of India and he is fulfilling his duties towards the nation, making every heart swell with pride.
Could you have done that? Look on the infield.
Well, celebrations back home here in Panipat at Neeraj Chopra's residence, and these visuals can clearly describe that how happy Neeraj Chopra's family is after he had scripted history, dancing, singing and sweet distribution is going on after Neeraj Chopra had scripted history. Only Indian, certainly, to win both World Athletics Championship medal and also Olympic medal. But his dreams are bigger. He wanted to win each and every medal, whatever competition it is for the country, and that's what his brother clearly has stated. But here, after today's silver medal, sweets are here. That is being distributed amongst the family members. His mother seems very emotional, very proud of what Neeraj Chopra has done. First, the dream of Olympic gold medal. Second, the dream of winning a medal at the World Athletics Championship. And also a dream of this sports car that is rightly parked here at Neeraj Chopra's residence here in Panipat. This is his dream car that he bought after the Olympic medal, and right now where we are is at his residence, certainly because of what he has done today, making India proud of winning the silver medal. Only Indian to win both medals, certainly in Olympics and now in World Athletics Championships. And this is that particular car that he has often spoken about, that he wanted to buy one sports car, and this black amazing sports car is placed over here.
Well, the hard work and perseverance does pay off. Neeraj Chopra is known to be a headstrong player, and his sizzling comeback in the first round today truly defines it.
It was a great fighting effort. After the entrance in the competition was a little bit tricky. He didn't really get the announcement when he had to start because he was the first athlete. So the first is always the problem. This is always in many spheres of life is the case. So, but then he managed this 83, 86, and then with a great fighting effort, 88. Technically, yeah, it was okay. But this Peters to beat, we know that it becomes very hard. He is the leading athlete of the season. He started with 93 meters already, so he is mentally very strong. He managed this. So.
But the quest for gold doesn't stop here. Today, Neeraj has every medal from each of the tournaments, but he has vowed to change the color of the medal next time. World Champion is the title which he still strives to achieve.
गोल्ड मेडल ही होता है, तो वो चीज हमेशा दिमाग में रहेगी और हमेशा ही अपना बेस्ट करने की कोशिश करते रहेंगे.
Next, all eyes are on Commonwealth Games, which are scheduled to begin from July 29. The spotlight will be once again on Neeraj Chopra among the other medal contenders. Bureau Report, Times Now.
Gold to gold ही होता है, but when you get a silver medal as well, for the first time ever a man winning that medal at World Championships, it is equally significant. That's all we could pack for you in this broadcast. Weekend programming up next.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
Welcome to our special episode of India Financial Series. I have a very special guest with us. We have Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal with us to give us insights into the current economic situation in the country. Sir, thank you so much for joining us, and a pleasure having you on this show as always. Let me start with the good news. We have seen robust IIP numbers. The growth is looking good. India obviously remains fastest growing large economy among all global economies. So what is your reaction to the latest macro indicators?
Well, all the growth indicators are consistent. You can see that we are getting very high numbers from industrial growth. The credit offtake has also accelerated. We have had some decent exports growth as well. And of course, GST numbers have been very strong, as have indeed the direct tax collection numbers as well. So, if you look at all the numbers, they are consistently suggesting that we are now clearly seeing strong growth recovery coming out of the COVID period.
Obviously, now we have come out of the COVID period, and obviously, there is an argument, which some people still put up that obviously there is a base effect. But last year also we saw a robust recovery, especially the quarter that we are referring to. The second problem that we have right now is, the inflationary expectation management. It remains above the comfortable range of 6%. And we have seen a hike in interest rates in India as well as globally. Is that a cause of concern right now for you?
So let me answer your point about base effect right up front. We can't eternally claim that base effect is driving higher year-on-year growth numbers. Because that big lockdown we had was back in the year 2020. Since then, we saw very high numbers in the year 21-22. And now we are in 22-23. So, a base effect somewhere in the past does not eternally keep showing up in the numbers. There may be some lingering effect, But I would argue that given how strong these numbers are, even in absolute terms, look at the GST collections that are happening. They are clearly on another range for where they were pre-COVID. So this is not just a recovery from a trough. This is genuine growth on top of the pre-COVID situation. So I think these are strong numbers, but you have brought up what I think is a more valid concern, which is that there are inflationary pressures around the world. And we are an open economy. We are dependent on imported commodities, particularly energy. And I think in that context, we should take into account and take seriously the inflationary pressures that we are facing. Now, of course, much of this pressure is imported. I mean, I would argue that given the supply side reforms we did during COVID or even before that, the domestic dynamics of inflation are not worrying. This is imported inflation, and there is limited things we can do about it. You can, at the margin, we can cut taxes on fuel. There's a price we pay for it, but anyway, that can be done. And we have done it as well. But as I said, it only works at the margin. A country dependent on imported fuel prices is, going to be subjected to the vagaries of international oil prices till such time that we can find alternative sources of energy and move out of this issue.
Right. But sir, in that case, there is a concern globally right now that the situation may aggravate or escalate as we get into winter season. And if, Russia decides to switch off the gas supply to Europe, which they are constantly threatening, then we may have a serious recessionary pressures along with inflationary pressures, which we are already facing. Now, how is India going to prepare for this?
Well, I can't directly comment on the bilateral relations between the Europeans and Russia, but I can say that those who expect poor Indians to pay for high energy prices while not being prepared to turn down their heating over winter should reflect on what they are demanding of a country like India. Obviously, we need to protect our interests, and we will continue to protect our interests to the extent we can. Of course, high energy prices and disrupted supplies is a difficult thing for all of us. And we continue to argue that we would like a return to normalcy on the geopolitical front so that energy prices can go back to more reasonable levels. That is been our consistent argument and continues to be so.
Right. Sir, also I think one major step that Indian government has taken, and obviously it will evolve going forward, is the internationalization of rupee. And as this initiative evolves, first of all, what are the immediate benefits and immediate impact? And then maybe we can speak about how it will evolve going forward. Is it a threat to dollar trade, or how will it coexist with the existing dollar trade that we have?
So let me be very clear that allowing for international settlements using the INR is one important step in a long journey towards turning the Indian rupee into a hard currency. This has required many steps in the past. Very early on, of course, the reduction of capital controls. Then over the last decade, the anchoring of our macroeconomic system through a inflation targeting system, the cleaning up of our financial system, whether it's the banks or the deepening of our financial markets. All of these are steps along the way that allows our financial system to be able to deal with the bumpiness of international financial flows and internationalization of the rupee. So we have just taken one more step in that direction. Over time, hopefully, we will keep taking more and more steps. In itself, it will have limited effect in the immediate future because it does require some time for whether importers and exporters to begin to think of the rupee or in terms of other countries with whom we have bilateral trade accepting it. So there will be a period when the glitches of this new mechanism will get worked out. So medium term, we will begin to see a sort of expansion in this, and longer term, as I said, we should, as an emerging economic power, we should aspire to have our currency as a hard currency, and perhaps even be a part of the IMF's SDR basket. But that is in the future. As far as challenging dollar dominance, let me point out that there are many hard currencies that already exist in the world, and that does not impact dollar dominance at all. The dominance of the dollar as a global anchor currency is a different discussion altogether. It is not directly linked to the internationalization of the rupee.
Correct. Now, sir, I have a question on the way central banks are currently thinking, or let's say targeting inflation. Can we comfortably say that India has been slightly ahead of the curve, because we saw how Fed went into overdrive, and in fact some people do believe that they are maybe in an overdrive in their efforts to contain inflation. We have seen what is happening in Europe. Would you place India and a couple of other emerging economies slightly ahead of the curve in terms of global inflation management exercise?
I think the whole idea that we were ahead of the curve is itself thinking about it in the wrong way, because it suggests that there is a curve and we were somehow ahead of them on it. The point that we made throughout this entire period is that there is no curve. The future is naturally uncertain, and it's not possible to be able to predict it. Therefore, throughout this period, we were very cautious and conservative about how we used fiscal, monetary and other measures. We continued to concentrate a lot on doing supply side reforms, and we had a much more iterative approach to doing policy making, which we pointed out right from the beginning was a response to all the uncertainty we were facing. So rather than say we are ahead of the curve, we'll say that we have a different framework altogether, and that framework has proved to be much more resilient in the medium term, as many of the what we would argue were unnecessary and unnecessary aggression in terms of just opening up the gates of the fiscal and monetary policy in many countries, which we had warned against right from the beginning. That has, our view has turned out to be, accurate.
Now, so one more thing is, while, I mean, obviously we have seen a little bit of upward movement in terms of interest rates, and obviously the banks have been passing it on to the consumer demand has remained buoyant, and we can see that in different sectors, be it automobiles, the whole consumption basket. Now, do you see this sustaining the consumption-led recovery? I mean, now I don't want to use word recovery, but the consumption-led growth that we have witnessed in past couple of quarters?
Now, obviously, increasing monetary sort of tightness, whether it's in terms of interest rates or otherwise worldwide, the whole purpose of it is that it does restrain demand to some extent. Otherwise, why bother doing it? That is what the US Fed is trying to do in terms of hiking interest rates very aggressively. In India too, if you have seen, the Reserve Bank of India has been steadily tightening monetary conditions. And yes, it does at the margin provide some friction to the expansion. That is its very purpose. But let us be also clear of the context that we are doing this at the margin while we are going through a very significant recovery. So, by all accounts, our economic and and overall macroeconomic conditions here remain very robust, even with the caveat of this imported inflation problem. And while the Reserve Bank may at the margin be sort of adding friction to it, the general momentum is very strong, both for the medium term and certainly for the long term.
Right. In fact, that leads me into my next question, which is basically about the banking system. We have seen obviously robust performance when it comes to the overall banking system, or even a couple of indicators like, let's say, the credit offtake. We have also seen digitization of banking happening at a very rapid pace. I mean, it reflects in the online transactions or the UPI data that we constantly keep referring to. So this obviously will gather momentum as we move forward in terms of the current economic growth, which looks solid. Or would you want to be slightly conservative on credit offtake and also on the growth of banking system?
Well, one of the things we did do over the last many years before the COVID crisis was cleaning up the financial system, specifically the banking and non-banking sectors. The reason for that was very simple. There had been a period of time between 2006 and 2013 where there had been sort of excessive lending, unregulated credit behavior that had to be cleaned up. And when we did clean it up, it came at some price, in the sense that growth did slow down and there was some amount of pain in both the financial system and even in the corporate sector. But it was necessary, and as a result of that, when we went into this COVID crisis, we had a relatively deleveraged, clean banking system. That continues to be the case. We have, as we speak, a very well capitalized, cleaned up banking system. It is consequently in a position to expand financial resources to the economy. Even with some increases at the margin of interest rates, clearly demand for this credit remains robust. And I would argue that even if there are some more sort of ripples along the way going forward because of global tightening or whatever, our financial systems do not seem to be under any stress at all. And I'm not just including the banking system. This is even true of the financial markets. Financial markets go up and sometimes they come down. That's their very nature. The question is not whether they go up or come down, or whether this happens in an orderly fashion. And it is very clear that it is happening in an orderly fashion. There is no stress in the system as such. The same is true for our credit system. There is no stress in the system. So as an economic manager, that is my real concern, not whether or not, according to economic cycles, credit offtake goes up and down. That is a part of the cycle, and that should be a part of the macroeconomic management of the central bank and the Ministry of Finance, as may be required at that point in time.
Right. So now the second part of my question is, if we look at the economic recovery, obviously it was not a uniform across the sectors recovery. So some sectors are already at pre-pandemic levels and continue to grow. Some sectors are kind of catching up. there could be few sectors, especially the small and medium enterprises, within whom a few segments could still be in terms of not fully recovered when it comes to the overall economic recovery. Now, in a inflationary environment and rising interest rate scenario, how do we ensure that those sectors or segments continue to recover at a rapid pace? It could be digitization of banking, it could be cheap credit for some targeted segments. I mean, what should be the ideal strategy?
So there are a couple of things that we need to keep in mind here. Clearly, any recovery will be patchy. I mean, there will be some sectors that will gain more than others, whether it's large industry or small industry. Now, we need to make sure that wherever credit is legitimately demanded, it should be able to reach that. And of course, digitization helps the case in many ways in terms of whether it's price discovery or the discovery of credit worthiness and so on. So all of that, as well as of course reach, all of that gets benefited by digitization and other financial innovations. But at the same time, do remember one more thing, that every economic cycle has to allow for a significant amount of creative destruction as well. Otherwise, what happens is that sectors and businesses that are inefficient do not get weeded out. So we shouldn't get so worked up about some parts of the and sectors not recovering, so much so that we begin to then protect or even support inefficient sectors. So we have to be always cognizant of that, so that some amount of weeding out continues to happen throughout the way. So there is a very big balance we need to make between protecting those who have economic prospects and just need some support, and protecting inefficient companies or sectors that are rapidly becoming outdated and anyway will over time get whittled away. We shouldn't be doing that. We have to allow that creative destruction, that natural selection process also to happen. So there's no hard and fast rule. This is more art than science, but to some extent that balance has to be maintained.
Absolutely, that's very well said. So last question to you. This entire resilience and the recovery and maybe strategically right initiative that India was able to roll out during the pandemic was thanks to the, I would say, robust digital ecosystem that we have created in India. So, right from transferring benefits directly to beneficiaries to the COVID relief. So banking and even non-banking digitized world that we have created in India has played a crucial and a vital role. Now, obviously, we have to constantly innovate and see to it that it continues to grow. What is your vision on that?
So we have to be clear that digitization is a tool. It's not an end in itself. It has certainly been extremely valuable in terms of providing the back end, in terms of whether it's direct transfers or allowing new innovations in credit and so on and so forth. But let us also be clear that if your point is that digital innovation becomes an end in itself, can be quite problematic. For example, whether should we consider allowing any and every digital company to becoming a bank. Now, if they do want to become a bank, then we have to be willing to also impose banking regulations on them. Because you see, there is a difference between bringing new value as a result of being, bringing some technological innovation, and being able to do business because you are bypassing the regulations, which are there for good reason, by the way. So there are good reasons why the banks and non-banks more recently have certain regulations placed on them. And if financial innovators have business models whose main selling point is that they do not, they are bypassing these regulations, then obviously that is not a tenable playing field. You have to have an even playing field. If on that even playing field they are performing better, that's fair enough. Whether that's an argument for allowing banks to do more things, or they should go out and innovate in the same way, that they should do that. But let us be very clear, and I think the governor of the Reserve Bank has also been very clear, that allowing digital companies to basically do banking without any of the regulations and liquidity requirements and other things of which the banks are expected to keep, that is, I think, not correct. Yes to innovation, but not to regulatory bypass.
Absolutely, sir. Very well said. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. It was a pleasure having you on this show. And we look forward to further robust recovery in Indian economy and resilience that all of us are looking forward to. Thank you.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Times Now Live and I'm Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on the Sunday edition with the headlines. Fresh face-off between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Sanjay Singh tweets a video of Prime Minister's farewell dinner for the outgoing president, alleges insult. BJP fact checks, put out the full video. Amidst face-off over excise policy, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal skips another program with the LG to plant 1 lakh trees in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party alleges event politicized at PM's behest.
আইনের উপর আস্থা রাখি এটাই বলবো আইন আইনের পথে চলবে
Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee produced in court, confronted by Times Now. She says, "I have faith in judiciary." ED files petition in High Court against Partha Chatterjee's plea to be treated in SSKM. Politics over teachers' recruitment scam heats up. BJP questions Mamata's silence to alleged collusion, demands CM's resignation on moral grounds. TMC says wait for evidence of guilt, action will follow. Day after WHO declares monkeypox as a global emergency, Delhi reports its first case. Sources say patient had no history of recent foreign travel.
फील हो रहा था कि शायद से और अच्छा थ्रो है, पर हाँ सिल्वर मेडल का थ्रो था, फिर भी हमने कमबैक किया और सिल्वर मेडल जीता, तो अच्छा रहा, थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग था पर अच्छा रहा.
Ending a 19-year-long wait, Neeraj Chopra becomes the second Indian to secure a medal for India in javelin throw at World Athletics, grabs the silver. Tells Times Now that he's now eyeing gold at CWG. A controversy has now erupted over Prime Minister Narendra Modi's farewell dinner for the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind. This happened on Friday. This morning, Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh posted a video where he says that the President is seen crossing the Prime Minister as the Prime Minister looks away. Instead of looking at Ramnath Kovind, he was looking at the camera. The clip was posted by Sanjay Singh, calling this an abject insult to the outgoing first citizen of the country. And the BJP was quick to respond. Amit Malviya, who is the chief of the IT cell of the Saffron Party, posted a longer clip of the same event. He fact-checked the Aam Aadmi Party. He said that this longer clip of the video clearly shows how the Prime Minister greeted President Ramnath Kovind with folded hands, and then President Ramnath Kovind moved along to speak to the other MPs that were present there. Calling the Aam Aadmi Party's fake charges, they said that the ruling party behaved in peddling lies all the time and they cannot be expected to accord respect to anyone.
That in order to deviate from the issue of what was the corruption done in the name of new excise policy, they will manufacture lies and they will make fact-free allegations with edited, cropped and doctored videos. The full video has been accessed by your channel, by all channels, by all people on social media. It clearly shows Prime Minister, on behalf of the entire nation, paying respect and tribute to the outgoing President, as is the norm. And a solemn occasion like this, of the farewell function of the President, was politicized only because Mr. Kejriwal wants to find out an escape route from the serious questions he needs to answer on the new excise policy.
Samya is with me for more on this. Now, Samya, we've seen the charge that came to the fore this morning from the Aam Aadmi Party. After being fact-checked, after they saw the entire video that was put out by the BJP, has there any response come to the fore from the ruling party of Delhi?
Well, so far, the Aam Aadmi Party hasn't really come forward to counter what Amit Malviya had put out, because very clearly Amit Malviya had tweeted a longer version of the video where it was evident that Sanjay Singh, the senior Aam Aadmi Party parliamentarian from the Rajya Sabha, had only put out an excerpt, and the BJP feels that it was misleading and he shouldn't have spread misinformation in this manner if he didn't have the intention to malign the Prime Minister's image, because the longer video clearly shows that seconds before Ramnath Kovind, the cross Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he did exchange greetings with the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister nodded his head, acknowledged him. So to say that the Prime Minister was looking towards the camera and did not acknowledge the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind's greetings and his gesture is definitely with an attempt to show Prime Minister in the wrong light by saying that he's been insensitive towards the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind. But as far as the BJP is concerned, they're not taking this lying down. They are definitely saying that the Aam Aadmi Party shouldn't indulge in petty politics like this if they do not have any other issue to attack the BJP with. This is a non-issue that they are trying to spin out of nowhere.
Right. Samya, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. But this is not the only face-off that is brewing between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. There was a face-off over the excise policy of the Delhi government over the last couple of days. And today, Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, skipped another combined program that he had to attend with the Delhi LG. This was of a tree plantation at the Asola Bhatti mines in the national capital. The program was to be undertaken by the LG and the CM jointly. About 1 lakh trees were to be planted as part of this initiative. The LG and the Chief Minister were to launch the same together today. It was a pre-approved program. But something happened at the venue just a few hours before the event was to take off, and that is what irked the Aam Aadmi Party, which is why Arvind Kejriwal decided to skip the event.
दिल्ली में वन महोत्सव को लेकर टकराव की स्थिति है। उसकी वजह आप देख लीजिए, सामने आप तस्वीर देख लीजिए कि ये जो पोस्टर मंच पर लगा हुआ है, इसी पोस्टर को लेकर अब टकराव दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली सरकार यानी कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के बीच में हो गया है। सामने आप उपराज्यपाल को बैठा हुआ देखेंगे और ठीक उनके पीछे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तस्वीर लगी हुई है। हालांकि मंच पे जो पोस्टर लगाया गया है उसमें प्रधानमंत्री नजर आ रहे हैं आपको, साथ ही उपराज्यपाल जो दिल्ली के हैं वो नजर आ रहे हैं और साथ ही दिल्ली के सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल नजर आ रहे हैं। पहले ये पोस्टर ऐसा नहीं था, पहले इस पोस्टर पर सिर्फ दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली के सीएम की तस्वीर लगी हुई थी, लेकिन ये पोस्टर बदल दिया गया। उसके बाद में यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की भी फोटो आ गई और अब दिल्ली के जो मंत्री हैं गोपाल राय, उनका आरोप ये है कि ये पोस्टर जबरदस्ती बदला गया, पुलिस बल का इस्तेमाल करके बदला गया और यही वजह है कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल नहीं हुए। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में कहते हुए नहीं आए कि ये पोस्टर जबरदस्ती लगाया गया और इस पोस्टर में प्रधानमंत्री को जगह दी गई है। यानी कि अभी तक जितने भी दिल्ली के कार्यक्रम होते थे उसमें उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली के सीएम की तस्वीर लगती थी, लेकिन ये पहला कार्यक्रम है जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर को लेकर अब विवाद हो गया है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सुजीत के साथ पुलकित टाइम्स नाउ।
Now, it was a poster which was replaced and that irked the Aam Aadmi Party. But the war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP is only escalating over the issue. Listen in.
पुलिस के अफसर असोला भाटी माइंस, जहां पे वन महोत्सव था, वहां पहुंचे। उन्होंने सारा स्टेज अपने कब्जे में लिया और वहां पर लगी हुई एलईडी स्क्रीन जिस पर दिल्ली के छोटे छोटे बच्चों ने दिल्ली के अंदर पेड़ लगाने के लिए क्या क्या किया उसकी एक फिल्म चलानी थी। उस एलईडी स्क्रीन के ऊपर उन्होंने एक मोदी जी का प्लास्टिक से बना हुआ होर्डिंग लगा दिया। आज आपके पास एक कार्यालय आया है तो आप गुंडागर्दी पे उतर आए, दादागिरी पे उतर आए, तानाशाही पे उतर आए। ये तो तानाशाहों क्या होता था।
जब से ये नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी पर सीबीआई की रिकमेंडेशन हुई है कि सीबीआई जांच की रिकमेंडेशन हो जाए, तब से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो साप्ताहिक बैठक होती है एलजी के साथ, वहां पर भी जाने से कतरा रहे हैं। और अब जो एक प्री डिसाइडेड प्री शेड्यूल्ड प्रोग्राम था, एक इवेंट था, वन महोत्सव जैसा एक प्रोग्राम था, उसमें भी जाने से कतराते हैं और फिर झूठे आरोप लगाते हैं। जब वहां पर दिल्ली पुलिस के लोग अपना कार्य करते हैं जो उनको करना है, तो उस पर यह आरोप लगाया जाता है कि उन्होंने इवेंट को हाईजैक कर दिया।
ये इतना बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। आज मीडिया के माध्यम से आप सबको ये सूचित करते हुए दुख हो रहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा इस सरकारी आयोजन में कल रात प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय के निर्देश पर रात में पुलिस भेजी गई और जो कार्यक्रम स्थल पर मंच लगा था, जो पंडाल था, उसे पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में लिया। मोदी जी के फोटो के साथ वहां बैनर जो है लगाया गया और लोगों को धमकाया भी गया कि अगर इसको कोई छूता है तो उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
देखिए, आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी कि हर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के प्रोग्राम को ये अपना बना देते हैं। ये प्रोग्राम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का प्रोग्राम है और प्रधानमंत्री देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं। उनकी तस्वीर हटने का तो बात ही नहीं है, लेकिन इस वक्त ये कहाँ भागे फिर रहे हैं वो बताइए कि पब्लिक जगहों पे ये पहुँच नहीं रहे। जो कार्यक्रम सुनिश्चित है, वन महोत्सव सिर्फ दिल्ली का कार्यक्रम नहीं है। दिल्ली को 1 लाख पेड़ों का लाभ होना था। भाटी माइंस जहाँ पे वातावरण का डिस्ट्रक्शन हुआ, खुदाई और खदान की वजह से, उसको ठीक करने के लिए ये वन महोत्सव अरेंज किया गया था, जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर रहना स्वाभाविक है। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर का तो नाटक है, असलियत में तो ये कुछ और काम पे लगे हुए हैं।
Now, these were the two issues or the two latest flashpoints that took place between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP today. But that ongoing tussle over the liquor policy for the last 48 hours is only escalating between the two parties. In a fresh attack, the BJP today said that Kejriwal promised a nasha-mukt state, but he clearly is endorsing a nasha-yukt mindset, going on to accuse the Aam Aadmi Party of playing the victim card, putting out some pointed questions for Arvind Kejriwal to answer.
ये नई लिकर पॉलिसी जो है दिल्ली में, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार ने लाया है, इसे हैप्पीनेस ग्लासेस मॉडल जरूर कहा जा सकता है। जो लोग नशा मुक्त करने की बात करते थे दिल्ली और पंजाब को, किस प्रकार से नशा युक्त करने की ये पॉलिसी थी और किस हेतु से ये पॉलिसी की गई, अभी हाल ही में उसका खुलासा हुआ है, जब एलजी साहब ने सीबीआई में की जांच की सिफारिश दी है इस न्यू एक्साइज पॉलिसी में, और वो भी चीफ सेक्रेटरी की रिपोर्ट के आधार पर। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ने हर घर या हर मोहल्ले तक, हर वार्ड तक नशा पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया, वो सामने खुलकर आ चुका है।
The face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP on multiple issues continues, and Times Now is keeping a track of all of that very closely. But a quick break on this edition. Lots more lined up for you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Welcome back. Ending a 19-year-long wait, Neeraj Chopra has become the second Indian to secure a medal for India in javelin throw at World Athletics. He grabbed the silver and spoke to Times Now just a few minutes after that. He told us that he's now eyeing gold at CWG.
Joining us is the silver medalist from the World Athletics Championship, Neeraj Chopra. Neeraj, silver medal 19 साल बाद भारत के लिए मेडल आया है वर्ल्ड एथलेटिक चैंपियनशिप्स में, क्या कहेंगे आप?
अच्छा रहा जी, काफी अच्छा अपने देश के लिए कि भाई मेडल आया है और काफी अपने फाइनल में पहुंचे, उस चीज की काफी खुशी है। पर हाँ, मतलब आज का कंपटीशन काफी टफ था और काफी स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा, पर फाइनली खुशी है इस बात की कि भाई मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल जीता।
नीरज, फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट आपका फाउल हुआ, मैं पूरा श्योर हूँ कि इंडिया में सबका हार्ट का जो बीट था वो एक स्किप हो गया था। उसके बाद सेकंड थर्ड में आप धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़े, फिर फोर्थ में जब आपने सेकंड स्पॉट सिक्योर किया, उस वक्त आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था? एक सेंस ऑफ रिलीफ था कि हो गया है मेरा अब सेकंड स्पॉट सिक्योर?
नहीं, सेंस ऑफ रिलीफ तो मतलब लास्ट तक रखना ही चाहिए। हमेशा कोशिश करते हैं कि भाई अपना और इम्प्रूव करें, और वही कोशिश थी बस लास्ट तक कि भाई और इम्प्रूव करना है, बस वही माइंड में था।
और नीरज, एक एग्जाम्पल आप बनते जा रहे हैं कंसिस्टेंसी का। जितने यंग बच्चे हैं वो सारे अब जैवलिन थ्रोअर बनना चाहते हैं, वो नीरज को अपना रोल मॉडल मानते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक इंडियन एथलेटिक्स का रिवाइवल जो है वो नीरज चोपड़ा के नाम के साथ ही लिया जाएगा।
बस अभी तो कोशिश है कि अभी और जितने भी कंपटीशन है उनमें और अच्छा करें, और एक जो है मेडल जो अपने अगर ग्लोबल लेवल पे और ज्यादा आएंगे तो बिल्कुल जो एक कॉन्फिडेंस है अपने एथलीट्स का और ज्यादा बढ़ेगा कि हम भी यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं। तो वो चीज मुझे लगता है कि सबसे पहले तो वो निकलना जरूरी है कि भाई कि माइंड में ये चीज नहीं होनी चाहिए कि हाँ बाहर के एथलीट इतने अच्छे होते हैं या इतने फिट होते हैं, वो हमसे तगड़े हैं। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं हमको अपने माइंड से निकाल के हमको कंपटीशन करना चाहिए, और हमको ये सोचना चाहिए कि हम भी उस लेवल तक जा सकते हैं और हम भी बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं।
आखिरी 2 सवाल है नीरज, सारे मेडल अब आप जीत चुके हैं, जूनियर गोल्ड, CWG, एशियन गेम्स, टोक्यो चैंपियन, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का भी अब मेडल है। तो आई थिंक एक चीज जो रहेगा वो अब वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनना रहेगा।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल, गोल्ड मेडल ही होता है, तो वो चीज हमेशा दिमाग में रहेगी और हमेशा ही अपना बेस्ट करने की कोशिश करते रहेंगे।
और नीरज, हम आपके घर पर भी थे पानीपत में, तो वहां पर सब नाच रहे थे, सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे। आपकी मम्मी ने हमें बताया कि दाल बाटी चूरमा आपका फेवरेट है। अब आपको वो यूएस में तो मिलेगा नहीं, तो आपको थोड़ा इंतजार करना पड़ेगा भारत आके CWG खेल के फिर।
नहीं, वो हरियाणा में तो चूरमा ही होता है जी, खाली राजस्थान में होता है दाल बाटी चूरमा। पर ठीक है जी, काफी दिन से बाहर रह रहे हैं, अब तो जैसा खाना मिलता है वैसा मतलब खा लेते हैं। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि भाई अभी वही खाना है। पर हाँ, घर पे हमेशा जाते हैं तो हमेशा मन में रहता है कि भाई घर के खाना हमेशा ही अच्छा लगता है।
नीरज,
कंपटीशन खत्म करके खाएंगे आराम से। थैंक यू सो मच।
अबे तू Hello and welcome to this very special episode of Frankly Speaking, and joining me today is the economic advisor to the Prime Minister, Sanjeev Sanyal. Sanjeev Sanyal, thank you very much for joining me, and you know what is the question that's going through the Aam Aadmi's mind today. There might be many political victories that the government has under its belt, including the election of the Honorable President. But the fact that really matters to the Aam Aadmi is what's happening to his pocket, which is the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. Let's get to inflation first. India is seeing the highest ever inflation over the last 8 years, and these are challenging times. I want to ask you, do you see this coming down in the short run, or are we in for hard times in the coming years?
So, namaskar, and thank you very much, Navika, for having me on your show. The issue of inflation is undoubtedly an important one, but let me put it in the context of what's happening in the rest of the world. This inflationary drive is not being driven by domestic factors. Our supply side is responding to demand very well. Growth is accelerating, as you know. By all accounts, we will be the fastest growing economy in the world this year and perhaps next year. Whether it's the services sector or other sectors, there's clear growth. So the supply side is driving output as fast as it can. The issue here is that we have a problem with imported inflation, particularly in the case of energy. And this is filtering through the rest of the world. If anything, the rest of the world is seeing much higher inflation rates than we are. Now, this doesn't mean that we are immune to it or that we should not be concerned about it. Of course, we are concerned about it, but there are limited things we can do. At the margin, we can reduce some taxes on fuel. And of course, you know, the Reserve Bank is been hiking interest rates. But then again, you know, we don't want to rush and overdo it as well. So overall, the economy is in very good shape with this one exception of inflation, which we take seriously. But as I said, since it's driven almost entirely by imported factors, there is limits to what we can do about it.
Well, so Sanjeev Sanyal, you say that inflation is imported inflation, and there's not much we can do because the world is seeing higher inflation rates in some of the developed countries. All that sounds very good. And you said a point that I want to pick on. You said that we can reduce taxes. But the government has increased taxes through GST on milk, on curd and food items, and that's been the issue of debate. In fact, that's the issue of a stalemate in Parliament for at least 3 days in running. Do you think the government is coming to look out seemingly rather unkind to the common man, and absolutely unaware of the situation of the pressures on the common man, given the timing of these GST rate hikes?
I think we need to separate here two things. What I was relating to was the taxes on energy, excise taxes and other taxes that have been reduced, as you will be well aware. And therefore, that is, in my view, the correct thing to do under the circumstances. But as far as the tinkering that has happened on the GST front, well, do remember a couple of things. First of all, it is not the case that the central government is in charge of this. This is done through a GST council in which state governments are very much participants. And this has been done taking into account the wider context. So do remember that when you introduce up and down GST rates, there are also input costs and other things that you have to take into account. So, for example, if you will go back and remember, when taxes on restaurants were reduced from 15 to 5, there were many restaurateurs who actually got hurt because now you couldn't, do the same amount of inputting as before. So this is not something that is relating to current inflation. The changes done in GST are part of a longer-term smoothing out of the process and making sure that the process functions, smoothly as possible.
But The fact of the matter is, whether it is imported inflation, whether it is tinkering of GST for a longer period, the fact is that the burden is on the common man. And the common man, frankly, doesn't really care about what's happening in the United States or the UK or Russia or Ukraine. They're worried about their day-to-day living and per capita incomes where they are in India. The pressure is as much, magnified on common people in this country than they are abroad. And of course, you have social security systems which exist abroad, which don't exist in India. So I come back to asking you the same question. Is the government really being rather hard-hearted when it looks at these issues? After all, running a country of the kind that India is, with poor middle classes, lower middle classes forming the bulk of the population, do you think the government is doing enough, to cushion the impact on these classes of people?
So let me say that as a policy maker, one has to make various trade-offs. So first of all, let me be clear that the government is fully cognizant of the spike in inflation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen the measures we have taken, including the Reserve Bank tightening monetary policy. So clearly, the tightening of monetary policy is one response to bringing down inflation. But do remember that this is a trade-off, because if you do tighten monetary policy too fast, too quickly, yes, it will bring down inflation, but then it will slow down growth, it will slow down incomes, and so on and so forth. So there is a balancing act that has to be done. Ultimately, what do we want to do? We want to increase as far as possible the trajectory of welfare and real incomes. And in that context, we have to trade off between growth and inflation. So the trade-off that we are making right now is, rather than tighten so harsh that growth slows down, we are tightening somewhat, but not so much that growth slows down too much. So keeping GDP growth going, create jobs, which is an important question, which I hope we will come to later on. These are issues that are also foremost in our mind. So given this balance we have done, I think the Reserve Bank's response is the correct one for this point in time.
Well, Sanjeev Sanyal, governments are not necessarily only policy makers. They are also political entities, and you understand politics as much as anybody else. I want to ask you a simple, straightforward question that is... No. I cannot answer any questions on politics. I'm a policy maker. So if there are political questions, I'm afraid I will simply not be in a position to answer them. Well, that disclaimer taken on board, but I'm still asking you the question that when policy makers within the government do not have enough measures that solve problems of the common people of India, they end up being called insensitive and arrogant because they're winning elections anyway. They don't really need to bother about the common man. That is the question that often comes up. How do you think the government can respond to that?
As I said right in the beginning, I'm not a politician, and winning or not winning elections is a concern of the political leadership. I can tell you the key here is that as a policymaker, I need to maintain macroeconomic stability in an environment where clearly there are serious threats to the rest of the world. You've already seen neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, going into vicious cycles on their macroeconomic management. We are seeing serious issues with inflation in Europe, in US. These are turbulent times. So for me, very important that in these turbulent times, I keep a steady ship. Yes, I have to make sure that inflation doesn't spiral up. That is certainly a concern. It is a concern to the average man, and it is a concern to me personally as well. I mean, I buy the same vegetables and fuel you do. At the same time, do remember that I have to also make sure that growth keeps going, because we are, after all, recovering out of 2 years of very difficult COVID pandemic-related disruptions. And so in a situation where the growth is finally doing reasonably well, I do not want to create extra hurdles than what is absolutely necessary. So a balancing act has to be done. I think the Reserve Bank and the Ministry of Finance are doing a fine job so far. And I wouldn't get too thrown off by political rhetoric or by advice from international experts who have clearly not been able to predict how these things were going to pan out.
So Sanjeev Sanyal, when Mr. Rahul Gandhi says, we have some things in common with Sri Lanka. One is the unemployment rate, which is rather disturbing. One is that fuel prices that are rising, and the third thing that he mentions is communal violence. Do you think these three comparisons actually hold up for India, and is India going to go the Sri Lanka way, as critics of your government have been stating?
Well, I can't comment on specifics of political rhetoric. The numbers are clearly there. Inflation in Sri Lanka is running somewhere in the range of 40 to 50%. The next set of numbers, when they come out, may even be higher, for all I know. Similarly, it's a country where clearly in unemployment, while I don't know what the latest read in Sri Lanka is, but I'm quite certain that in a country where their main business, which is tourism, has come to a grinding halt, where there are serious shortages of food and fuel on a day-to-day basis, I don't think we are in anything comparable. If anything, India at this juncture, and perhaps the only country that's providing some financial support to Sri Lanka. So far from being in Sri Lanka's position, we are, if anything, the only helping hand so far to that economy. So I don't think we should get swayed by political, grandstanding, when clearly the conditions here in India are nowhere in that range.
What would you say?
It's not even a serious question, frankly.
What would you say about the dollar-rupee rate, where the depreciation has just been so pronounced that it's fallen about 7% in the last 7 months? 80 rupees to a dollar. Is that something that would be a reason for concern for the government?
Not in itself. So let me explain. You see, the dollar has strengthened against virtually every currency in the world. And it would not be very prudent for India to somehow hold the exchange rate against such a rapidly strengthening dollar, because what it would do is suddenly make us uncompetitive vis-a-vis everybody else. Do remember that even if we have depreciated somewhat against the US dollar, we have appreciated against virtually every other major currency in the world, whether it's the euro or the yen or the British pound. Now, we would not be being sensible if we attempted now to hold the rupee at a particular level, because all we will do is provide speculators with a target. Much more sensible, which is what the RBI is doing, is allowing that adjustment to happen, using foreign exchange reserve judiciously to smoothen that transition, but doing nothing much more than that. Exchange rates go in cycles. Our most important thing is to make sure that our inflation remains below that of the other countries, which it is at this point. Our inflation, as you know, is below that of the US and of Europe, and to make sure that overall macroeconomic stability remains. If we manage to maintain this macroeconomic stability, when the cycle turns, our exchange rate will come back. So let us not get thrown off by ups and downs of the current cycle. Our key point is to maintain macroeconomic stability here in India.
Well, Sanjeev Sanyal, that's a good thing about economists. Assumptions, really build the narrative. And I want to ask, whenever we talk about the Indian economy, we talk about a 5 trillion economy, a 10 trillion economy. At that time, we compare ourselves to dollar. Today, we are saying ignore the dollar for a bit and look at the parity or the strengthening of the rupee vis-a-vis euro or pound or yen. Isn't that a very convenient escape route to not answer the question on why things are happening? Why is the rupee weakening against the dollar, number one? And number two, you think it's cyclical and it's going to come back, to its earlier levels. When is the last time that you remember a depreciation being restored to the original level? Because between 2019 and today, from 68 rupees to a dollar, we are at 80 rupees to a dollar. I've never seen it going back to an original level.
Well, when was the last time you saw Indian inflation being below that of Europe or the US? So, since this is about real effective exchange rates, we have to think in terms of where that is going. It makes no sense for India to defend a rupee against a very rapidly appreciating US dollar. That would unnecessarily stress our financial markets. It would unnecessarily deplete our foreign exchange reserves. We are willing to use our foreign exchange reserves to smoothen the curve, but I would caution against trying to defend a level. Now, do remember this rapid appreciation of the currency of the US and rapid increase in interest rates in the US is also going to stress their economy. And exchange rates are relative, not absolute measures. So, as and when the cycle turns, and it will definitely turn, because I don't think the US can sustain this exchange rate for too much, because remember, they're not just losing competitiveness against India, they're losing competitiveness vis-a-vis everybody else, Europe, Japan, you name it. So they will themselves have to go through that cycle. Now, whenever that happens, we will adjust. Now, obviously, if we were perpetually higher inflation than the US, we will see a perpetually depreciating currency in the medium term. For once, we have an inflation rate that is below theirs, so at least for this limited reasoning, we will be under pressure in the medium term to appreciate.
Sanjeev Sanyal, what about external debt burden? Number one, and number two, the trade gap, which was at $0.4 billion last year, June, and today is about $17.5 billion. Are these two areas of concern for you as a policymaker?
Certainly, we watch the current account deficit. Do look at the current account and not the trade gap, because do remember that we are a major exporter of services. So even if we have a large trade deficit, it does get covered up to substantial degree by the services exports. Secondly, also to remember that we are recipients of significant capital inflows. And right now, as we go through the cycle of tightening US interest rates, there will be some phase of outflow of capital from here, which is okay, because effectively what is happening is that in the global portfolios, India's weightage is coming down below what would be optimal. As a person who spent about a quarter of a century in financial markets, let me tell you that India remains one of the very few genuinely attractive financial markets remaining in the world right now. So even if there are some ups and downs, we remain a very attractive market.
Do you see any possibility of this story of confidence changing in the short term? And I again implore you to answer this on the basis of your experience of 25 years in the financial markets, rather than just as your present role as the economic advisor to the Prime Minister.
So as I said earlier, the world we live in will always have all kinds of shocks. In the last few years, we have seen the COVID shock. Now we are seeing the Ukraine war, oil shock, and so on and so forth. But this is in many ways the state of the world. A few years earlier, we had the Asian crisis, dot-com bubble burst, the great financial crisis, and so on. So the world is never in some new normal. It's normal to be in the circumstances where some shock or the other happens every few years. So the key to being able to succeed is to do the following things. First, you must maintain macroeconomic stability. In other words, your inflation rate should never get too far, unanchored, which is not the case here, because even in the face of very high global inflation, our inflation is only marginally above the target range. Second, continue to do supply-side reforms, even when international experts are telling you to focus on demand management. This is what we did during the COVID phase. Unlike virtually any other country in the world, we did huge reforms during this phase, whether it's opening up the sectors like drone sector or cartography, or reforming our telecoms policy vis-a-vis the BPO sector, and so on and so forth. So I think that those are going to pay, they're already paying us. Third, some of the major structural reforms that India did in the past are now paying back. For example, GST, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the Ather network, even inflation targeting, even if we have gone a little above the target range, the fact is in the old days, in this situation, we would have been seeing double-digit inflation. We are not seeing double-digit inflation. So I think all of these things send very good message of stability, of being of a policy-making capacity and administrative capacity to be able to deal with these shocks. I mean, the ability to roll out, 2 billion vaccination shots, not trivial thing. And this has been watched by investors around the world. And, they can see that the administrative capacity of this government. So I think overall, we have come out very well. Sure, this is somewhat turbulent times, but I think throughout this entire phase, we have shown that even in turbulent times, we have the capacity to keep the ship sailing. And I think that will hold us in good stead in the medium term.
Sanjeev Sanyal, I want to ask you, when the government, through the GST Council, raises rates of lassi, curd, paneer, rice, wheat, flour, jaggery, honey, papad, meat and fish, along with hotel rooms below 1,000 rupees a day, hospital rooms above 5,000 rupees a day, somewhere or the other, it is something that could have waited, because popular sentiment, as you said, during these turbulent times is rather subdued, and secondly, the unemployment rate that we are seeing, worrying for people who are coming out of a COVID situation, a pandemic situation, and still looking for jobs. Do you think it's badly timed, apart from being a huge burden? I come back to that question because that's really what matters to the citizens of India.
So there are two questions here, one relating to the timing of these GST changes, and the other relates to unemployment. So I'll answer them separately. First of all, when is a good time to do these changes? We have, do remember that this is not something that the central government is doing. It is a GST council which does it. By the way, 2/3 of the weightage in the GST council is that of the states. And there are continuous changes happening. Whether a specific change should have been done now or not, it's a matter of the political leadership to take a call on that. My role is that of technically advising whether or not those changes should be done, and from what I understand, that they were reasonable changes to be done. One can debate them one or the other, but they are not irrational changes to be done. The timing of it, well, that is up to the political leaderships, both at the center and the state, to take a call on it. That's not for me to comment. Now, as far as inflation, as far as unemployment is concerned, let me say that it is a perennial problem we have had for a long, long time. But even in this count, let me say that the key driver of job creation has got to be growth. I am not a votary, by the way, of this idea of jobless growth at all. High growth is necessary to suck in people into the job market, and particularly into the formal job market. And here, if you look at the EPFO data that has been put together in the last few months, you can clearly see that formal jobs are getting created at an unprecedented rate. In fact, there are certain areas of the economy where there are shortages, for example, in the IT sector. But even otherwise, we can see that even in the government sector, as you know, the Prime Minister has announced recently that there are vacancies, and a major effort is being put in to fill those vacancies on a rapid basis. You're seeing investments coming in from the PLI scheme, which are all creating jobs already in the manufacturing sector. So sure, there is always a slack in our job market because of the way the demographics are set up, and of course the transition out of agriculture into other sectors is always an issue. But I think given the big shock we had in the last 2 years from COVID, as sectors have opened up, I think we have demonstrated that our supply side can deal with it. I mean, just to give you an example, as the civil aviation sector has come back around the world. You see what is happening to airports in the US or Europe or Canada, and compare it to what we are doing here. We are, managing the reflation of the civil aviation sector almost in our stride. And, meanwhile, whether it's Heathrow or JFK, they have huge delays and breakdowns that, certainly not happening here.
And I want to ask you the question on bad loans. I read an article recently which pointed out to numbers that defaults to Indian banks has risen more than tenfold over the past decade, from 23,000 crore on the 31st of March 2012 to about 2.4 lakh crore on 31st of May this year. Do you think this is a figure that would worry you?
I would say our banking system has been very substantially cleaned up. Many of those numbers which you're going back to a decade ago, do remember that the loans that went back subsequently were being given out at that time. It takes some time for loans to go bad. Instead, what has happened in the last decade is, because of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, we have begun to recognize the loans that were going bad rather than evergreening them. We actually let them go bust. We liquidate where necessary. So the fact that the bad loans are being liquidated, are being recognized, are also, remember, we are provisioning for them. So after doing all of that, the net NPA situation of our banking system is much, much better than it's been in years. If anything, our banks are in reasonably good shape. And for the first time in years, they're beginning to also lend quite aggressively. So if you please look at the latest numbers on bank credit, it's running somewhere in the 13.5% per year-on-year basis, which is a good, healthy rate of growth for our banking system. So I think far from being a problem, our banking system has and reforms have actually worked.
Well, 2.6 lakh crore, just the defaults right after the COVID lockdown period in March 2021. Is that not a worry for you? And the fact that 5.9% of India's NPAs, the percentage of the total loans given is 5.9%, higher than many countries like US, UK, even countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, South Africa. Isn't that an issue that would worry people who are looking at the banking sector? And what happens to the RBI's checks and balances?
In the routine case of banking, there is a significant amount that every year will go wrong. Banking is a risk-taking business. Now the question is, are processes being followed? Are old loans that went bad for whatever reason, are they getting recognized? Are they getting provisioned for? And my answer is absolutely, they are getting provisioned for, they are being looked at, and if anything, our banking system is better capitalized today than it was 3-4 years ago. So if anything, our banking system is in better shape, not worse shape.
Do you think the Indian economy is on an okay, comfortable path, or do you think we are in choppy waters with a rocking ship trying to stay afloat?
Well, let me say, we are certainly in choppy waters because in terms of the international environment, but the ship is in good shape. It is being able to make its way forward reasonably fast. Our GDP growth this year will be the highest of any major economy in the world, and next year. Not only that, I would be very surprised if our growth rate is not double that of our nearest competitor, which is likely to be China, which will be probably growing at somewhere like 3.5% at best. In that context, we will probably see a growth rate of double that. So if that is the case, I would argue that India is in reasonably good shape. The fact that there is an external environment that is choppy, well, that is outside our control. But I can say that whether it's the macroeconomic management, the supply side reforms done over several years, all of that gives credence to the fact that we are a reasonably well-managed shop.
Well, on that note, let's hope for the best, as they say, and let's keep our fingers crossed. Thank you very much, Sanjeev Sanyal, for joining me on Frankly Speaking.
Stories in brief now. India reported more than 20,000 new COVID-19 cases with 36 fatalities in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate stands at 5.2%. One person was killed while 3 others were injured after a 3-story building collapsed in northeast Delhi's Mustafabad. 4 people were rescued and sent to the hospital for treatment. President Ramnath Kovind paid homage to Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat Memorial before relinquishing charge as the president of the country. A fast interceptor craft of Northern Navy Command saved a man from drowning last night near Kochi. According to the police report, the man had allegedly fallen off the bridge. He was later rescued and handed over to the police.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now with me, Priya Behel. First up, the top stories. Fresh face-off between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Sanjay Singh tweets video of Prime Minister's farewell dinner for outgoing President Kovind. Alleges insult. BJP fact checks, put out full video to bust PM did not greet Kovind claims. Amidst face-off over excise policy, CM Chief Arvind Kejriwal skips another program with LG in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party alleges event politicized at PM's behest. BJP counters. Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee, produced in court, confronted by Times Now, says, "I have faith in the judiciary." Politics over teachers' recruitment scam fallout heats up. BJP questions Mamata's silence to alleged collusion, demands Chief Minister's resignation on moral grounds. TMC says, wait for evidence of guilt, action will follow. A day after WHO declares monkeypox as global emergency, Delhi reports its first case. Sources say patient has no case of recent foreign travel.
मुझे अच्छा फील हो रहा था कि शायद से और अच्छा थ्रो है, पर हाँ सिल्वर मेडल का थ्रो था, फिर भी हमने कमबैक किया और सिल्वर मेडल जीता, तो अच्छा रहा, थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग था पर अच्छा रहा.
Ending a 19-year-long wait, Neeraj Chopra becomes the second Indian to secure a medal for India in javelin throw at the World Athletics Championships. Grabs the silver, speaking exclusively to Times Now, says he is now eyeing a gold at the CWG. A day after the arrest of top TMC minister Partha Chatterjee and his alleged close associate Arpita Mukherjee, there is no relief in sight for the duo from the judiciary. Calcutta High Court has reserved its order on ED plea to shift Chatterjee to state-run SSKM hospital in Kolkata. This after ED told the court that Chatterjee was faking his illness to evade law. However, the agency did offer to take him to Bhubaneswar AIIMS if illness was found to be genuine. Meanwhile, Arpita Mukherjee has been sent to one-day ED custody while the court reserved its order on her bail plea. Chatterjee was arrested after 20 crore rupees in cash was recovered from the place he resides in and where Arpita resides in. Times Now has confronted Arpita Mukherjee. Here's what she said.
আইনের উপর আস্থা রাখি, এটাই বলবো। আইন আইনের পথে চলবে।
অর্পিতা টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা টাকার উৎসটা কি? অর্পিতা কিসের চক্রান্ত, কি বলছো?
Chatterjee, remember, was arrested after 20 crores in cash were recovered from the residence of his aide Arpita Mukherjee. And TMC is now alleging the misuse of agencies by the BJP to malign Trinamool politically. They insist that action will be taken, but only once the guilt is proven. The Saffron Party is gunning for Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee herself, alleging that Partha was a close aide of Didi and the scam was not possible without her knowledge.
Partha Chatterjee is a close confidant of Mamata Banerjee. Why is she silent on Partha Chatterjee? Is it because the corruption has happened with her consent? Is it an admission that the crime has happened? Is it an admission that the proceeds that have been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's close aide's home is part of the recruitment scam monies that were collected?
We want a time-bound investigation because we have seen taking too long, and the advantage goes to the opposition. They are making a distorted campaign against us. And regarding Partha Chattopadhyay, if we have made it very clear that Trinamool Congress will not support anything wrong if the investigating agency submits any kind of proof to the court and the court acknowledges that facts, then Trinamool Congress will not take a further second to announce next step against that heavyweight leader.
Now, Partha was the state education minister during the alleged teachers recruitment scam. Remember, both the central agencies, the CBI as well as the Enforcement Directorate, are now probing the irregularities in this case. ED personnel had on 22nd of this month carried out raids at various places across West Bengal as part of their probe into the money trail involved in a teacher recruitment scam at government-sponsored and aided schools. TMC workers also have been out on the streets protesting against what they call staged action by the ED under pressure.
ED এবং CBI কে বিজেপির নেতৃত্ব নরেন্দ্র মোদী যেভাবে লেলিয়ে দিয়েছে তৃণমূলকে মানে বদনাম করার জন্য, এবং আজকে সকালে পার্থ চ্যাটার্জি নেতা ওকে অ্যারেস্ট করেছে, অথচ ওর বাড়ি থেকে কিছু পায়নি, তা সত্ত্বেও তাকে অ্যারেস্ট করেছে। তার প্রতিবাদে বিজেপির অত্যাচারে যে প্রতিবাদে আজকে আমাদের শুভেন্দু অধিকারীর নামে এত অভিযোগ। কেন শুভেন্দু অধিকারী আজ পর্যন্ত অ্যারেস্ট হলো না? কেন সিবিআই ইডি ওর বাড়িতে গেল না?
Joining me now on the broadcast is Tuhin Sinha of the BJP, and we are also likely to be joined by Professor Monojit Mandal, who is the spokesperson of the TMC. Mr. Tuhin Sinha, now before we get Monojit Mandal on the line, if I could ask you, Partha Chatterjee is the one who is facing action. Why are you today demanding Mamata Banerjee's resignation?
Well, the TMC per se is the hub of corruption and black money, and this has been proved in the most brazen and direct way with the recovery of 21 crore worth of cash from the house of Arpita Mukherjee, his close confidant. But the buck really stops with the Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. We know that Partha Chatterjee has been a close associate of the Chief Minister, but what is particularly shocking is a recent video where the CM is seen applauding Arpita Mukherjee for her good work. What was the good work? Was it the Stolabazi money? 21, obviously in due course of time, the linkage to the teachers recruitment scam would be established and proved. But the mere fact that 20 crore of cash is lying idle in the house of a close confidant of the minister, closest to one of the closest aides to the chief minister, is enough to prove the complicity of TMC. What was this money being used for? Was it to facilitate the illegal migrants from Bangladesh, or to expand its base and to buy votes in Goa and Tripura, where again they failed miserably? So the chief minister has a lot to answer, and her silence in many ways is a sign of her complicity and her acceptance that she was probably aware of the entire scam.
Right. Monojit Mandal, why is Mamata Banerjee silent? It has now been over 24 hours since the whole drama began.
Mehul Bhai, who said, who was seen with the picture of Vijay Mallya, who was close with Mr. Lalit Modi, free fraudster, internationally known. Now this person is laughing. Free fraudster, internationally known, to loot this country by 25,000.
Mr. Monojit Mandal, with all due respect, let's just stick to the case at hand. Can we please address the SSC scam?
No, madam, with all due respect, you also allow me to put out the facts. The way you allow your friend to put out
the facts about this scam.
Yes. So these are also facts. For just because of a single video, she was shown with this particular lady. But now, why don't you also hold accountable to Mr.
Actually,
Modi?
sir, I don't think that Enforcement Directorate acted on the basis of any video in this case. Did it? They acted on the basis of one video which we saw later of 20 crore rupees in cash.
No. First of all, you don't interrupt my party every now and then.
Sure.
You must also allow me to equal number of time that you have given your friends, right?
Sir, nobody is my friend. I am just an anchor.
No, I'm also a friend. He is also a friend. That's right.
Exactly. Both of you are my friend, or neither.
Why drawing the conclusion? Only he is your friend. Right? The fact remains that if he is questioning Mamata's integrity, it's by the same logic, Mr. Modi should also be held accountable. Because these three persons have, I think looted 25,000 crores. The banks, I think, are now in disarray because of these three persons. And they have acknowledged that they have looted the money.
Tuhin Sinha?
Right? At least in this case,
okay, now let me respond to this. Now, the TMC, like the Congress party, is clearly logically challenged. The people he's mentioning, Nirav Modi or Vijay Mallya, were never colleagues of Prime Minister, unlike Partha Chatterjee, who is a direct colleague and one of the closest aides of the CM of Bengal. Secondly, I don't know whether he has heard of the Fugitive Economic Offenders Bill, the 3 or 4 people who have managed to escape from the country, the fraudsters who have managed to escape from the country. I think, more than hundreds of crores of rupees of their properties have already been seized, and they must be regretting their decision to flee away from the country. And all these scams were a product of the UPA era. The moment we came to power, within 2 or 3 years, they had no option but to shut shop. Yes, I agree, it was a bit of a lapse that they managed to escape, but they must be regretting their decision to escape, considering how the ED has seized their properties and hundreds and crores of property.
Again, my refrain remains the same. Can we just stick to this case? Because Mr. Tuhin Sinha, the TMC has also pointed out that the woman in question, where she was residing, where the cash has been recovered from, has got nothing to do with the party. How are you then blaming the Chief Minister for it?
Well, very clearly, she was a very close associate of the concerned minister, Partha Chatterjee. We know Partha Chatterjee's proximity to the CM. We have seen videos of
and they have come out and said that if there is proof of guilt, then we will take action. How can you preemptively ask them to take action?
The mere fact that in this day and age, are you trying to say it is okay to have 21 crores worth of cash in your house? The very fact that by itself makes you culpable. Is that magnitude of black money, is it okay to be floating around in the flats of Kolkata? Is this what TMC has done to the average Calcutta flat? I mean, if this is normalized, then it is very shocking.
Right. Mr. Monojit Mandal, how do you explain the 21 crore recovered?
I'll explain everything, but if you don't interrupt me.
Sure.
First of all, I repeat, I ascertain and saying it with all responsibility at my command, this lady has got nothing to do with the party. Whether this lady has got any connection with Mr. Chatterjee, so far as the money is concerned, that the ED has to ascertain and they have to come up with concrete evidence. That's it. The moment they come up with concrete evidence, the party will definitely take action. There's no denying the fact. But in certain cases, the people have been convicted, like the Haryana government. The father and the son, they were fraudsters, convicted of criminal offences, now in jail. But the BJP has got the government with them, the party. Everyone knows this country. Dapam scam. Everyone knows. Karnataka government, everyone knows. So BJP, Mr. Modi has got no connection with that in Bengal. Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari has been stealing money since 2014. And Shubhendu Adhikari says that he had connection with the Home Minister since 2014. So should we also question Home Minister? Why did you take Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari? Nitish Pramanik, Home Minister's Deputy, Minister of State, Home Affairs, Nitish Pramanik, North Bengal MP, 12 cases, including murders, girl trafficking, drugs and whatnot. CBI was investigating earlier. Now everything has stopped.
Mr. Tuhin Sinha, your stand on probity is duplicitous.
Well, two quick questions. How much money does Mr. Mondal have in his house? Does he also have 20 crore? At least condemn the fact that somebody who was sitting right next to your PM on the dais, and the CM was openly praising, that person has 21 crore in cash. Secondly, please understand this is not an isolated incident. Whether it was the Sharda scam, the Rose Valley scam, the coal scam, which in fact had the involvement of Abhishek Banerjee, it's another thing they were lucky to escape censure or escape being, really pinned down on these. But over here, the evidence is so overwhelming that I doubt they will manage, to escape, and this case will reach its logical end very soon. So I think the CM should speak out about what she knows about the good work of Arpita Mukherjee, because if this was the good work that was happening in her backyard, then it just shows the integrity of
yes, Mr. Mondal wants to respond.
Two chief ministers, sitting chief ministers, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Hemant Biswa Sharma. Are they not aides of Mr. Modi? For God's sake, they are heading to states, very important states. Both of them are accused of corruption. CBI cases are against them. Has anything happened to them? What are we talking about? Just because of the fact that they are not in opposition, they have now, they are in BJP. You can't do anything. I mean, show me a single leader in the last 8 years coming from BJP whose house has been raided for corruption. Do you mean to say, my dear friend, that you people are all heaven's cherubim dropping from the sky like naked newborn babes into the ways of the world? What are you talking about? We are saying repeatedly, yes, we also want to know the source of this money.
Right.
But let there be a time-bound investigation. You cannot continue this investigation till 2024,
Yes.
like the way you are harassing our National Secretary, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee. Not just Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, but his family as well.
Right. There should be a time-bound investigation, and the agencies must determine the truth, because graft has to be established, and so does accountability. I've unfortunately run out of time. Gentlemen, thank you Tuhin Sinha and Manojit Mandal for joining me on this broadcast. We take a very quick break, but on the other side, do come back, because there is another very fierce political face-off brewing, this time between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP in Delhi.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए।
Welcome back. In the latest round of back and forth and war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, today it was the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's farewell dinner for the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind that made headlines. In a video posted by Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh, President Kovind can be seen crossing the Prime Minister as he looks away towards the camera supposedly. The clip has been posted by Sanjay Singh, calling it an abject insult to the outgoing first citizen of India. Now the BJP was quick to respond. Amit Malviya posted a longer clip of the same event, fact-checking Aam Aadmi Party MP. Now this video, which is playing on the right of your screens, clearly shows the Prime Minister with folded hands greeting the President. And then later, as the President moves on, he turns towards the camera. Calling out this fake charge, Malviya took a dig at Delhi's ruling party, saying that a party whose leaders are often caught peddling lies cannot be expected to know how to give somebody respect.
It's a fake video. They're not showing the complete video. It's edited video, and he has put an edited video only to deflect the people's attention to the real core issue which Delhi is facing today. There's the scam of 174.36 crore of Mr. Manish Sisodia's ministry. He need to answer that. They stooped to a new low in the Indian politics. I mean, it's not the first time. Sanjay Singh is a habitual lie spreader. He does this again and again. So we don't expect much out of him, but we'll still appreciate Mr. Kejriwal should make a public apology on behalf of his team member, a core committee member.
That in order to deviate from the issue of what was the corruption done in the name of new excise policy, they will manufacture lies and they will make fact-free allegations with edited, cropped and doctored videos. The full video has been accessed by your channel, by all channels, by all people on social media. It clearly shows Prime Minister on behalf of the entire nation paying respect and tribute to the outgoing President, as is the norm. And a solemn occasion like this of the farewell function of the President was politicized only because Mr. Kejriwal wants to find out an escape route from the serious questions he needs to answer on the new excise policy.
Now the tweet that was put out by Sanjay Singh at 7:59 a.m. this morning is still very well present on his timeline despite this discrepancy having been pointed out repeatedly by the BJP. However, the Twitter has now tagged it, as you can see on the bottom of your screens. This media is presented out of context. We are still awaiting a reaction of Aam Aadmi Party as to why and how did they put up this tweet. Were they also misled or was it done intentionally? However, this is not the only flashpoint between the two parties. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal today skipped yet another combined program of tree plantation at Asola Bhatti mines with the LG. The program was undertaken by the LG and the CM jointly. It was supposed to be like that. It was the planting of over 1 lakh trees as a part of the initiative, and the LG and Chief Minister were to launch the same together today. However, Delhi Chief Minister as well as Minister of Delhi Government Gopal Rai gave the event a miss. What was the reason? They came out to address a press conference to explain the same.
दिल्ली में वन महोत्सव को लेकर टकराव की स्थिति है, उसकी वजह आप देख लीजिए, सामने आप तस्वीर देख लीजिए कि ये जो पोस्टर मंच पर लगा हुआ है, इसी पोस्टर को लेकर अब टकराव दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली सरकार यानी कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के बीच में हो गया है। सामने आप उपराज्यपाल को बैठा हुआ देखेंगे और ठीक उनके पीछे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तस्वीर लगी हुई है। हालांकि मंच पे जो पोस्टर लगाया गया है उसमें प्रधानमंत्री नजर आ रहे हैं आपको, साथ ही उपराज्यपाल जो दिल्ली के हैं वो नजर आ रहे हैं और साथ ही दिल्ली के सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल नजर आ रहे हैं। पहले ये पोस्टर ऐसा नहीं था, पहले इस पोस्टर पर सिर्फ दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली
प्रधानमंत्री के सीएम की तस्वीर लगी हुई थी, लेकिन ये पोस्टर बदल दिया गया। उसके बाद में यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की भी फोटो आ गई। और अब दिल्ली के जो मंत्री हैं गोपाल राय, उनका आरोप ये है कि ये पोस्टर जबरदस्ती बदला गया, पुलिस बल का इस्तेमाल करके बदला गया, और यही वजह है कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल नहीं हुए। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस कार्यक्रम में कहते हुए नहीं आए कि ये पोस्टर जबरदस्ती लगाया गया और इस पोस्टर में प्रधानमंत्री को जगह दी गई है। यानी अभी तक जितने भी दिल्ली के कार्यक्रम होते थे उसमें उपराज्यपाल और दिल्ली के सीएम की तस्वीर लगती थी, लेकिन ये पहला कार्यक्रम है जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर को लेकर अब विवाद हो गया है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सुजीत के साथ पुलिस टाइम्स नाउ।
प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय के निर्देश पर रात में पुलिस भेजी गई और जो कार्यक्रम स्थल पर मंच लगा था, जो पंडाल था, उसे पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में लिया। मोदी जी के फोटो के साथ वहां बैनर जो है लगाया गया और लोगों को धमकाया भी गया कि अगर इसको